Hello and welcome to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Qualifiers Wild Card Challenge. My name is Danny Lim, joined by Mitch and Matt, who are going to be bringing all the action for the first 3 games, and then later on we're gonna have Dustin and Reinforce joining. But hey, that's for later. You guys are stuck with us for now. You guys are stuck with us.
Yeah, that would only be half the games, Danny, not all the games. But no, I'm super excited to be here. You know, Overwatch World Cup. Always a really special program.
Right.
The first time me and Mitch casted was Overwatch World Cup, the first one together.
It was.
I casted before Overwatch World Cup.
It was back in.
The first time we've casted.
I want to say it's like
together,
back in 2017.
Wow.
So that's going back a long way now, bro. I don't know about you guys, but even the intro music, like that stinger with the trumpets, I'm like, oh man, there's a lot of memories here. It is so good to be here, Danny. I think it's a very special part of our Overwatch calendar throughout the year, man. I really can't wait to get started.
I mean, for me too, like I started the Overwatch journey with the World Cup in 2018, interviewing, and then I joined the league. So definitely Overwatch World Cup has a special place for me too. And you know, it's always great to, you know, we're finally back with the Overwatch World Cup. I think the last time was 2019, so it's been 4 years.
Yeah.
So it's super exciting. I'm really excited to see what the teams have in store for us today.
Yeah, look, I think it's like a celebration of like global Overwatch. It's always a great opportunity to sort of indulge in that, but also to see like what's been happening in a lot of like national regions, especially with like a lot of focus on the Overwatch League, which, as we kind of know, has been pretty heavily concentrated around sort of North America and South Korea, respectively. Yeah. We're really excited to get a chance to see what's been going on in Europe, because we have a lot of players, a lot of legacies built from fantastic pro players and pro scenes in Europe. So covering this EMEC wildcard qualifier is going to be a great way to see what's going on over there.
Right, and I also think I'm very like curious to see what these teams are going to do, because I mean it's not the Overwatch League, right? Are we going to see something similar? Or are they going to pull out something way different? I think that's a big thing that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, it's always crazy with World Cup, right? Always some different types of meta stuff, but there's a lot of players in here who are formerly in the Overwatch League, contenders, players, former World Cup competitors. So a lot of players you probably recognize will be in this competition today.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, we have matches coming up very shortly, but before we jump into that, let me, quickly give you guys a brief rundown of the format. The EMEC Wild Card Challenge is a round robin, first to 2 tournament that consists of 2 groups. All right, Matt, did you get that?
Yeah, Hugo's freaking out. He's excited. He's ready to get this started. He's constantly trying to bite my hand while he hears about the format.
All right, round robin, first to 2 tournament consists of 2 groups. Group A, which is Ireland, Denmark, and Portugal, and then Group B is Switzerland, Iceland, and Finland. And the top 2 teams from each group in the Wildcard Challenge will advance to the qualifier stage in June. So a total of 4 teams are going to move up out of 6.
Look, you gotta be able to make. I mean, if you gotta be able to make top 2 out of 3. I mean, come on now. The big thing will be in June, right? That'll be the big test for some of these teams. True. But like, if you even have hopes of contending there, right? Like, you better kind of walk through some of the competition here.
Yeah, true. I mean, it speaks volumes about how stacked like the EMEA region is, right? Because this is a wild card qualifier to even get a chance to play in the EMEA conference itself. So there's another step that has to be taken for these teams from some of these regions. And let's not forget that Iceland had to put together their team pretty much at the last minute. Initially, it was the United Arab Emirates that would be the 6th team competing here. Iceland has had a chance to step up, which is really exciting for me personally, because we've seen Icelandic representation in the Overwatch League. I mean, this is a very small region, but very passionate. And they have some really, they have a couple of sort of known names. People have been around in Overwatch esports since like 2017. So really excited to see them. Really glad they got a chance to show what they're made of on the international stage.
Yeah, so talking about Iceland, all these teams, I think right now is a good time to see our schedule for the day. We have 6 great matches. We're kicking things off with Iceland versus Switzerland, followed by Finland versus Iceland, and then Finland, Switzerland, and then the later half is going to be Ireland, Denmark, Portugal, and then we're rounding out the day with Ireland versus Portugal.
Yeah, this is really exciting. I'm stoked to see Ireland here in Group A, known as the underdogs. That's kind of their colloquial sort of name. Very passionate. Every time World Cup comes around, the Irish crew always popping off. So much so that like I've always sort of been aware of them. They're always sort of reaching out, saying, "Hey, look out for us here. This year is going to be no different." Portugal has had some pretty well-known names come through their ranks in the past. We'll talk about players like Gray, like Malzasa. They've moved on now, so it's a new generation of players representing Portugal. Denmark, though, has a lot of... They tend to have the same representatives sort of year after year. There's like a real solid core of top-tier players representing Denmark, and the same for Finland. So these Scandinavian rosters are extremely strong and expected to come out of this wildcard challenge pretty comfortably.
I mean, Denmark should be sick, right? Just based off of like, you know, Doge, Naga, Shockwave, Kellex, Molfig, Shax, like... Wow. A really just like a overall just like super solid team. I mean, that team probably, you know, they can contend with some teams in the Overwatch League right now.
I mean, many of them either are like they are current, like Shockwave, or they're like previous Overwatch League players. Think like Molfig on the London Spitfire, Shax of course on the Valiant. So we are talking serious business here, and you could say the same for Team Finland, right? Like guys like Masa making a return. We're talking a Overwatch League runner-up. I mean, they lost, of course, to the Shanghai Dragons in that 2020 Grand Final. So there's a lot of talent here. It's mental to me that these players are competing in a wildcard play-in to get into the conference in and of itself, but that's how it plays out. Again, so you know, looking toward our games, Danny, you know, we may see some disparity as a result of that, but I don't want to count out any of these lesser-known regions because we haven't had much of a chance to shine a light on this EMEA region in the past, so I can't wait to do so today.
Hey, I'm sad that Zoe's not playing for Switzerland, but hey, I think I just heard from our producer that the games are ready. So, Mitch and Matt, I'll leave you to it. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, I'm excited for this, Matt. It is a... now, to be fair, everyone needs to know it's a first to two. So in the Overwatch League, if you used to watch, that's first to three. So the series are a little more truncated here. It means as a team, if you start on the wrong foot, if you have a slow start, less opportunities to come back into this series. So we're going to have some lightning-fast games here. And remember, only the top two teams from each group can advance to that EMEA conference here. One team, Matt, from either group won't be advancing past this stage. You got to put your best foot forward early.
Yeah, and obviously with a first to two, the series are going to like fly by, you would imagine here today. A lot of probably like, you know, 2-1s, 2-0s, right, in those types of ranges. Also, we'll see what happens in terms of like meta, right? New patch just hit like, what, a week ago or so, right? Kind of what teams are deciding to do. Junker Queen was pretty strong before, pretty strong after, I would say.
We're on the tournament client though, so is this
so this is probably then like the patch previous. So still, Junker Queen's still pretty strong in that one. We see it in Owl sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if like these teams are probably scrimming a ton on live though, and like they're just kind of like owning their comps there, right? And they just kind of bring them in to tournament clients. So wouldn't be surprised if we see some Junker Queen type stuff from some of the teams with like, former Owl players and whatnot. I wouldn't be surprised to see like some dive-centric stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, to talk a little bit about this Iceland roster as we jump in, Hafekul and Finzi, both players that have played at the top level for quite some time. Hafekul never quite made it into the Overwatch League, but was a real factor in sort of, you play for Team Fnatic, right? Let's go back that far. Me and you obviously did that DreamHack event in Jönköping where
teammate Acosta.
Yes. Technically, yes. But I think one of the most like exciting achievements that Hafekul, sort of had was his time with Team Envious in Contenders. He actually competed in the Contenders Gauntlet over in Seoul. So international experience aplenty for Hafi. And I think Finzi, if you recall back to his time in the Overwatch League, this guy had one of the sickest sort of Cassidy Deadeye play of the games that we've seen at Overwatch League levels. So that... throwing him back a little bit now as well, but he was pretty electrifying as a hit scan player. Really quite flexible though. We even saw Finzi, I think, at times having to play the Diva. Hafekul as well, tank player, off tank a lot of the time back in 6v6 here. So curious to see what those two end up playing now, because frankly, they both retired, right? And then they sort of unretired, I think, as the World Cup came around. So
do you ever really retire unless you're like,
that's up for debate.
Yeah, you never really retire, right? You're always on the cusp of a little bit of a comeback. but it's awesome to see. I love seeing players like that just kind of like come back and be a part of the scene again, right? You kind of like mentioned like these are players like when we started casting Overwatch, right? Like years ago, they were players that we actually kind of were able to watch and like still competing at a high level. Now you see like all the new players from like Overwatch League and whatnot kind of mix in. It's really awesome to kind of see that all come together on World Cup.
Yeah, great to see incentive for some of these guys to come out of quote-unquote retirement and make their way in. And we also want to see, what this Team Switzerland roster has to show us. I think in the past, we have had Swiss delegates here in the United States sort of playing in person at LAN, of course, in the Overwatch World Cup. So we've seen opportunities for them to display what they're made of on the international stage. I would say that they've, not really made as deep runs as they would like to in general. The Swiss scene's still pretty small by comparison here. And
yeah,
I definitely feel like Iceland's probably a favorite. And I purely base that on just the name value of some of their individuals here. There are some up-and-comers on this Icelandic roster as well. But Iceland are, as a community, I'll be honest with you, like off their own back have managed to grow their scene, also put on sort of tournaments sort of domestically. And they're a great example, I think, of a grassroots Overwatch scene that have done a great job just by themselves, building up their talent pool and giving their players opportunities to compete at that level.
It's really like all across Europe with Overwatch. Like you think back to like some of our previous Overwatch World Cups, right? Germany has always had like really strong teams. Obviously, like Finland, you think like in the past, right, has always been really strong. I think at the last one, was it Denmark that we did see go on a little bit of a run, right? I think it was. They went on a little bit of a run, kind of made it a little bit longer than people expected. I think that was like when they ended up beating Canada. I think in 2019, they went on a bit of a run. Where Europe has always had really strong performances in the World Cup. Just the player base and representation from all the different countries always comes out pretty strong in this program.
Yeah, Denmark always has a team of players that either are playing together at the time or like have a lot of history playing alongside one each other. Good examples like Fischer, obviously, I think he's moved on to coach now. I think he's been on the Danish team like 4 years running. I think back in 2017 they just took the entirety of Team Singularity essentially and put them all together here. So that's a team that you expect are going to come out of the gates and know exactly what they're doing. They are probably going to try and feast a little bit on some of their opposition here. Obviously, we are still on a 2-box, so we're just waiting on confirmation as to sort of what the slowdown is in terms of getting in the game. We'll relay that.
This is what it'll be. We watch the game on the other monitor. We'll just tell you what happens at the end. We'll just reminisce about the good old days while we wait.
To be fair, like so many of my World Cup memories, I guess, got pushed out of my brain from, I don't know, like changing diapers probably as it is now, or all that's gone since then in terms of the Overwatch League. But these were some good times, man. I mean, in the past, obviously we had our qualifier stages, at certain locations in the lead up. We had France, we had, I think Thailand. I think at one point we had like China and Korea as well. So Katowice, we had a stop out there in Poland. So there's a really rich history of World Cup action. I think now, obviously, we've had BlizzCon announced, so I think a lot of people can put 2 and 2 together and realize that the dates are lining up pretty well for World Cup BlizzCon. We'll sort of see how that pans out, but it's a big deal that obviously this event has made its return to our screens, and a great opportunity now to take a closer look at some of that tier 2, tier 3 strata of players that we've maybe lacked opportunities to showcase in the past. I don't know, sort of mentioned that earlier on, but that's one of the things that we're most excited about here in these 3 matches, these first 2s. That
Europe also, when you kind of look across like the landscape of like just competitive shooters, right? Like Europe is like extremely strong everywhere, which is like obviously Europe is just really strong for Overwatch as well. So like when I watch these games and then obviously go to like the EMEC, like the qualifier in June, right? Like where you'll see some of those teams like really kind of like cement their tickets. You see like up and coming players that for the future of Overwatch and esports and OWL and whatnot. You see these players becoming like stars down the road, right? You kind of see players like Naga and Shockwave have tremendous performances at World Cup, end up in the league later on, right? Some players actually kind of find their way back into the scene via this like program too, right?
Yes.
Where you kind of like never know. Always a few stars that rise up through the World
Well, how do you
Cup,
think Mickey ended up on Team Envy?
Yeah,
I mean, Mickey was scouted from that Team Thailand team, and
that was year one.
Yeah, that was quite a ways ago here. We're just waiting, of course, on getting on the game started, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with us. We're going to go to a quick break, iron out some of these tech difficulties. We'll be back, of course, for more of your EMEC Wild Card Qualifier. Don't go too far. We'll be right here when you return. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, headed into our first to two series of the day. This is your EMEC Wild Card Qualifier. I'm Mitchell Leslie, joined here by Matt Morello. We're going to be kicking things off here on Antarctic Peninsula. And again, all eyes on our EMEC teams to see which four will be advancing to the EMEA conference.
Yeah, as we kick things off with Control on Antarctic Peninsula here, as I get a little bit of a fly through. So you'll have, this will be Iceland on the right-hand side, Switzerland on the left. So we'll get that one
flip for you
just shortly. Yeah.
And again, Iceland, maybe expected by many to be favoured coming into this matchup. But again, we're limited information on both of these regions. So it's a chance for a clean slate for both of them. Let's either put their best foot forward here. Out of the gates here come Switzerland. It will be the Ramatra May setup. Pretty standard stuff with the Hanzo. So nothing too out of the ordinary here. That'll be Mir on the other side. But great first pick here. Hafakul, the first casualty. Iceland start behind the 8-ball. Switzerland surge forward.
Yeah, so for Iceland there, you lose your May, which is a large part of this type of like rush style composition, right? So You want to obviously keep the Mei alive, have that Mei wall, split players off. You lose that Mei early on, you can't really brawl out too hard after that. Is Switzerland will take the point first.
Jin drops to the point here. Mei wall up on this high ground. Switzerland going to give themselves a little bit of breathing room here, but Barcode takes a fair bit of damage to the front line. Still Haffical again, the first casualty. Statham able to find the Mei. Okaklar forced right on back here. Great pressure from Switzerland. Now they refuse to give up this high ground. And while Orion can find a pick on Barcode, the numbers definitely favor the Swiss.
Yeah, and you still have that Ramatra there on the point, which without your Ramatra to kind of run that one down, the shield, the Nemesis form, there's just no way you're going to dislodge that tank from the point. Just has so many tools to be able to hold on to it. So have to wait a little bit. So, Switzerland will gain more percentage here. We'll see how Iceland decides to attack.
Again, Okaklar trying to create a little bit of space here, but again, it's a first pick by Jin. Great opener, this time getting the Baptiste, which is huge. No Immortality Field that otherwise would have been used to try and keep Okaklar alive. And it will be Switzerland just winning out these engagements from this high ground. Iceland, a little bit sporadic in the way they approach, but it's really been the Hanzo dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah, Jin be able to find these pickoffs at range. Is Barcode has the Blizzard here. You have your Annihilation for Switzerland. So Switzerland, I mean, look at Iceland. I mean, they're not even really building up towards anything there, Mitch. I mean, you're in a terrible spot.
They're not, no opportunities to really build ult charge as much as they would have liked here. Couple key ultimates coming online here. Different approach for Iceland this time. It's down to the point. Throwing up a Mei wall. Try to catch out one of these Swiss players here. Okaklar able to find Jin, that Hanzo, the thorn in the side, constantly here for Switzerland. But Annihilation going to get the job done. That is disgusting. Sound Barrier also employed in this fight, and Iceland not quite getting to those key ultimates and may not have a chance to use them at 96% and counting now. The Swiss will surge ahead, and the Icelandic crew barely able to get out of spawn. That is a strong statement start for Switzerland.
Yeah, really just one-sided all throughout there from Switzerland. So we'll see if Iceland can bounce back here in map number 2, in round number 2. But we got to remember that this is a team that was like added in as like a late addition, right? So Iceland comes in, obviously. Switzerland has been knowing they've had this event for a very long time. Iceland comes in a little bit last minute, so may just need a little bit of time, especially tough going up against a tough opponent on the other side to kind of get in the swing of things.
The Hanzo matchup is one that Iceland definitely need to reassess here. Different maps, so again, different sightlines for Jin and Orion respectively to be taking here, but Iceland constantly pushing into that high ground with 4 players. I mean, and that player disparity is absolutely huge here, especially on control. Good info for Jin here as well. Sonic thrown out. Take note of Orion's position here. Maywall thrown up. We're making it a little bit harder for Switzerland to take this high ground position. Already an Immortality Field deployed, though. That's picked off, so the coast is clear for Switzerland to start the pressure.
Yeah, it's just, so Iceland now has high ground here, right? But, like, where the point is, like, they can just kind of, like, almost play under it here, Switzerland, and they're just going to have to force them down straight away. So it's going to be a battle on the point.
Okaklar now in Nemesis form. Both Ramatras going at it here, and both Meis get picked off, playing in the front lines, and with both Ramatras in Nemesis form, there's no shields to play around. They're very much exposed. Okaklar backing up here, Immortality Field deployed. Jin, the target of scrutiny right now as he tries to work his way around that central pillar. A much better start for Iceland.
Yeah, absolutely. They play really nice, Iceland does, around that central pillar, using that Ramatra shield to kind of block off one side, really good angles on the other. So Iceland will get control of the point, and this is where they start to build up a little bit of an ultimate bank of their own here, right? Where you'll have an Annihilation, you're going to get very close to Blizzard and Amp Matrix as well.
Again, that Mei wall thrown out by Iceland to make sure that Switzerland were forced to play out from the choke here on this high ground. Good way to start the fight before it transitioned to the low ground. Very powerful ultimate coming online here in the Annihilation. Mei wall thrown up here by Iceland, maybe a little bit too close to them. They were probably hoping to catch Statham out, but that's not going to work. Nano boost here over to the Ramatra. That's the the Ana difference rather for Switzerland here. Will it pay off? Doesn't look like it. Again, that Annihilation, as we called, Matt. Huge way to start the fight here. Can Switzerland make things happen with only 3 players left? No, losing the Mei here. Going to make it very, very hard, and this will be Iceland continuing to stack a lead.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal for Switzerland as well. Amp Matrix, Sound Barrier. I I mean, you use that to try and battle that Annihilation, but you just get so much value out of Annihilation. We even see that in Overwatch League, where you look at some of the other tanks, you have to be really precise in how you use that ultimate Annihilation. Like, the fight kicks off, you just use it and then just kind of play as you normally would in, like, Nemesis form, right? You just get so much high value out of that with 75% on the point. And, you know, Dragon, Blizzard, Sound Barrier here, Iceland should be able to put this round away.
Yeah, Saddam wastes no time in going for the Annihilation, but he gets ruined in the front line. A lack of backup there by the looks of things. Perhaps a Maywar might have turned that. Chris, having switched over towards the Baptiste after, you know, using that nano boost, think maybe the Immortality Field could have helped out there, but it wasn't able to be deployed at a 95%. Statham's just going to be switching towards a D.Va. He needs to touch the point as soon as possible. Barcode throwing himself at it. Ice Block going to be used here. Statham also with that Air Matrix thrown out. Hafikul just going to chill. Goes into Ice Block himself with Huck's going to be caught on that low ground and frozen up, but he's broken line of sight with that key pillar. Still, going to have to move out into the open eventually and face the music. Tough for Chris to keep the D.Va alive here in Iceland. Oh, goodness, they have woken up in a big way. Matt, I mentioned in the pre-show that in a 1st to 2, a slow start can really hurt you, but Iceland have been able to bounce back nice and quick.
Yeah, they have some veteran players, though, right? No, you expect them to kind of try and recognize the series could go pretty short in favor of the other team if they don't wake up a little bit, where they bounce back in a big way in round number 2. Looks like the exact opposite, kind of how round number 1 went, where I'm curious how we see this one play out. Is there's not really an opportunity for like high ground on this point, right? You have a little bit on that's like side staircase where you can play around that like large pillar by the point, but there's not like a huge high ground, which we saw both teams trying to control on those first 2 points. So it'll be interesting how they play this one.
Yeah, the only way you sort of get that on Icebreaker is by forcing your opponent sort of to play from the choke off the point, right? Which is pretty hard to do. And it could also be sort of comp dependent, but both of these teams seem to be in agreement about the best way to play this map in general, if not this particular stage here. So again, it's going to be a bunch of front lines with the Baptiste back up. Huge amount of damage taken by Okoklar, but like it's regenerative burst to keep him standing here. Hafikul maybe prematurely going for an ice block here, but they're able to force Statham out of position. A big pick for Switzerland, though, getting the Baptiste. That's going to relieve some of this pressure, and yeah, all of a sudden, Iceland crumble.
Yeah, you just get these early pickoffs with the Hanzo, right? Hanzo obviously really good for the burst damage in these types of compositions. I know not as much for like the Sonic to gain information, right? But being able to just burst players down with the Storm Arrows, it's so effective. And then even just being able to get those long-range one-shot headshot pickoffs. You see Jin just jumping over the wall there, just firing arrows down that kind of hallway. You hit a Lucio or the other Hanzo, you're getting a first pick pretty easy.
Oh my goodness, Hafikul. Another early ice block had to be used there, but they're able to pin Statham down. They run at Jin and try and punish Hanzo, being positioned a little further forward than maybe he otherwise would have been. Gotta be ready for that there if you're Switzerland. Iceland very quickly zeroing in on the most threatening component of Switzerland's team comp. Getting the Hanzo out of the picture first, crucial.
It's wild they got in so fast, though. Like, where was it? Maywall, right? No Barcode, obviously, there. Probably underneath the Hanzo, by that choke. It just seems like they just were so fast getting through the choke and then just chasing down Jin. Dead in instant.
Yeah, maybe if you can respond quickly enough, right, with a May wall of your own, hold off the attackers, give your Hanzo rather a bit of time to back up. Might have worked out here. Barcode the first casualty in this fight, though. Switzerland not starting on the front foot once more. Dragon Strike thrown towards the point, but yeah, Switzerland looking pretty comfortable despite that. Blizzard thrown straight in the middle of the point. Here, and Chris's Immortality Field is going to be expiring. Iceland have a chance to clean this one off here, despite a bit of a weird opener. The Air Matrix thrown down, and Iceland continue to stack this lead now, 42 and counting.
Yeah, a little bit of a turn there for Iceland. Nice Blizzard by Haffy. So drops down, able to pick up 2 kills right after. So now it puts Switzerland in a really tough position because you need to flip this point. Do you invest something like a Annihilation in here? The other team has Sound Barrier. They're also going to have their own Annihilation. If you don't play this fight correctly, you could end up giving the first map to Iceland.
Ooh. Early Dragon Strike forces Immortality Field and Sound Barrier. All of the defensive utility for Switzerland's been exhausted, but it gives them the opening. Jin is able to use that moment to find Hafikul, and Chris just takes a 1v1 with that Ant Matrix dealing with Orion. For Switzerland, by rights, should be able to flip this point back here, but man, they are spending heavy to do so.
But they need to, right? I mean, 80 80+% on the point. At least they hold on to their Annihilation, right? Iceland ends up using their sound barrier here, so having that Annihilation could end up being huge, and you're closer towards your Ant Matrix, right? Crizzy's able to build up that Ant Matrix here in this next fight. You're in a decent spot, Iceland, to potentially be able to take it.
Once more, eyes to the Hanzos here.
Another first pick.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, and here you go. Force the enemy team to play through the choke here. But this entire map, Matthew, has been decided by these first picks either by Hanzo or against Hanzo.
I mean, Jin has been so good, especially in this first map, getting these first picks on the Hanzo. And a lot of times it's shooting down these chokes, right time, just lining up that headshot level and hitting somebody kind of walking on through. I wonder if they have an idea, like, Switzerland, if they have an idea that the dragon's coming. Yeah, there's going to be a dragon kind of shot on through. Happy actually makes his way to the point.
Yeah, okay, so went for the Annihilation there. In fact, both Ramachas went to use those key ultimates, and this is good timing for Iceland. This is where they need to break back in. And they use Ant Matrix. They also use that Annihilation themselves, but they have a Dragon Strike to leverage to try and end the round and the map here.
Yeah, what do? You dragon like the main choke. You can maybe May walls. Stardum's gonna go over to the Wrecking Ball here just to try and get a touch.
All right. Hope it pays off here. Adaptive shielding already be used by Stardom, and whoa, my goodness! Even without like,
did it pay off?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maywall thrown down. Also Blizzard at the point here, but for Switzerland, Iceland, they were born to deal with these kind of conditions very comfortably, ending Antarctic Peninsula. And after a slow start, and I mean slow start, Iceland get off to a first map win here in this series, Matthew.
Yeah, some really nice Hanzo play early on there from Iceland. I think if you're Switzerland, what do you do? It's tough because, what do you do against Hanzo, right? Because you're not exactly there's not really a way to counter Hanzo. You just have to not get picked off early on, right? And a lot of it's determined on the Hanzo just wall climbing, jumping over a wall, firing an arrow down a choke, right? Being able to get those headshots at range where you can't really do anything against that. You just kind of maybe have to be a bit faster, I would say, but not a lot you can adjust for Switzerland here, I think, after map 1.
There's not really a static shield in the front line like you would see with a Reinhardt composition, right? So sometimes we've seen teams play Reinhardt with the May, or they bring the Symmetra in, and it's a little bit easier to actually advance towards the point, be able to contest without, getting picked off right at the start. But there's definitely an agreement here that Ramatra is the premier brawl tank in that scenario. Between these two rosters here. When you're mirroring, it really comes down quite often to the individual ability to create picks, generate opportunities to win team fights here.
Yeah, I mean, your kind of logic is sound, where it's okay, well, just get a static shield like a Reinhardt, right? And just run the team in and brawl out. But I think it's been kind of proven, at least at the highest level, that Reinhardt loses a lot of the time to the Ramatra type of setups, that Ramatra just has a little bit more versatility in his kit. Yep. So if you go to the Reinhardt, you're kind of conceding the tank battle. So it's great you get in, but how do you win once you are in? I think becomes the question at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that Annihilation is a big problem as well if you're trying to play Reinhardt into this matchup. But yeah, let's think back. I mean, Switzerland start this map off in great style. Play that high ground really effectively. I've got to say, Jin, a standout pretty much straight away. Using the May wall very effectively to try and catch out, Okoklar and punish that Ramatra in the front line. As we head over to the second map, we see Chris come out on the Ana initially. Long enough at least to give a nano boost over towards their Ramatra, but it doesn't really pay off. Switching to the Baptiste, the very next fight, Chris isn't able to get an Immortality field down to keep Stardom alive, even though he uses that Annihilation. And then heading over towards Icebreaker, yeah, it went from bad to worse, but a lot of the same issues were cropping up here for Switzerland, right? A much closer affair. I'm pretty glad to see this, right? There's always a good chance in matches like this that you get pretty one-sided affairs in general, but we definitely started to see Switzerland find their footing here. It just came a little bit too late, and again, I think the coordination of Iceland started to come into its own, especially on Icebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you're gonna run the Ana, we see teams run Ana Brig, right, with a Winston type of setup. Maybe you can still run it with Ramatra, but running it with May, Hanzo, Lucio, who's even your nano target, Ramatra, Sure, but like if Ramantra
Brig.
doesn't have annihilation, like what do you do with it? Like who is the nano target? Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's often that Ramantra, right? Even sometimes they stack it with his annihilation to even sort of secure that even further. But it didn't really look great. And the immortality field seems much more valuable in situations like that. That's our first map down in this first of 2 series. Iceland starts strong. Stick around, everybody, because map number 2 is just around the corner. So we'll see you in a moment. All right, everybody, pretty strong start for Iceland here in this first of 2 series, but promising signs also being shown by their opponents, the Swiss, who, despite going down on Antarctic Peninsula, have a pretty close last map and end up winning that first round. So they're going to have to figure it out pretty quickly, though, Matt, because it's the first of 2. Like I said, Watchpoint Gibraltar is on deck next.
Is it a bit of a shock Iceland comes in here and takes map number 1? I think it was like pretty even. All throughout, the first point there, but then Iceland like really started to pull away, which surprised me, like in the sense that this is a team that just got added, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean they've had pretty limited time to get together and get sorted, for this particular tournament here, and again, not many opportunities, right? We're dealing with first to 2s. Fortunately, 2 teams from this Group B will be able to advance to that EMEA conference. So you really just have to ideally make sure you win at least one of your matches and have a decent little differential. So that's something that's worth keeping an eye on here. And Gibraltar is a map where we may see the teams, adapt their styles a little bit after what we saw on map number 1. It's definitely a map that caters more towards playing those dive-based compositions here. And no surprise, we see already some Winston, maybe some D.Va being hovered, and Finzi comes in for this Iceland roster.
All right, so potentially some D.Va action here, as Gibraltar historically is a point where you want to get like high ground access, right? Where Ramatra, Reinhardt's probably not the play here. Where on defense for Switzerland, you'll see the Winston-based setup, barcode on the Widowmaker. Look out, that could be a really nice pick for Switzerland. They'll run the on a Brig. So like I was talking about, like where if you have multiple nano targets, you can kind of play Brig with nano, you can play Winston with nano, even Tracer with the nano boost. You can actually include the Ana in here and be quite effective. As for Iceland, they'll actually run Kuriko with an Ana here. So Kuriko obviously can have a little bit more mobility to the high ground than the Brig right on offense, where the Brig would be in a really difficult spot here. Like, not really a lot of positions that she could play from other than the cart. So running the Kuriko, trying to get some high ground there, and also some kill potential.
Up here as well for Switzerland. Ihui, I'm going to call it, but not really sure how that should be pronounced. Regardless, good opening here for Finzi. He receives the dive in from Statham and is able to stave him right on off here, which is a pretty good sign for Iceland. Create a decent amount of space here. I'm certain Orion very aware of some of the sight lines that Barco's looking to take.
They've gotten an insane amount of cart progress here off of 1 kill. I mean, look at this. You're almost already all the way at that A checkpoint, and it's going to be Barcode taking out Hafkul, but it's going to be 2 kills going in favor of Iceland, as they should be able to just steamroll through point A.
I mean, yeah, the Widowmaker is a big factor, I guess, in this matchup. And Statham has to be pretty careful. Finzi is a prolific D.Va player. He's played a ton of it in the past, and we talk about how those sort of tanks match up here, and D.Va really dangerous for Winston to deal with in like a head-to-head scenario, especially with those micro rockets here. Finzi wants to be more reactive as an attacker, wait for the defense to try to go for some kind of dive here. But the Widowmaker factor also muddles the mixture quite heavily. A lot will ride on Orion and Barcode respectively can make happen here.
Yeah, but before even the first kill goes down onto Statham, like they've given up almost the entire underpass, right? Like almost that first corner. Like if you lose the tank at that point, you pretty much conceded to just kind of like throwing bodies on the point to attack checkpoint A, where defense right here, Mitch, isn't going much better. I mean, look at where the card is already moving to here. The really good offense here from Iceland.
Yeah. Ihui looks like he's looking for Orion, if possible. Hasn't actually spotted him yet. Orion is playing pretty safe in that skied room. Pack given over. Orion finally emerging to take down Barcode. It's going to be a nano boost over towards Statham, but he's already quite low here. Yeah. Pressure being put down by Orion at range. Card's still moving, by the way.
Yeah, I'm saying that is the first kill of this entire stage of the map per se. And the card's right at the checkpoint. It's really odd. Iceland kind of playing for that top cart position. Switzerland trying to figure out a way to take it back without putting any pressure on cart. So you've kind of given that up completely, where it's 2 fights and you've gotten 2 checkpoints here for Iceland. So working out really well from this far. I mean, above 5 minutes in the time bank is an eternity here to finish Gibraltar.
It's pretty crazy, right? We do see plenty of teams that tend to be able to push through that second phase of the map pretty quickly if you get started well. But Switzerland are playing pretty passively for defenders in a Winston composition. Not a great combination. You really need to be proactive here in finding this key elimination. Primal Rage used, but it's going to be a huge sleep there. Nice by Futhark is going to put Statham to sleep. Forced to jump away, loses most of that primal rage. Guess what? Yep, you better believe it. The cart is still moving. Already getting around the bend here with 4:42 on the clock. Finzi gets rid of the enemy tracer.
And this is so important for Switzerland to try and pick up some kills here. I mean, you can't expect to come out and like set a better offense than this. You got to get some stops here on D, but
the sleep!
Oh, that is a sick sleep there. I mean, that is so difficult to hit. The Widow headshot to finish it off. I mean, we might see above 4 minutes in the time bank completion here.
Yeah, I mean, straight away, coming out on Gibraltar after a fairly close control. We are seeing a chasm between these two teams. Rally going to be used there by Remix, but it might be a little bit late for that one. A lot of pressure on him, and Orion's able to pick him up at long range. The Widow has all the space they're going to need. And now it's just going to be stagger. Nicely done by Crizzy. The kunai strikes true, and Iceland have, my goodness, 3:55 on the clock here. That is heinous.
I mean, how do you match that? Like, you'd essentially have to just run it down, right? I mean, that's your really only option, right?
I mean, run it down has a few interpretations, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, they could do both here, Switzerland. You could run it down and move on to the next match, or you can run it down and, like, you know, match in terms of time, or try and beat it in terms of time. Like, it feels like you need to win every single fight here for Switzerland to beat this time.
Yes, I mean, yes, and even if they do that, right? If Iceland were just to take more fights or to be able to stall for a bit longer, Switzerland would have trouble sort of matching this. I want to point out, like, the second phase of the map here, like, there's a lot of focus obviously on the Widow play, but you know, Statham is not able to put any pressure on Orion, and also on the Ana player Futhark there. You see him try and dive on a couple of occasions on the Ana. Sleep darts have been absolutely on point. Statham he gets a nano, and there's a primal rage, and they're still not able to, you know, create any big opportunities as a result of those. And yeah, that's going to be hurting. You invest a lot of resources into Winston, including their own ultimate, to try and find something, some elimination, something. Remix, like, dying during rally also, that hurts. Switzerland going to switch over to the Diva here.
Yeah, and let's see how, you know, if this works out a little bit differently for them. Interesting to run the Brig on offense. So, like I mentioned, how do you kind of get use out of this Brig, like getting access to high ground? They have to use a sim TP to get the Brig up to the high ground here, but there's just not many options for what you can do, right? Oh, setup. Yeah, you kind of saw him a little bit from the POV, assassinated the Widow there.
I mean, Barcode is in a pretty, like, telegraphed position that gets comms to Happy. They're not moving, they're just stood still. A very easy one clip for a player like Happy.
And this is where you get stuck in these situations with the Brig. Like, so you're up here trying to play from this room, right? Are you hoping they dive in here and then getting just, like, sick value out of the Brig, right? Just kind of, like, swinging for the fences. Otherwise, what, you move the cart with the Brig, and then you're playing high ground at, like, a player disadvantage? Like, this is why the Kiriko play feels like it's so much better here on offense.
Yeah, there's a question of how Switzerland transition out of the card. They ostensibly sort of win that fight. You know, getting a kill on Half-Kill is pretty important, but they don't push the cart very far at all. Iceland come back off the respawn, and we're back to neutral, essentially, playing outside of the spawn of Switzerland. Finzi is just going to be going from low to high here, constantly transitioning. Crizzy, that is extremely aggressive. Forced a swift step away, but basically Suzuing themselves and going like a 1v4. Okay.
Yeah, they were just trying to maybe find a pick and then TP out, but yeah, a little bit far up there.
I like this. Yeah, Ihui's marking Happy-Call. Forced to recall. Oh!
Okay, all right.
Little drive-by stick there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit audacious because Ihui does have recall available, so he just shakes off the pulse bomb and goes on with his life.
Look at that. They dive the Widow with the Diva and the Kiriko. So you get to the high ground. I mean, the Kiriko now battling the Brig up there, but it's really making Barcodes, like, very difficult. You know, the pressure that, you know, Finzi and Crizzies are putting on.
Yeah, you have, like, the Diva, Kiriko, Tracer. All three of them can sort of dive that backline pretty hard. Pressure Remix down. That also should be your pulse bomb target, I think, if you're Happy-Call in many of these situations.
Yeah, ideally the Tracer just plays the cart, right? Like, on defense, right? The Tracer plays the cart, and then you kind of have everybody else who can kind of, like, challenge for high ground.
Finzi here just trying to make it hard for Switzerland to take some of these more stronger offensive positions. Buy a little bit of time for, again, Happy to return. Doesn't pull that card. Nano for the Diva, okay. I like it. Sleep Dart not connecting there. Either missing or getting eaten up by the defense matrix. The Spinzy now is in trouble. Has to back away, hit with the Bardic Grenade.
Not a self-destruct here. You're kidding me. Okay.
He almost gets a Remix kill there. Crizzy to the rescue. Going to pick off Remix. Pulse Bomb finds the Ana. And guess what? Iceland are back in business.
Yeah, I almost would have loved to have just seen Switzerland go all in there. Like, because you have, like, that was one of the fights where, like, you possibly could have gotten sick value out of the Brig, right? Like a 3v3 in that close room. You've already nanoed the Brig. You may as well pop Rally at that point and try and get, like, you know, some pickoffs or whatnot. Maybe keep your Diva alive or keep your Ana alive in that type of situation. Where now you have Rally, like, you know, do you just use it here on the high ground and push up? Like, what's the grand plan with this?
I mean, Infosight's popped by both Widows here. Barco trying to make sure there isn't like a asymmetrical advantage information-wise. Crazy. Okay, got to put the Kitsune Rush here from that high ground. Iceland trying to occupy this high ground as well as they can, make it hard for Switzerland to have a decent staging ground, denying Barco positions quite often. Body shot there for Orion, but it's enough to keep Chris well behaved. He backs behind that corner, and Remix playing from the high ground. Again, Matt, you pointed it out pretty effectively, right? Switzerland struggling to get value from Remix playing this Brig on the high ground, and Iceland has a pretty darn nasty defense here, shutting Switzerland down, and that is going to be a quick 2-0 in our first to two of the day.
Look, if you're going to play the Brig, play it on defense. On offense, where you need to get high ground and get some of that extra mobility, you should just, you know, play Kariko, Lucio, like, really just kind of like anything but Brig at that point, right? You're just not being able to get value with the ultimate or any parts of her kit, really. And you saw they weren't even able to kind of protect the Widow with a Brigitte there up on the high ground. So maybe just change some comps there for Switzerland as we move on forward with the rest of the day, if we see that map or kind of same situation again.
Yeah, again, look, Switzerland, this Group B is pretty hostile to Switzerland now. I guess if they sort of fought Iceland here, Finland is waiting in the lead just quietly. So that's a scary prospect for you if you are the Swiss here. Some moments here, of course, and this is on the attack, right? So again, you talk about Tracer often sort of operating from the cart. Happy able to get a lot of stuff done on the Tracer here. Great pressure, but it really was all about Orion on that offense. The Widowmaker had a lot of space. Statum at no point really able to pressure. There's like a Winston dive right here. The sleek dart from Futhark was incredible, and it's an easy headshot to finish off that kill. On the other side, you see Barcode struggling, right? Getting pressured very heavily by Happicles. So there's some gaps here, I guess, in some of the head-to-head matchups that definitely cost Switzerland that map. Yeah,
absolutely. I think some types of like comps, obviously, you know, hindered, I think, Switzerland's performance, but I also think Iceland just came in and recognized those weaknesses and took advantage of them in a big way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're going to head to a break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, Group B continues. Our next first to two series will be kicking off, so don't go too far. This is, of course, the EMEC Wild Card play-ins. See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EMEC Qualifiers Wild Card Challenge. Danny Lem here with Mitch and Matt. That was a quick 2-0 for Iceland. Iceland, I think, after losing round 1 on Arctic Peninsula, really said, yeah, we got places to go. They actually, I think Orion really stuck out for me. Like his Hanzo, not only that, his Widow as well. Iceland's looking kind of clean.
Iceland's on the come up, Danny.
I think they're on the come up. I think I'm gonna be an Iceland fan. I'm gonna be an
Iceland fan. All right.
I'm gonna be an Orion fan.
What is it? There's something about Iceland that makes everybody who doesn't have a horse in the race just want to cheer for them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Think about like World Cup, like football, for example. Man, they were a phenomenon around the world during that period. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm pretty excited about this team again. Just want to remind everybody, it's very last minute that they've come together, replacing the Emirates, and bringing back some really well-known faces from Overwatch in the past. Gibraltar is quite one-sided, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like you point out, Danny, like that Antarctic Peninsula map, a little bit tight. Gibraltar is definitely the kind of map, though, where disparities get really sort of blown up and made very obvious, I think, just because it is quite challenging a map to play in general, and a lot rides on your tank positioning and also like your ability for widows to find.
I'm sorry. Danny, I'm just laughing because Danny has 0 commitment issues. First team that comes up, they win. I'm with them. I don't want to see anything else the rest of the day. That's my squad right there.
Hey.
Well, we'll see. You gotta, now you're ride or die with Iceland the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Have you ever been told that you have no commitment issues in life?
No one tells me anything. I just don't listen to people anyways. I don't know. Probably. But I mean, hey, I'll ride or die with Iceland because that was only our first match of the day. We're continuing on with the Group B matches. So let's take a quick look at the schedule one more time. We had Iceland against Switzerland. Of course, Iceland taking the win 2-0 against Switzerland. And next match is gonna be Finland and Iceland. Yes, I'm gonna still be
Are
cheering
you still
on
ride or die?
yeah, still ride or die for Iceland, I guess.
That is bold.
What do you mean?
That
I
is
guess.
extremely bold.
How can you be like, I'm about it, and then be like, well, you know what? Let's see how this one goes.
Hey,
No, that's true. If
they win, Iceland beats Finland, then I will ride or die. All right. If they lose, we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, that's gonna be the next match. We have Finland, Switzerland coming up next, and of course, Group A matches as well, brought to you by Dustin and reinforced later on. That's Ireland, Denmark, Portugal, and then Ireland, Portugal.
Yeah. Come on, Ireland. Let's go. Man,
Yeah, I think
Let's
Danny
go,
should
Ireland!
Just, I think Danny should have to stay with us for
Iceland.
this cast. A little try. Danny, the Icelandic expert. Keep him in. The Icelandic Overwatch fanatic.
I love that, yeah. Do you know what the capital of Iceland is, Danny?
You got this, Danny.
Capital city.
I
of
believe.
Iceland.
Come on. You're at your computer. You can
sorry,
Google.
he's breaking up, Danny. He's going through a tunnel. Okay.
Did you guys get that?
Oh, yes. Sorry, Danny. Yeah.
No, sorry, we didn't get that one.
Yeah.
Seems like are you going through a tunnel?
Yeah.
Big shout out to the homies in Reykjavik, of course, capital of.
What is it? What's the capital?
Reykjavik.
Reykjavik. Okay, sorry. I'm just an uncultured boomer.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Reykjavik. Okay. Now I know. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, definitely recommend. I mean, I hadn't been there, but I read up a lot on it because there was an esports event there recently. But they're cool over there. Look, let's talk about Finland. Hey, can we get onto this team because they're probably on paper the best team in Group B, and I don't necessarily think it's particularly close. We have players that are current Overwatch League players. We have players that are previous Overwatch League players. We have players from really strong contenders teams. We have an Overwatch League runner-up. This Finland team, Matt, it's pretty stacked.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland obviously, laid the smackdown on Switzerland, so to speak. But this one, it's going to be obviously more competitive, I think, with the players on Finland's team. Finland comes in with a pretty stacked roster. It'll be fun to see, LH Cloudy play. That'll be a good time. So,
yeah.
How good is Iceland? I think we probably figured that out with this series.
I'm still rooting for Iceland.
But,
yeah,
we know. Unless they lose, and then you're not.
This is the definition of ride or die, Danny. To be fair, so you are at least living up to that. Look, Vistola obviously was a sort of a key player on the Paris Eternal for quite some time, right? That was a roster in the Overwatch League that definitely had their fair share of ups and downs, but watching Vistola as a player, really, really solid diva player, primarily. A lot of the time, was called up to play that role against some pretty frightening opposition and really kept his cool. That was something that I think that defined his career on the Paris Eternal, where a team that had their fair share of struggles, he was always positive, he was always out there, and he got a fair few of those player of the match moments as well, when the Eternal were able to find success against some of those teams. So LH Cloudy, also known as probably the most, he's the most aggressive tank player I think I've ever seen. I think I can actually say that with confidence, especially on Reinhardt. Yeah. People that have played against him have commented that they are always very shocked that he tends to turn up like very close to their spawn.
If there's a team that plays Ryan, it would be this one.
Yes. Yeah.
If there's a team that says, Ramatra doesn't exist, like we're just going to play, the classics, the hits, we're going to come out and play Reinhardt Rush, it would be Finland.
Yeah.
100%.
I think the backup is pretty insane. Like Masa in the backline his leadership, I think, was a huge part of what allowed the Atlanta Reign, despite being a fairly young, untested team, to find that level of success that they did, going as far right as to being an Overwatch League final up against the Shanghai Dragons. Now, the game was not particularly close, but their road there for the Atlanta Reign was really impressive. Masa, a huge part of that. So you have like a veteran leader behind this team. You have an incredibly skilled sort of youngster in the form of Sauna, right? Who we often see play that first map for the Florida Mayhem. A lot of times a control map, like it's May, it's Reaper at times here. So that's a scary prospect to go up against this Finland team, Danny.
So Danny, how you feeling for Iceland now?
After you guys just literally listed every single player on Finland, and they got some big names. You know what? It's fine. I believe in Iceland. I liked what I saw from their match against Switzerland. I have 100% faith in Iceland taking the win for this one. I don't know. Yeah, they're my ride or die, right? So yeah, let's go for Iceland. And I think we're ready for the game. So Mitch and Matt, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, love the free spirit, of course, that allows him to just attach so closely to a team after seeing them play once. That's Danny Lim for you, everybody. Quite the open heart here. Again, we definitely want to keep an eye on how Iceland stack up against this Finland team, because we talk about on paper that's all well and good, but we've seen plenty of World Cup rosters filled with great talent fall short of expectations, right? So for Finland, who have been in like quarterfinals before in the World Cup, but they've gone all the way, like back in the days of like that Team Giganti roster, also representing the sort of the ninjas in pajamas crew, like we're talking like Zappis, Fraggy, Linksa. They've got a legacy to uphold, this Finland team, and hey, it's still a star-studded lineup.
Yeah, as you see, they will come out on the Reinhardt. No real surprises here. So you'll play the Reinhardt with a Sojourn here. So they're going to not play that Hanzo. They're going to go with the Sojourn for a little bit more consistent damage.
All right. We've not seen as much of Sauna in the Overwatch League as we would have liked to yet, so this is a great chance to check in with how he's developing. Immortality fields deployed by both sides here, and Sauna's looking for a bit of an off-angle good. Damage on Hafikul right now. That front line getting battered a little bit for Iceland, and eventually they're starting to buckle. Cloud able to find the enemy, may kill him. There's Sauna. Railgun strikes true. Orkaklar is down. Finland starting characteristically strong.
Yeah, as you would expect, right? This is a composition that I don't think you would favor over the Ramatra one, right? Masa goes on the hunt there.
Oh, welcome back.
But I think this is a roster that is going to make this composition work, right? Just kind of like run it through with just kind of brute force.
This is a roster that I expect to go a long way through this World Cup. I know a little bit early to call here, but they look very, very solid so far. I like the Sojourn mixed up here. Orion, Maywall, a little bit frustrating. These are valuable seconds that he's spending out of the fight here, while Iceland's front line gets battled a little bit. Immortality Field had to be deployed just to keep Futhark alive, and it's going to be a Dragon Strike now. Cloudy gets put out by that one. It wasn't ready for it, and the sound barrier from Masa didn't quite come in time. Great opener, but there's a lot of pressure on Iceland's backline, and Crizzy eventually crumbles. Masa with two. Nice opener here. And this will be Finland staying in control.
It's just a little bit of like a buzzsaw there from Finland is Now we'll see LH Cloudy with this Shatter. Where do you decide to use this? Do you want to get aggressive with the Shatter? You're going to have Overclock here as well. Really about Futhar able to land a good sound barrier here. That'll be key.
Cloudy, of course, not only the Paris Eternal, but the Los Angeles Gladiators to his name. He really changed the game whenever he got subbed in, especially on those control maps. He was frightening. That Shadow was a little bit underwhelming, but still enough pressure on Okoklar to take him down. Overclock popped there by Sauna. Finland having used most of those ultimates here, but they've secured the fight win, and we're in last fight territory, and a sound barrier was used by Iceland to no avail.
Yes, that's not great. Blizzard, if you can make it back. Orion over to the Tracer to try and touch. Crizzy to the Moira as well as LH Cloudy, you know, not scared, goes right into a Blizzard there. Somebody will be able to go get a touch, though, as you do have some kills coming in for Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a consistently electrifying team to watch this Finland roster, but sometimes perhaps they may get ahead of themselves with this level of aggression. Iceland able to rotate back to the point, flip it in their favor, and they're on the board, and they've got a crack at it here.
All right, so let's see now. But Iceland, this obviously wouldn't be the composition you would choose, right? They have to make some changes to get back to the point and touch, where you have a Tracer and a Moira now.
Now Violet will play Moira.
Okay, yeah, but sure. Violet can play whatever he wants. You know, you're talking about, like, you know, arguably the best support player in the world.
Shadow time. Do it, Cloudy.
Boom. Oh,
there it is.
Kill.
Catches the Tracer. That's scary. Orion a little bit too close to the Rocket Hammer. Now a lot of pressure on Chrissy, who dies with Coalescence, by the way. Devastating stuff for Chrissy. He may not have a chance to use that this round. The Annihilation expires for Okoklar, and Iceland are devastated after that. We have some overtime here. No one can really touch, though. Futhak is still coming off spawn. And that is going to be that first round for Finland. Pretty smooth sailing for most of it until they get over-aggressive. They still close it out.
Well, I think what you just said there at the end is kind of like how they would win this series and how they would use this type of composition against other teams, you know, later in kind of World Cup is off of being just hyper-aggressive, right? Yep. This is a team that you see Masa flying around, LH Cloudy getting the Reinhardt in the mix, right? Sauna getting aggressive with the Sojourn. Like, you push that pace so high that it just kind of breaks the other team, right?
Yeah, some teams just can't play at the same pace, so... You know, before you can even get to the point of talking about comparing like overall strategies and macro play, you kind of have to say, well, hold on. If Iceland can't really hang at the same pace as Finland, then forget about the more like the minutiae, forget about like the sort of thinking person's approach to the game, because we never really get to that stage. They can't really enact a strategy.
Right, you're never playing, if they play this type of style, you're never playing that like 50-50 type of game, right? Where you're sitting here just kind of exchanging damage. You're pretty much just getting ran down. And look at that. I mean, they almost just boot players right into LH Cloudy's pin. You got a May here in a block right in front of you. You got the Reinhardt swinging. I mean,
how does Cloud get away with that?
But look at Orion's POV. Remember, like in the previous map, you know, in the previous series against Switzerland, we were watching their POV. Like pretty easy sightlines right there. There's a billion things right in their face.
Yeah, and I think that's the Cloudy effect. Cloudy and Master just charging forward. Cloud using the ice block to just basically prevent Iceland from moving out of that small room. All of these amount to Orion not having any sightlines to work with. We'll have a brief opportunity now to find some picks, but if he doesn't find something soon, again, Finland are going to turn up the heat once more. That's a great pick on Sauna. Minchi with the air matrix here, and he finds Futhak. That's crazy. The Lucio pickoff is huge.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised Ryan didn't just push up and try and challenge the Baptiste. Oh, that's a nice shot there, right? Where the May goes into ice block. Oh, there's a shatter here. Cloudy's basically dead. So Masa still like wall riding over to the side. Masa picks up two. What in the world is going on? The point's been flipped.
Okay, Masa. It's not.
I was going to say, you have to use Annihilation here, and you have to use it just to get rid of the Lucio.
He's dead. He's still dead.
Oh, it's not
Sauna comes back in, and Finland look to cap this one pretty quickly. I think Yahafik will throw himself at the point, but no chance to ice block. Maybe he'd already used it, and blink and you miss it. Finland are back in control.
It's just the pace of play. I mean, it's just the pace of play. Yeah, I mean, like Masa being able to find two basically forces like a solo annihilation there. it's just kind of, it's the pace of play is just so fast for Iceland. Is, you know, Iceland, they'll have a sound barrier and a dragon strike here. We'll see if they can get good use out of it.
Yeah. Good Luck needs a good sound barrier. Didn't have a great one on that previous round. Opposite early here. Masters came, okay, a little bit later on. He almost Ajaxed that, I'm not going to lie. Master comes off the high ground while beating, I think. Still able to get it off at the very least here. LH Cloudy survives long enough for Cloud to find that enemy Baptiste here. So in a longer fight, especially with the Air Matrix up, Finland are favored. They are definitely demonstrating that here. Orion can't touch. Cloud going to start running him down. It should be Finland taking this one away pretty comfortably.
Yes, Carl go over to the wrecking ball here, try and get a touch as everybody pushes up. Nice boop there by Masa. As man, I mean, with how fast Masa plays, and then obviously LH Cloudy, how aggressive he is, that is a fun type of play style to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that in like a first to two series means that our game time might be a little bit short. It actually depends who starts the next map on attack. But we are seeing some of the things that we alluded to at the top of the game, right? LH Cloudy's, I mean this literally, legendary aggression combined with Masa going forward, really putting that pressure down. We've got these sort of young guns, of course, in Sauna, Cloud, who is, you know, you may have seen during his time on Ex Oblivione. This team looks sick. Even McG as well. They're just, you know, going for like a solo Ant Matrix in the higher ground, able to find the enemy Lucio across the map here. Very, very hard for Iceland to deal with. And I think the theme of our conversation right now is that if you can't hang at the same pace as Finland, then forget about complicated things like ultimate economy and sort of macro gameplay. You need to figure out how to hold on here and being able to sort of play under these conditions without sweating it too much.
Yeah, I also just think you see that, like, there's clear, like, levels, right? Like, Iceland just played really well against Switzerland. I mean, almost like 4 minutes in the time bank on Gibraltar. You know, wins map number 1, albeit, you know, they lose the first point in map number 1. Yeah, but then this one here against Finland is just not even, you know, not even in the same ballpark, right? Yeah. In terms of how we are as teams here. So it's going to take big adjustments here for Iceland, I think, to come back. And, you know, how do you slow the game down, right? How do you know, a lot of like the CC and things that would slow the game down, you know, with Overwatch 2 are gone, right? So how do you slow the pace of play down here to kind of benefit you and shut down some of the things that they do positively?
You may not have that option. The reality might be is that you actually have to play more up-tempo to try and put some pressure on this Finland team. If you're not used to playing that way, if you don't have the coordination in order to do so, you might find yourself just running it down and inting in that case, even without sort of trying to. So here, the Okuklar, you know, has to pop this annihilation to try and flip the point, and they do that, but it's like a 1 versus 4 at that point. So many of these players coming off spawn very quickly. And part of the discussion I think we had on the previous series talking about why Ramacha is quite popular here, you can see the strengths of Ramacha, but when Cloudy's able to hit some of these key shatters, you know, whip them around. I think he got a free kill on a Tracer who just lingered a little bit too close to the front of that cone there. You know, yeah, that comparison starts to break down when you have a player like Cloudy in the driver's seat here. So Iceland are in trouble. I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to be, I think these issues are going to be exacerbated as we head into our next map. So stick around. Let's see how it plays out. But right now, Finland are looking absolutely hot off the starter's mark. Don't go far. Map 2 is coming up. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Wild Card Challenge. Yeah, it's a mouthful. That's right. We've got 2 groups of 3 teams. 4 of those, the top 2 from each group, advancing to the EMEA conference. Right now, we are in the midst of a bit of a drubbing. That's right. It's Finland going up against Iceland, and it's not been particularly close. If Antarctic Peninsula is anything to go by, Matt.
It was just map 1, but it went like we kind of expected, where Finland has just a very talented roster, some proven players, from multiple years of like high level pro competition, going up against Iceland, who has some as well, but no, not as of recently, right? So Finland really putting their stamp on the play style on the game there, really fast paced, up tempo, Reinhardt centric kind of compositions. Really, LH Cloudy and Massa, upping the tempo together, in the Lucio Reinhardt combination, making it really difficult for Iceland to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Something we keep referring to is pace of play. That is something that, Iceland have struggled to keep up with here. Hybrid is going to be our second map in this first to 2 series, so it may all end here if things don't go well for the Icelandic crew. It will be Numbani. It's been a hot minute, Matt, since we've sort of seen this in high-level play.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. As Numbani kind of like makes its way back in. Historically, like Winston dive comps have always been pretty good here. Diva as well. Defense, you can like not really play that if you wanted to. You just kind of lack the ability to go. You play
more static setups, like with that high ground hold. And we've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball on this map as well.
I mean, potentially even like you could see Ramatra on the high ground, right? Has the static shield like Sigma, potentially, with some long range damage and also the ability to brawl a little bit. So I think there's some possibilities here for really all of the tanks, quite frankly.
And again, if we see, for example, Team Finland start on defense, that's really going to set the tone for this. If they have a good hold, it might end up being a pretty short map and therefore pretty short series. Bit of a highlight for us was watching Cloudy and Massa sort of combining in the front line in that previous map there. They were styling a little bit. There was a little bit of flair coming out and a little bit of, how do I put this? A little bit of crouching from that Finnish squad here. But they are sort of notorious for taking no mercy on their opponents here. So I don't expect that to change anytime soon. They'd love to make a statement and say, hey, we should be in the EMEA conference by default. The fact that we're having to play through this wild card here is, it's an insult.
Yeah, I think that's kind of probably the route they're going with, trying to really just prove that they were that good to begin with, probably should have to play in this to qualify, and just kind of putting their imprint on this tournament thus far. As we're still waiting to get in the game. We'll see what's going on here in just a second, but fully expect that Finland will still be pretty strong.
Yeah, we had a pause. We are now ready to jump into the game. Just a reminder, this is the tournament client, so we are not playing on live. This is I'll call it the Junker Queen patch, because that's the best shorthand we can use. Pre-Junker Queen patch. So she is good, but not as good as she is on live right now. And Iceland will be starting on defense here, so we're looking very closely and see what Finzi can make happen in that front line. Finzi not historically known as like a, as we use the term, a main tank player. He definitely played off tanks back in 6v6 a bit more, so I'm interested to see what his Winston looks like up against LH Cloudy, who you better believe will be holding WM1 for the boys.
Yeah, as challenge the high ground, right? You're not going to be in a position where Finland, let's say, tries to play for that right side high ground from the lower street. They are just going to try and bully up through this top left-hand side, or go underneath and kind of wrap around up through the staircase.
I have the Ash here for Orion. The reality is that, Finzi's going to have to avoid LH Cloudy if at all possible. Try and hit this backline. But his opportunity to do so is going to be pretty limited. You see, as soon as Finzi turns up, Cloudy says, all right, I'll have a couple swings. All of Finland playing so close together. Cloudy's going to basically set up some really nice sight lines here for Sauna.
Yeah, and this is where it becomes difficult, like, as the Ashe player. Like, look, they're just trying to hunt down, right? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so that's what this comp looks to do. Find a player, isolate them, and just run them down. They're able to make work, quick work with the Ashe, and now everything starts to just kind of fall. The Winston kind of gets like no value there, right? Like, you're playing the Winston to kind of like counter dive up to the high grounds if they do the same, where there's no intent to do that here.
So what often happens in Winston versus Reinhardt comps is that you poke quite a lot and you wait for a nano boost, right? You just try and build nano, and then you send the Winston in. You use the high ground effectively, play safe, keep sort of stalling. But Finland take that option away from Iceland. They push together, they go around. They also try and exploit the lack of mobility of Iceland, who don't have a Lucio. Very easy to punish when Master just wants to turn it up to 11 and speed his team in for the fight.
Interesting. So Cloudy goes over and plays Zarya here through the next part of the map. Zarya with the Reaper, so kind of like bubbles up towards the high ground. Yeah, just kind of like gets Sauna in the mix. Is a little bit of a divergence from what we typically see here, or what we've typically seen from Finland this far. Where now Finzi's going to play the D.Va into the Zarya. Like, this should be an opportunity for Finland to feast.
Yeah, it means that Cloudy obviously gets a lot of pressure on Finzi. Defense Matrix can't do anything really about Zarya. I think that Cloudy wants to play Zarya. They want to play Reaper Zarya. They want to put pressure on Finzi. That's really the name of the game here. Make it very, very hard for Iceland to create any sort of tempo with their tank. Sauna, able to get back on the edge there, but Crizzy, nice connection with that kunai there, but there's a card and there's a checkpoint, and they are intersecting presently.
Sometimes kills are worth more than the objective. This sometimes probably wouldn't be one of those times, but sometimes they are. It's Finzi almost gets trapped on that side of the wall. There is be the Kariko ultimate here from Crizzy. I think just trying to keep Finzi alive there, and now maybe push up, try and get some kills. But you saw a little bit there. LH Cloudy should be pretty charged up on the Zarya. You see him kind of glowing there on your screen, so that signifies high charge there.
I think that Iceland wanted to fight really hard for the choke and not allow Finland to just bully their way through. That's why we saw the Kitsune rush here. Sauna, don't do it to him. Nano boost here on towards Finzi. Sauna, though, going to cut through much of that pretty comfortably up close and personal. Finzi is able to pick off the Baptiste.
This is a pretty good fight, though, for Finland. You traded your beat for Bob. They ended up using Nano and, even before Kitsune rush, right? So you come back. You have your own grab here. You can just kind of try and, bully out Finzi, get the defense matrix out, land that. You can kind of send the Reaper in from the high ground, potentially, as that's exactly what happens. Comes high ground and takes out the Kariko. So you're in a really good spot here.
Don't do that.
Oh, that is...
Well, a 1-for-1 ultimately. Nice self-destruct. That looks like that immortality field for Michi. Playing off, though. Could have been even worse. Graviton Surge available here for Cloudy. Does not want to yeet that into the defense matrix, so he'll save that for a map, a round ending rather, fight.
Yeah, Finzy's going to have to come back out of spawn and like be the one that gets a touch, right? So you're going to be able to just kind of burn through that defense matrix pretty fast and then get a free grab.
Cloudy's taking a lot of damage here, but he's being focused on for the most part by McG. He'll have to back up eventually. Losing Cloud here means that Orion has a pretty safe position to play from now. The Sombra from Sauna. Okay, Finland are not playing around here.
They back up though. They're gonna wait just a little bit to get Cloud back in the fight. This is a nano that goes on to Finzy, so you see just that pressure from the Zarya. That's a huge pickoff. You get that Zarya out of the equation, no grab, not building up that constant energy, just kind of like funneling it into the Diva. So really big pickoff there.
That's the risk of playing a Zarya on this map in general. I think you're really out in the open. You're very susceptible to taking a lot of free damage, from the Ashe, for example. And Hafnical, they're playing pretty safe at medium range, just trying to put some pressure down on Cloudy. The grab is still a concern. Finzy going to be hyper aware of this, of course. The Diva is definitely where Iceland want to have him right now, especially with all this high ground around this last point of the map.
Pretty good defense thus far here now as we moved into this last phase for Iceland. Oh wait, that is just a solo grab on the Kuriko on the high ground. Are they going to be able to get it? No, it's like Suzu'd, and then the Bob ends up taking out Cloudy. So not great here for Finland. It's going to be Cloudy going back to the Reinhardt.
I mean, we maintain that the Zarya is a pretty... Yeah, they're going to try and go for it. It's classic master for you. He's able to find Orion here. Hafnical works. McG down, though. Finzy out of mech, but still a factor in this fight. Here's the Ryan they've returned. Kitsune Rush here thrown down by Crizzy, but not really slowing Finland down at all. Blizzard on the point here. Can't contested consistently, though. Nicely done by Happy to keep it going and to get the Reinhardt kill. Cloud able to push up here, but this is much improved from Iceland. Finland taking a couple of risks, and they're not paying off.
Still 2 minutes, now under 2 minutes here for Finland, and you're going to have an EMP potentially to seal the game, as they have to be so careful that Sauna just doesn't try and back cap this. It's still pretty close, where...
Oh, Sauna. No. Okay. Duthak sees it early. Sleep Dart doesn't connect, but they're able to force the Sombra away. EMP in hand here for Sauna.
Yes, they know where the Curie goes, so now maybe try and play for this. Maybe get a hack on Haffy here, like when he's behind enemy lines. That'll be the Rhine shield that goes, yeah.
Yeah, Rhine shield blown up as a result here. Haffy, again, playing pretty safe. Pretty long range here. It's only Masters healing right now, so Finland have to find a way to fight their way out of this. Getting rid of Duthak is huge, though. Sauna with the Ana pick off. Haffy Pulse Bomb coming up on that right now. A little bit dangerous for Cloudy without a main healer in play. It's going to be the EMP used. Haffy still able to get out of it, but there it is. That Pulse finds the Reinhardt. The Immortality field is too late.
Yeah, about like a second too late there for Immortality, as you'll come back with an Amp Matrix in Sound Barrier. Maybe you could have saved onto that EMP for a little bit longer for this next fight, or I think you probably were better off, once you actually got Futhart actually probably just kind of going in right away, trying to capitalize on a little bit of the chaos that ensues when that happens.
You got the Bob here. You've also got a Nano Boost available. Sauna switches off the Sombra, so you don't have a hack to sort of shut down Bob intermittently. You don't have a sleep either. So that's actually going to be a pretty relevant ultimate. Kitsune Rush down first, though. Cloudy wants to back away here. Wall thrown up. Vinci finds a kill though before Finland can really escape. And then committing again, Masa goes for a beat in another 4v5.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, though, 10 seconds on the clock, you kind of have to use it. Yeah, as Finzi and Co. will start cleaning up some kills here at the end. So Iceland here on Mbani on defense, at least, with a pretty good hold.
Not too shabby at all. We've been harping on this. The pace of play that Finland brought in our first map, Iceland didn't know how to react to it. This time it looks like they're able to set into it. Yes, they're playing defense on Numbani. The map definitely lends itself, gives them a couple of advantages here. But it looks like they're starting to get a read on what Finland are trying to do. I will say that Finland they're playing fast and loose. They're playing very aggressively. Yeah. And to some degree, they're playing pretty individually. Like the Zarya insistence for Cloudy loses them probably like a couple minutes in these last two phases of the map.
Yeah, I think so at the end. I think trying to find the comp that would like break on through, it would be pretty difficult, like where you're kind of moving around. You have the the Sombra in the mix, you're on Zarya, then you go Reinhardt. Like, they just never really got that suite of ultimates you needed.
Yeah. I mean, that like random grab on the high ground on Orion as Cloudy went down, I think we're definitely hoping to see something a little bit more from it. But up against like a Diva comp, you can't be too picky about how you set up for those Graviton surges here. So Finland now will be on defense. They will keep playing the Reinhardt. It's a signature for Cloudy, and we've got no reason to switch off of it here. And we will get to see Sauna's Ashe now, so he'll play that from that left-hand side high ground.
5, 4.
As I think this should be pretty effective. So, like, the issue here for Finland will be that if Finzi and some of the members of Iceland kind of like get behind enemy lines or get up on that right side high ground, they don't have a fast way to get over here to kind of like help Sauna, right? Playing that Reinhardt.
So how do we approach the situation? Finland just grouped up together, took the high ground and pushed Iceland off. Iceland will be playing a little bit of a different setup, maybe slightly more elegant, if they could make it look effective. Finzi really just looking for an opening now, maybe head up to the point, start to give it a tickle, force some of these Finland players down to the low ground and then maybe use that to create a pick opportunity, but that didn't look great. Sauna's able to find Hafakul there up close. And I think Iceland are going to have to wait.
Yeah. The play here for Finland would be to have, like, where Sauna is right now, kind of like play up on that high ground, because any type of, like, dive or, play to try and push him off of that high ground is barreling right into the Reinhardt, which is exactly kind of what they want to happen. Where now they actually switch in and get Haffy on the Genji, so you feel like you're going to play for that high ground, and then if they don't play for the high ground, right, if Iceland goes to the point, Finland can just drop Cloud down, right, play there with the Mei Ice block, you have a Immortality field, you have some options.
I like this, the Happy Genji. This is a classic.
That's a really early Immortality field. I mean, you were not really in that much danger there.
Yeah, Happy, very happy with that. Now just play safe, look for a chance to get dash resets. Master's a little bit low. Suzu used it earlier though, so a lot of these defensive cooldowns already popped. Finzi ended upstairs there. D-Mex very quickly though. Just like, yeah, okay, decent amount of capture progress here for Iceland. Almost 2 ticks now. Cloud is able to find Finzi though. That shield up on the point. This Kitsune Rush doesn't have a lot behind it. It's just Happy Cool trying to benefit from it. He doesn't really get a whole lot out of the haste. But there it is. Orion finds his picks. Iceland able to set up, give Orion a good little staging ground to work from, and he pays it back with interest.
Yeah, they get Orion set up on the high ground and was able to just a little bit of a shooting gallery, right? Putting down some damage with the dynamites, teammates following it up. Some good changes there for Iceland is looking to try and maybe force a third map in this set.
Yeah, that would be good. Also very good for Iceland's chances here. I mean, they're looking pretty good to come out of this group anyway after that pretty convincing win against Switzerland. So, but this would basically, if they can get a map here, that would basically guarantee it for them. All right, Cloudy with the charge there, wants to play close to the doorway so we can give his shield a chance for us. He needs to push ahead of this Ant Matrix, and look, there he goes. Gets on the right side of that one. Sauna not using the Ant Matrix himself, fancies this more sort of tangential angle, but Mixi gets value there, no doubt about it, that extra healing.
I just love how, like, Cloudy sees the Matrix and instead of, like, the shield up, it's just a few steps forward and shatter down.
Yeah.
So, dude, no fear in his game.
He is not a coward, that's for sure.
Bob with no sleep
A lot of
here.
ults.
Yep.
Here's the Bob. Orion lets that one go. Sauna has one too, he's holding on to it for now. Wow, they picked that ball off so quickly. Before Iceland have a chance to punish, put some pressure on Finland, they lose the Bob. Orion, they're just stock still by the looks of things, so it's an easy pick off for Cloud.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, from Cloud's POV, that is a really easy pick off. Oh, that's a nice Mei wall, but not able to land the shots there. So they got to keep Cloudy up. Getting quite low here. That's going to be a Kitsune Rush.
Cloud waiting for a wall here. Ice block instead. There's the wall. It's going to cut off Finzi for the time being. No one in the Blizzard, though.
Oh, an Am
Every
Matrix.
ounce there's only ultimate, as you thought it would be, and yeah, that's an interesting use of that by Futhark. It's going to go to waste, though. Haffikul's Dragon Blade, though, might find some value. He's found 2 already. Sauna and Cloudy down. Shut down by the Baptiste in the air, but the Iceland core should have the numbers to get this job done. Just a matter of getting rid of Masa.
Yeah, is Finland actually holds on to a bunch of their ultimates. As soon as the blade is popped there, they actually just, Cloudy just stands still, ends up getting taken out there. So Sauna goes over to Tracer. You're going to be able to get another touch here for Finland. And you have some pretty big, powerful ultimates, right? Double support ultimate plus Shatter to be used to hold this off.
Be very, very big for Finland to stop Iceland's momentum here. Up goes Finzi. Chasing for nothing in particular. My goodness. Big charge there by Cloud. He turns around. Chrissy gets absolutely ruined by the Shatter. Finzi going to be demeched here. And here we come. Finland starting to part with some of those ultimates. Just a Shatter. All they need for the time being. And see you later, Finzi.
I was going to say, not all the ultimates, which is huge. I mean, and really, you just hold on to double support ultimate as Cloudy pushes up a little bit, gets taken out, but you got some trading here coming out right outside of the spawn. And Hafi just jumps around the corner with a dash. That's going to be a pretty important pick-off. Is now you may need to use the sound barrier in a fight where you don't have an even player count here to be able to get a touch.
That would be a classic master move, to be fair. That would be 3 out of 4 beats in short-handed scenarios on this map. Okay, that's dangerous. Sauna is Tracer. Ooh, it's clean. What a stick!
Oh.
Immortality Field has to be used there, but Sauna's still able to follow it up, and this is disgusting!
That is a filthy clip. As, man, Sauna on the Tracer just... And what's funny is that, I don't know if you realized it before, but, like, Hafi and Iceland was, like, shooting the Sonic Arrow up in the high ground. They had known he was, like, lurking around there somewhere. And that's why they were looking for him. I mean, that is that's just a devastating Tracer play in their backline.
He found them, they found him. Either way, that is crazy. Very, very nice looks here. Vinci trying to get himself out of spawn. Currently got eyes for Mick G, who are just going to have to pop that Immortality Field. After picking that off, self-destruct. That's awkward again. Finland finding a fall that they can shoot here, pushing forward very far. They'll get a trade of mech at the very least, I suppose. A Dragon Strike used by Happy Blizzard comes out from Cloud. 7 seconds left in the round. It looked like Finland were hoping to end it all there, but it's not to be, as we'll have at least an overtime push to the point, if not more.
This will be a preemptive amp matrix here. Is Cloudy not able to make it? So tries to switch over to the Wrecking Ball to get a touch. Cloud is going to 76. A little bit of an early amp matrix there from Futhark. It forces them to just kind of walk into all that damage. So now you can go back to the composition for Finland that you really want it to be on.
We're headed back to a photo finish on this map by the looks of things. Yes, Finland did not finish the map, but Iceland don't have much time to get it done themselves. Nice bob there. That's going to be a problem. Look at that pressure coming from the off angle. Another pulse bomb from Sauna has to be emoed, but he's still able to find the Baptiste kill after the fact. Losing LH Clouded, though, could be problematic as Finzi's found 2 kills already. There's Orion firing up, and Iceland building up a head of steam to try and get the map done, or at least exceed Finland's progress. Well, we could be headed to a map 3.
Yeah, you're just, with Cloud there, just burning some clock, right? As Sauna now is going to play Sojourn here, so maybe just trying to build up towards those one-shots, be able to finish a player off or two, where you kind of take a stock here towards the end. 25 seconds left, sound barrier available here for Finland.
That's big.
Sune Rush as well. That might be enough to kind of get them their hold.
Now watch out for this pulse bomb from Happy Cool, though. That could be a problem. Cloudy shield is gone, so it's time to press W. Putting that pressure down. Continue Rush going to be there. Cloudy somehow being kept alive, and the sound barrier comes just in time to keep him standing. Yeah, just barely. The extra healing for Mikji probably helps there with that Tsune Rush deployed, and that's enough time for Cloud to get into the Blizzard. Happy trying to stay alive here, though. He will be shut down. It's going to be Orion throwing himself at the point, but it's not quite enough. A much closer affair in map number 2, but Iceland succumb to Finland, who are looking to be the strongest team in this Group B.
Much closer of a game, though. I will say that, as Iceland definitely showed that, like, when you can kind of get Finland to force and move off of those, like, Reinhardt-based comps, you can put up, like, an even fight, right? But when Finland is able to fall back on those types of setups, they're very good.
Yeah. Again, I thought Sauna making the switch over to Tracer looked really scary. There wasn't really an answer for that. He builds his pulse bombs very quickly, almost like, I think, 2 in the course of 3 fights. And every time he's trying to pressure down the enemy Baptiste, forcing Immortality Field, and then after the fact, he's still able to find that kill A Tracer with solo kill potential like that is going to put your team in very good shape. Finland do a little bit of trolling, to be fair. They want to play fast, they want to play aggressive. That can leave you open to some mistakes. I've got to give credit where it's due, though, to Iceland. They started to get a feel for the tempo a little bit more here, and it did end up being close. There's a world where we go to a third map. That sound barrier from Masa, rather, comes at just the right time to keep LH Cloudy standing. Otherwise, things could go completely differently.
I mean, if it's another second later, like maybe you don't keep Cloudy alive and you're in a really difficult spot right there without your Reinhardt, but you still have the Mei who's got the ice block, the wall, right? A lot of just ability to just drag that out.
Yeah, here we have some moments, of course, from that Numbani attack towards the end of the round here. And again, like, I'm enjoying seeing this from Iceland. I mean, they're going to be a factor, I think, in the EMEA conference in general. So something worth, mentioning here going forward. They should make it out of this group here. The Reinhardt play can be exploitable to some degree. I like seeing Finzi play the Diva up against it. There was a lot of flexibility there. It gave him a lot more options. But LH Cloudy was very well supported by the rest of his team. This clip, this was a nasty Tracer clip there from Sauna. So surprised we don't see that sort of more from him there. He's actually been right at the bench a little bit more lately from the Florida Mayhem. So hoping to see him more in that sort of main lineup. Again, when you're alongside a player like Checkmate, right? It can be pretty hard to play every map, so I get it, but you can see why they scouted this player out.
We've seen Sauna a little bit in Owl, the game that we recently just casted with the Florida Mayhem. We saw him for Control, but came out right after that. But yeah, I mean, Tracer play like that, I don't know if you can like surpass like Checkmate with what he provides for Florida, but I think you start to see like why No Son is on that roster, why we see him come into some of these games, because he can put up some really impressive performances.
Yeah, we're going to talk with Danny about this after the break, but it looks like the landscape in Group B is becoming pretty clear. So don't go too far. We've got one more match here in Group B. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be, well, we won't spoil it for you. Could be a bit of a one-sided one. Stick around, though. We're going to get into that after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody, to EMEC Qualifiers Wild Card Challenge. Danny Lim here with Mitch and Matt. And, you know, I gotta say, Iceland tried, but it was they weren't enough to get the win against Finland.
Are you still rolling with them, though?
I am still rolling with them because it's not over yet, right? They bit for Switzerland. They still have a chance to make it into the qualifiers in June. But, I mean, yeah, Finland just... I'm gonna be honest. I think sound on that Tracer was a bit too much.
Yeah, it's kind of cheating. It's kind of cheating, I think. That's very hard. Very hard to deal with. I think like if you're trying to set up around like a Baptiste, constant pressure on your Baptiste is really annoying, hard to deal with. And if like he has to immortality field himself like two fights in a row, that's very hard for the rest of your team because you want to use that for your Ashe when she gets dived or pushed on. You having to use it on yourself, that don't feel great.
Yeah, I mean, but Finland, I gotta say, like, Finland, you know, is looking really good in Group B right now. And talking about Group B, let's take a quick look at the schedule one more time. We're almost done with Group B matches. We got Iceland first taking the win, and Finland beat Iceland 2-0. And we have our final match, right, for Group B. It's Finland versus Switzerland. Matt, what do you think for the last match, Finland versus Switzerland? What do you think? Do you think it's gonna be a close one, or be honest?
I think Finland should take this one, Danny. I think they're probably the heavy favorite going into this one. We'll see how it turns out. Mitch is thinking otherwise, maybe.
Switzerland they're going to get slaughtered. They're going to get absolutely
You don't know.
You never know.
Well, I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe
I just
Finland
have
likes to play down to their opponents, maybe.
Right?
Like maybe they like to play with their food a little bit.
Maybe Switzerland, they've like went back, looked at some comps, like we know what we're gonna do here. We're gonna take advantage of them.
So I think there is actually some merit to that. To be fair, I do think the Finland are heavily favoured in this matchup. But something that we noticed from Switzerland is that if they have Hanzo comps, they're actually they've been pretty darn good at isolating individuals or punishing like other DPS and supports that are out of position. So you need to generate some momentum via getting these first picks. The issue is going to be, Danny and Matt, is that they may not have time to do this, right? It's all well and good to be able to set up with your Hanzo on the high ground and like have a chance to get picks, but you are playing up against like probably a Reinhardt-based composition that's going to be speeding into you constantly and sort of making it very hard to play from favorable sightlines. Like we saw, I think in that previous matchup, that Finland would just go. They'd even use the Mei wall to sort of block off a couple players. They'd even use the ice block to block doorways. And the Mei would still end up surviving because we have like an immortality field deployed after the ice block. So it's really hard. You don't have the time. You don't have idealized circumstances for like sniper-based heroes to get value. That's something you're really going to have to look out for. And it's going to be the same question that Iceland had to answer. Can you play at the same pace? If you can't, you are going to get slaughtered.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't force them off of the Reinhardt comps and just allow them to play their pace of game, I think, yeah, you're in for a world of trouble here. That would be kind of like, you're Switzerland. You really need to be able to kind of force them off of those comps, get things going in your direction some type of way. Or else you're in a lot of trouble. I think that's kind of what we'll see early on. Are they able to do that? If not, I think Finland should be the team that takes it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Finland. I mean, like Mitch, you just said, they, from what I saw them against Iceland, they are a very fast-paced team, right? They just run the Ryan comp, they run at you, and then plus they got some really talented players like Sana, who's playing for the Florida Mayhem. So that's why I think that makes Finland a very scary opponent to go up against.
Yeah, the problem is that we saw Swiss be really passive, especially on Gibraltar. I think like their play style got exposed very heavily by Iceland on that map, right? They let the cart push a lot for free. They weren't able to get their Winston in position to actually sort of contest and create any sort of space for their DPS. So they end up giving up the whole second phase of the map for free. They only fight a couple times on the first point here, and all of a sudden, your opponents have like 5 minutes 50 to finish the last phase of the map, and it didn't get much better from there. So if that's any indication of the way that Switzerland like to play, what Finland do is the antithesis to that and is actually going to punish it really badly. So I want to see some composure from Switzerland. I want to see them maybe play up tempo themselves here. And be able to create space for their DPS because they have great DPS players that can actually win fights single-handedly if they're facilitated for.
Yeah, I mean everything you kind of said is true. I also think like map plays into it as well, right? Like if you know Nimbani, right? Like didn't look that great for Finland. You get a map that doesn't have like a ton of verticality in the escort pool, like that you don't need to play Diva or Winston or something that connects high ground, and they can just kind of keep playing that, you know, rush style. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble in that map too, because yeah, it's kind of the Switzerland looks like they wanted to kind of like maybe play for picks and stuff like that. You're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
All right, well, it is going to be Finland versus Switzerland. I got the word that the match is ready to go. So Mitch and Matt, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. Yes, our last match here in Group B, most likely. And I want to kind of piggyback off that previous conversation because, you know, Matt Paul, you're right, is a big difference maker. If there's a world where Switzerland can get maps that sort of favor maybe those poke compositions or, you know, Winston-based setups, they might be able to get something going there. The problem is that Cloudy can play every tank. He just prefers to play that brawl style here. So even in a Winston mirror, like I don't necessarily think you're favored if you are going to be Switzerland here. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the Swiss are on the ropes. If they want a chance of competing in that wider EMEA conference, they have to go absolutely ballistic here. And they need to make it happen up against a team, the juggernauts that are Finland, who arguably should have been qualified straight into the main conference, but they get some extra warm-up matches. I'm sure they're not complaining, Matt. Here we go. We're on Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, and you can see them coming out and making some changes already, right? They're going to be running, you know, the Hanzo still, but this time with an Echo, a Diva, Kiriko, like, you know, a much different style of play here. I think you're going to see from Switzerland because they know they need to. This is a composition that you can't really run a player down, right? High mobility here from Switzerland, so it's going to be a little bit harder to execute that dive, but Sauna at range going to take out Dijin there. That's pretty tough blow.
Yeah, again, Jin doesn't have the room to really manufacture any of these pick opportunities here. Sauna's also going to be a big problem for Barcode on the Echo. Echo says, we want to go fast, we want to execute the Echo combo, we want to blow someone up, we want to put pressure on the tank. Echo up against shields can have problems because that focusing beam doesn't get you the value, and usually, you know, you kind of lose the element of surprise that allows Echo to succeed in so many of these fights here. Sort of can have good sight lines and keep pressuring down Barcode. They're probably going to have to switch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if the Echo is going to be taking so much like damage or coming on in, right, or you're going to be playing around, really like trying to get a player weak and the Echo finishing that player off. If you can't get any of these players weak and you're just kind of getting like bullied out.
Oh man, that's brutal.
That's tough.
You're
not going to get.
Man.
If you can't get big damage down from your Hanzo or something like that, you're not going to be able to have the Echo and the Diva go finish it off.
Oh, no. Here we go. Okay. Finland going to set up outside of the spawn of Switzerland. They feel like there is zero reason to offer any respect. It's not been close so far in this round, and that trademark aggression from the front line has been prevailing thus far. Jin can't even get back into spawn. They will fall just outside the gate, and Switzerland are going to have to figure out how to break this hold before they even think about contesting the points.
Yeah, I mean, the hold outside of the spawn door is pretty brutal because this does not allow the Echo the space needs to make a play. Is Sauna with another kill here. So, things have gone from bad to worse here for Switzerland.
Yeah, and they're unlikely to get much better here. Minswaku's going to be desuited as they try and make their way towards the point. Sauna narrowly avoids being the first casualty of this round. It'll be Cloud instead falling to Barcode, but no touch means no chance of extending the round for Switzerland. Finland decimate them early.
Yeah, that's not a great sign there, Mitch, for Switzerland. Yep. You know, that's... You come out, you try a little bit of a different play style. I think you're reliant on getting some big damage down, allowing the Echo to finish some of these kills off. You're just not able to do so. And that proves to be, you know, where you can just kind of Finland push up spawn camp and get right in their face.
And There's no reason why we don't see that same play style executed here by Finland. They're not going to be given any reason to switch it up here. Tough for Switzerland to deal with. Looks like they might be playing some comfort picks here. Barcode still wants to play this Echo. In fairness, they are credited with probably the only kill for Switzerland in that last round. Barcode able to find elimination there. To the high ground we go, definitely favouring the shield-based composition. Swaku still on the Diva, will probably play the low ground here, hope for a counter-dive opportunity. Oh, no.
And Cloudy with the perfect pin right on the remix is, yep, the point is now unlocked where, Finland, yep, you'll send one player back to get a touch on it, get captured in your favors. I mean, look at this, just zero fear with the Reinhardt just pushing up.
Yeah, this is about as one-sided as it can get. Now with Finland pushing off the point here, they want the minimum round length, if possible. Immortality field there deployed by EMEC. That means that Cloud can keep playing quite aggressively here. Suzu used on Swaku there. Interesting, no CC to cleanse off, but they wanted to maybe just keep the Diva in suit.
They keep
that will be an issue here.
Through all of that.
Yep, just pocketed, basically kept up by EMEC pretty comfortably. This is... Nothing's more finished than this.
Yeah.
Than playing with this absolute... I mean, they've been doing this throughout the years in Europe. No respect, no mercy.
Yeah, this is nothing new. If you don't bring your game against the Finns, they are gonna get right up in your spawn door and do these types of setups. I mean, man, that's devastating. You got the Mei there, right, with the Reinhardt, like, can block off these spawn. The spawn doors are not big on this map. Like,
nope.
Nope.
Oh, jeez, Barcode. Then careening off the edge as Cloudy obviously cancels his charge at just the right time. Cloud does go down, in fairness. They're not playing with 4. They could be playing with 2 and probably still find success here, if I'm honest with you. They are smurfing.
I loved Swaku like turned when the Mei wall was there and tried to nemesis form punch himself back into his spawn. Like, nah, man, I don't want to be here anymore. So now Switzerland, they'll take a little bit of an advantage here. They get a few kills, now able to make their way out of the spawn.
Nice, Jin. Very good. Looks like he's granting some wishes to the Swiss fans. Keep them in this one for the time being. Dragon Strike, that's a decision that you make. Try and get rid of the Mei there, and he does. Nicely done. That'll secure that extra kill, and also it's a problem for Finland as they try and trickle back into the point. But Finland still control it. Switzerland haven't had a chance to touch here now. The respawn's coming in for Finland. They've lost their main tank. Big problem that.
Yup, and you got a little bit of a life weaver swap here at the end here for Finland.
Yeesh.
Not able to get a touch. Point will flip. So still an opportunity here for Switzerland. You got some ults. It's not over.
I mean, if you thought Cloudy was aggressive beforehand, how much more aggressive is he going to be with Life Grip now available to him?
Well, Wolf. I mean, I would have no way to, we do not see a lot of Life Weaver, right? So, would not really know the way to kind of assess how you're going to be able to use it here. Yeah, maybe it's to just kind of like move Cloudy around the map. Like, that could possibly be it. You get a pick though early on a Masa, and that's going to kind of like force you to wait a little bit.
The Ramatra here, definitely getting some results for Swaku, but Jin is down. Charge for LH Cloudy, hair-brained as always. Maywall coming up, blocking line of sight. He can't be yanked out of there. Still causing problems now. It's going to be the Annihilation, forcing Ice Block from Cloud. Suzu thrown at Swaku, just for good measure. Life Grip used to get the Mei out of trouble. Barcode and Chris very low elsewhere on the map. It's sort of finding in another one with the overclock here. The pressure is just too much for the Swiss to handle. Sauna with a safe spot on point here. Playing around that central column. Masa very deep in enemy territory. Sauna, the unrequested platform comes out, pops him up, gives him advantage. He'll drop back down though. And that's Finland here, looking extremely scary on this first map. There's definitely a world where this could have been over much earlier, but yeah, Finland looked to test their boundaries a little bit.
I will say I do like how Switzerland came out and tried something different. We're not just going to mirror them in like a Ramatra style of play and rush in, but obviously didn't really work out their style of play that they tried to go with. Try to get maybe the Echo in play, you're able to just kind of like burn a character down, so to speak, but just didn't make any progress.
No, it's odd against the Ryan composition. Barcode doesn't have the ability to dive any backlines here, and he definitely is less effective against a front line, dealing with that Ryan shield in play. Sauna on the Sojourn looking squeaky clean, I've got to be honest with you. And yeah, as usual, Cloudy charging forward, creating a lot of opportunities, but crucially, that ridiculously aggressive level of Ryan play means that your DPS can just do whatever they want. They can set up where they want. They can stand still if they want.
They can take Life Weaver pedals to the sky, shoot down, do whatever they want.
Yeah, that was obviously a fun little switch up there. I don't know if we really saw it make a big difference because whenever LH Cloudy was in danger of being taken down, there was like a May wall thrown up cleverly to make sure that the Life Weaver couldn't see the Reinhardt and sort of pull him out of trouble there. So I'm not sure if I'd call that an adaptation to Life Weaver's presence, but it was a nice little element here. This first round, though, not a lot to say. Finland just pushed straight on up. I think there was like one kill that Switzerland managed to get, and it didn't amount to much.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing to like take or talk about really from some of these rounds because this round specifically was just so like one-sided up to the spawn door, where finally Switzerland was able to make it out, but the game was already kind of like in Finland's hands at that moment.
Yes. Yeah, a tough one for Switzerland, and they don't have much time to sort of figure out how to play up against this here. We're going into our second map. It's a first 2 here in this wildcard challenge, so when you fall behind in a series, very few opportunities to try and claw your way back. It's back to the drawing board for Switzerland here, and to come up with an answer to this kind of reckless aggression is going to be very difficult to do in a short space of time. So their coaching staff have a lot on their plate, Matt.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play against this style of play, even when you have a ton of time playing against it, right? And being able to figure it out. So trying to come up with something on the fly has got to be pretty tough for Switzerland.
Stick around, everybody. Our second map in this first of 2 is just around the corner. Finland look to secure their passage into the wider EMEA conference here. They may have done it already, but a clean sweep of Switzerland will guarantee it. Don't go anywhere. Much more to come from this wildcard challenge after the break. It's Team Switzerland's World Cup life on the line as they are being run into the ground by Team Finland. This reckless aggression is paying off as Switzerland don't seem to have an answer, Matt, and they're going to have to figure it out right about now as Gibraltar is right around the corner.
Well, so Gibraltar may be beneficial to them, right? Is that like there's a lot of high ground here. Maybe you can't be as aggressive as Finland maybe wants to be and play the compositions they want to play. You could actually also just see Finland just ignore that and on defense play pretty much at the spawn door, right?
Yep.
You'd give up a little bit of high ground above you, but like they don't really care about that, right? Just kind of play right up at that spawn door. I would not be out of the equation.
Yeah, and again, we've already seen Switzerland on this particular map. They have a chance at least to try and rectify some of the issues that they had previously, but it's a very different opponent with a very different play style. We may not see LH Cloudy opt to play dive-based tank still. He might just stay on the Reinhardt. That is within the realm of possibility here. And so Switzerland are going to have to solve this rather unique problem because I don't know if too many other teams are going to pose this kind of issue to them. But they need to win. They need to win this series to have a chance of making it into the EMEA conference. And that is a tall order. They are, I'd say, pound for pound, the weaker team in this matchup. So they're going to have to take something special, not only to win this map, but also to have a chance of winning the series.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to take 2 in a row off of Finland, who really, coming off a great performance against Iceland, right? Map 2 was pretty close, but still relatively comfortable series there, and then looked fantastic in map number 1.
It'll be Gibraltar, ladies and gentlemen. Finland, of course, boasting 1 current Overwatch League player, 2 former Overwatch League players, and a wealth of competitive experience across the entirety of their team. And we will have them coming out on the attacking side first here. So we're going to see Vistola coming in here, a tank, which is fun. So again, you have an option to bring in a player who's much better at playing maybe dive-based tanks here. Vistola, his diva was, I'd argue, his strongest point. Something that really impressed us during his time on the Paris Eternal. That team obviously had their fair share of challenges here, but they had some bright moments, and many of them Vistola was a part of.
Yeah, and just having that flexibility to bring him in is huge, right? Where you can have Vistola play that diva. You don't have to kind of play Cloudy here. He plays all of those like off tanks, can control that high ground as oh, it's pretty nice there.
Yeah, the World Cup souvenir. I like that.
Yeah, pretty clean there.
How aggressive do we play now? It's a different tank, and LH Cloudy really set the pace for Finland. Vistola not nearly as aggressive, actually. Very balanced player from what we saw from him. But again, if Finland are not interested in offering any respect here, Sauna back on the Tracer, by the way, which is a scary prospect, then we might see another blisteringly fast pace across the map.
Well, and Switzerland also gave up so much space the last time. I know we saw, obviously, Barcode on the Widow, but gave up so much cart progress that it really became down to a one-fight game here for Checkpoint A, where it's interesting also they're playing Masa up on the high ground here on offense with that Brig. You're also playing the Ana in here, though, so a little bit, I still don't love it. I think, like, Kyriho is so much better to kind of like access that high ground, play aggressive with. But if you're going to be able to recall, though, pretty fast out of that. If you're going to play the Brig, you have to play the Ana with it.
Sauna's looking for the back line. I'm scared right now for Chris and Barcode. Recall forced early there. Sauna just tickling for the time being. Trying to keep track of where the
almost at Checkpoint A.
Here's the dive though. Vistola's up there. Cart's been moving the whole time. Yep, the Swiss have allowed this to progress substantially. Here comes the pressure on Stadam. He's able to get up to the high ground. Jin on the cart. Recall here. Sauna sees an opportunity.
If that Tracer or the Winston get bullied off the cart, there's nothing that Switzerland can do, right? Because they're playing Ana, Bap, and Widow up on the high ground.
Okay, looks like Stadam, they got hacked, but they're going to get given a nano boost here. What can they do with it, though? The entirety of Finland, very mobile, the exception, I guess, of Mikji here. Another hack on Stadam. They're able to jump up, deploy the barrier, continue to stall this card a bit longer. Barcode finally finds a kill on Cloud. The Sombra's out of the mix here. Nano boost on towards Vistola, but hit with the bionic grenade means you still need to be somewhat careful. Upstairs we go. Barcode ready to receive here. It's a big headshot. Forcing Vistola away. Might be a self-destruct to maintain the mech here. That is going to be the case.
Ooh, nice shot there from Barcode, just coming around the corner. But look at this, Masa with the rally, so low, but it might be enough here. You have the Sombra, you have the Tracer in Diva still here. It might be enough for Finland to take checkpoint A.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get there. Definitely slightly slower pace here. Finland suffering a bit more resistance, especially from players like Barcode. I like the way the aggro was sort of juggled by Jin and Statham on the cart there as well. Definitely a little bit harder for Finland to shake them off, but hey, 3 minutes 47 for this next part of the map. Nothing to sneer at.
Yeah, and I think it also, like, without playing the Widow, it gives Barcode a little bit more room to operate, going up against the Widow and kind of the aggression that they saw from Iceland. Pretty difficult to deal with, and I see Barcode there gets another first pick.
Another real nice pick-off. Onto a key target as well. Finland are going to be forced to pay a little bit of respect here. Pistola almost desuited, but that's going to be a lot of ult charge for his backline.
You have an EMP, but how do you use this here? Like, translocate to the high ground? It sounds like Barcode actually heard the Sombra, like, right around. So, has an idea maybe that they were going to try and put pressure on the high ground. A Venom Mine kill?
Poison Mine, yeah, Venom Mine, okay. That is odd. Cloud might want to go aggressive here. Primal Rage Winston in play. Pistola slept right now. Statham not committing though. Really just waiting for the next push here, and they'll get Chris EMP employed to get rid of the Yana, make sure there's no chance of a self-heal biotic grenade or sleep dart. Looks like that's going to be enough for Finland here to really start to make some more progress. Sauna has a pulse for the Widow, maybe. Trying to juke some of these shots. Marco very low. It's an easy pick up for Sauna, and the pulse stick is another 3-piece.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah. All right. That's yep. Remix just jumps off the side and gets that reset, as that is filthy. Nice moves to just kind of dodge the shots from Barcode. Gets that kill. Pulse bomb on the Ana in the spawn. The recall into the kill on the Winston. I mean, that was just nutty stuff there from Soft.
Man, I got to see more Sauna Trace from the Overwatch League now. I'm definitely interested. Jin on the Hanzo here. So double sniper setup for Switzerland. We'll make use of these long sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a little bit of an old school setup, right? Double sniper with the Brig Ana. Finland's not even going to have a sniper in the equation here. They're actually going to nano the Diva up to the high ground. I mean, look at this. He's just kind of like bully the snipers back into the spawn.
Sleep dart there. Trying to shut down any healing for the time being. There's a lot of pressure on. Oh, Statham tried to back up to the high ground. Pistola very cleverly sees an opening, an opportunity to punish the retreating Winston. Cart inching forward now. Pistola just nudging it. He's going to force the two supports off the high ground. Nano Brig. Finland say, I don't think we want any of that. Pistola again slept on the high ground now as Barcode wants to use another sideline right at the back of the map.
This is going to be rallies for both sides there, as Masa was actually quite low when he used his, but yeah, that's a big pulse bomb there onto the rallying Brig.
That is a freebie. Pistola with a self-destruct kill on Jin. This half's going to be over now. Suzu already used now by Remix, so eventually they'll be brought down, and this cart is going to get over the line. 2 minutes 12 for Finland to work with.
Not as strong of a time as we saw from Iceland, right? But I think it was just a better defense there from Switzerland. You know, they were able to get some value out of the Widowmaker there, so something they were not able to really do the first go around on Gibraltar. So maybe if Finland doesn't play that Widow on defense, they're able to kind of get Barcode rolling and get some kills. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different style, right? You know, in Overwatch 2, more than any other sort of iteration, the tank player really sets the tempo here. Pistola, by and large, much more conservative approach to than LH Cloudy, and again, a very different role coming in on the Diva. Diva, in the past, was maybe, considered synonymous with like dive compositions and real aggression. In Overwatch 2, it's a little bit slower, a little bit more defensive at times here. So we'll see how Finland make use of that. Cloud on the Hanzo here, and Sauna's Tracer. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. If Switzerland don't go fast, Sauna is going to tear them apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you also maybe have this Hanzo. Yeah, you're going to have the Hanzo in play here. So not like that long-range capability that like the Widow has. But still, you can challenge the Widow with the Hanzo. It could be pretty difficult at times. And I think Finland's going to be way more aggressive about putting pressure onto Barcode.
Do not want to give this Widow any opportunity to tilt team fights in your favor early. Jin back on the Tracer here. Out of the gates we go. Symmetric TP to the high ground. That was removed.
They did this
or
the last
cancelled.
time. They did this the last time to get the Brig and the Widow and Diva over there, but... Or
Not
Winston,
this time.
but... Yeah.
Alright. Sort of making their presence felt here, but not committing to try and dive the Widow right now. Jin will be just pushing the card here. He'll be the one that's going to force some action on the low ground. Take the Mega. Masa just trying to see around the corner here. That's dangerous. Yep. Biotic Grenade. Masa is out of there.
Yeah, and it looks like once they thought that Biotic Grenade came down, they thought they had a big advantage and went to go in, but Masa and Finland just so well executed the timing, right? He just jumps out of there, Biotic Grenade the other way. When you thought you had the advantage, you kind of got baited in there.
Pistola and Sauna, the 1-2 punch. Jin sent back to spawn, staggering them out a little bit from the rest of the Swiss team who've already began to emerge once more. You get the top Pistola up here as well. That's a big deal. A lot of ult charge. It's not very aggressive,
I
though,
feel like
really,
this is going to take so long to develop, Mitch, for Switzerland. Like, because already you're working up against this like sick time bank, right? That Finland has. You kind of need these fights to go your way pretty fast. You're like don't really have the luxury to kind of like wait for the Widow anymore. I mean that is
Does Michi not know they're being shot at here?
maybe not. I don't know.
It happens sometimes. You're you're scoped in, don't know what's going on, but there was a missed shot there, maybe a warning. Chance for Michi to respond. Regardless, Remix taken down by the Dragon Strike here. Statum in trouble despite being nanoed.
Yeah, I mean, you see right there, though, when Barcode pushes up, that's the spot where the Hanzo actually has the advantage, like in that medium range, right? Where you're trying to push up on top of that big box and you'll get control of that high ground. That's where the Hanzo can kind of like fight in that like medium to long range against the Widow. But yeah, no, this is payload progress that when it was the other way around, when Finland was on offense, the payload was pretty much like at the checkpoint already. I mean, you see kind of where it is. It's like not even halfway under the bridge there, so... just getting stalled out here is Switzerland.
Pretty circuitous approach here from Switzerland. This self-destruct is going to make them dance a little bit. Of Pistola finds 3. Beautiful self-destruct.
It's a new
Switzerland,
dance.
they're in shambles.
To make them dance, and yeah, they all end up falling. So what can you? I mean, do you switch off of the Widow? Do you try and play like a Hanzo of your own? Do you play like, you could maybe even try and play like a Genji or something? I mean,
you probably stop playing the Brig. We talked about this already, right? I feel like maybe the Brig is...
You can't let him get out with 20
healing.
HP.
He might not get out. Yeah, hold on. He might... Yeah. There you go. Rally and play for Masa here. Don't let that happen. Thank you. Pistola with the Bunny Blaster is going to be pacified. Not before Cloud, though, gets in there. Deals with Remix, and that's a one-clip. Classic stuff from Sauna. Barcode, nothing but a twitching mass on the ground, and there's 23 seconds left in the round. Masa just reminding Statham who's boss here. And there'll be one more chance for Switzerland to keep their World Cup hopes alive.
Yeah, Sauna looks so good on the Tracer. Has a pulse bomb, kind of lurking behind enemy lines here. We'll see what they're able to find. TP up to the high ground. That'll get everybody in place.
4 seconds, 3. Needs to be a touch on the card here in a moment. That might have to be Statham here. No. Jin's able to touch Statham with the Bionic Grenade, though.
Yeah.
That's devastating. You need him. You need him very badly in this fight.
And
putting some pressure down, but it's over.
Yeah, this is why teams like typically opt for like, when you see an on the other side, like Diva's one of the best characters to pick in the tank role, because you can just eat up those biotic grenades. Don't have that with the Winston. When you're forced to jump down on a cart, that biotic grenade is waiting for you there at the end. And Finland takes a pretty clean 2-up.
Yeah, looks like Scandinavia is going to be emerging from Group B mostly unscathed. Pretty clean performance, honestly, from both squads here. Finland having a little bit of silly sauce at some points throughout their series here, but ultimately prevailing 2-0. Gibraltar doesn't end up being a particularly long map, right? The switch to Vistola is great. That's honestly something that a lot of teams may not really be able to boast, Matt, is the opportunity to switch up your tank player and completely change your tempo, your style, everything. It's a completely different look for Finland, one that's still just as effective, though.
Yeah, and you know, you have that flexibility now. You show this extra kind of a facet to your team, right, by being able to bring in Vestola and not just play these rush style comps, but just kind of playing stuff where you can access high ground and play a little bit more mobility, a little bit more aggressive, right? They didn't kind of go into that Widowmaker duel where, I mean, why would you when you kind of have Sauna? I mean, Sauna's tremendous.
This is a team, this Finland team, that is threatening top 16 placement for sure, at the very least, right? And that's probably what they're expecting. That's about where they've been sort of on many occasions. The Finnish team has a tendency sometimes to underperform, though, on the big stage. And that's been true ever since 2017, when they were absolutely a force to be reckoned with, this sort of pre-Overwatch League era where they had players that competed in Apex, players that were very, very, very strong through the monthly melees and tournaments that existed at that time, right? So, there's an expectation, I think, from the Finnish fans that this team goes all the way, but they got everything they need in order to do that, Matt. I have a lot of confidence in this Finnish team, and even Iceland, right? As they advance, they're looking pretty good. A couple of things to tighten up here, but in general, like they also deal with Switzerland quite handily themselves.
Yeah, and Iceland now has some time to go back to the drawing board, right? They come in like late notice, right? They have some time now to go back and work on some things as a team and improve for the later stages of the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, so impressive stuff here. Group B pretty much finalized here. Myself and Matt will be stepping aside. We'll have Dogman, of course, and Reinforce stepping up to the plate here to cover Group A. And that's going to be a fun one to watch here. I'm definitely hoping to see the underdogs prevail, but don't go too far. We'll be back with all that action from Group A after this.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Qualifiers Wild Card Challenge, everybody. I'm Danny Lim. We've had some incredible Group B gameplay today. We're moving into Group A now, and of course, we have none other than Dustin and Johnny casting all the actions for these 3 matches, guys. How have you guys been, and also, are you guys enjoying the show so far?
Yeah, what up, Danny? We've been enjoying it, man. I mean, me and Johnny have been watching so far. Like, obviously, some dominant plays so far from Finland, looking good, and obviously for the side of Iceland to come in and qualify. I mean, that's awesome for them, right, Johnny?
Yeah, Finland is looking like a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, now they get promoted to Group B in the qualifiers in June. So they're going to play the likes of Sweden and Saudi Arabia. So,
okay.
You know, I'm already scouting out Finland there. I think they're a force to be reckoned with moving forward.
I mean, another exciting thing about this Overwatch, Overwatch World Cup is, I think, Johnny, I'm just so used to like sitting next to you on the desk.
Yeah,
Overwatch lane,
yeah.
And now
same.
you're over there. You're casting with Dustin. Like, how does it feel to be casting? I guess instead of
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, you're like a professional host now, Danny. It's crazy. Look at you.
Just for one day. Just for one day.
No. We're gonna see Danny host a lot more tournaments moving forward. Yeah. You're doing great, Danny. We're all doing great.
We are. And I mean, I asked this we were talking about just how excited we were for Overwatch World Cup in general, because it's been 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, how do you guys feel about having World Cup back finally after 4 years?
Johnny played on Sweden, didn't you? You played on
You
Sweden.
did? That's
yeah,
right.
I did, yeah. Yeah, I did a year and a half. I played 2 qualifiers. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm psyched that the World Cup is back. You know, even dating back to 2016, 2017. It's interesting, actually, because I was looking at some of the teams that, you know, we'll be watching later today here now in Group A. And even on Team Denmark, for example, you got people involved with Team Denmark that's been around the scene since 2016, since 2017. So, you know, it's great to see these faces come back to the competitive scene and get involved with their country and support their country and try to make their country proud. So it's just such a unique tournament. I'm really happy that it's back.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like we're just talking about like which countries are playing and what teams. So before we jump into the games, I just want to give everyone a quick refresher on today's format one more time. The EMEC Wild Card Challenge is a round robin first to 2 tournament that consists of 2 groups. We just finished Group B, consisting of Switzerland, Iceland, and Finland. Of course, Finland came up top, winning both matches, and Iceland as well. So those 2 will be moving into the qualifier matches in June. Now, the Group A matches that will be happening right now, we have 3 matches, and the Group A consists of Ireland, Denmark, and Portugal. And again, the top 2 teams from each group in the Wildcard Challenge will advance to the qualifier stage in June. Yes, like I said, we are now done with Group B. Iceland is going forward, and also Finland as well. Switzerland unfortunately didn't make it. You know, best of luck next year, maybe, if we have Overwatch World Cup again. But Group A, we're starting Group A now. We got some great teams: Ireland, Denmark. I heard that Denmark is kind of stacked, right?
Oh yeah, Johnny touched on it earlier, but Denmark absolutely one of the most, overall veterans teams in the entire World Cup. I mean, they just have so many good players on their team, but also, we have some underdogs on the other side, right? Obviously, with Portugal and Ireland coming in, we'll have to see if those 2 teams, are evenly matched. But obviously, clear favorites got to be Denmark. However, at the end of the day, anything can happen, right? It's a Wild Cup it's a wild qualifiers. Anything can happen.
Yeah, the real battle is between Ireland and Portugal, I feel like, in this group of who will qualify alongside Denmark. And both Portugal and Ireland historically have been very involved in the European Overwatch community. Portugal, for example, has standout individuals like Mo Sasa, for example, since 2017, right? And you've had other members in Portugal. I do want to shout out Team Ireland as well, because while they haven't had a lot of World Cup success, I mean, they're taking on Denmark. It's going to be a tough matchup here to start things off. But Team Ireland, They always like try to make a thing out of their World Cup team, and I got sent a jersey back in 2019 even. They ship these around to different talent members, so I got a jersey with hand here. I'm not biased or anything, but just to show that like Team Ireland, they really put effort and stuff into their World Cup team.
Wow.
They care a lot, and they're really proud of it. So Yeah, look out for Team Ireland. They even have a hashtag underdogs. Here it is. Here it is, by the way. Here's the Team Ireland jersey. So
Oh my
That's,
god.
that's
yeah.
nice.
Wait, that is sick.
That
What
is
the
sick.
heck?
so
Oh, they even have your
They got
name
your
on
jersey
it.
Yeah.
and your what the
What?
heck?
So they sent this in 2018 or 2019, I can't remember. But so even though they haven't had World Cup success, Team Ireland, they are really passionate about this World Cup project of theirs. And obviously, I'm not biased or anything, but I think it's really cool that these committees, the social leads, the general managers, they really go out of their way to try to make a big fun thing out of this and represent their country.
Johnny, I'm gonna be honest. You know, you said Denmark is probably gonna make it out into the qualifiers. Maybe you cast or cursed them already. What if they don't?
That would be crazy. No,
What
that
if
would
they
be
don't
crazy.
Throw the caster curse on Johnny like that. First time casting Johnny in a while, and you're already putting that on him. That's literally what every caster
I'll
doesn't
say
want.
this. I mean, when Denmark revealed their roster for this year, I actually did the show match between Sweden and Denmark, and Denmark already beat Sweden 3-1. So that just puts it into perspective. Denmark has kind of already proven that they belong in the actual group stage. They are that good. They beat Sweden with Kevster and everything, right? So they're good.
On that note, Johnny, I mean, just because like earlier, I think was it Mitch and Mr. X talked about like Finland looking at this like it's kind of disrespectful that they have to take that World Cup qualifier, like the World Qualifiers. Is that kind of similar for Denmark? You think? Like,
Oh,
you think
yeah.
taking it personal.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Denmark, they've never actually qualified for the World Cup playoffs, but we do recognize all the individual talent on the Danish team, right? So perhaps this is the year that Team Denmark can make it all the way. But before we get to that, they got to make their way through Ireland and Portugal first.
Yeah.
Yep, that is true. I mean, it's just I'm very excited to see because I mean Denmark is looking to be a very strong team. If they do make it out, it's gonna be Denmark versus Finland, right? I think that's gonna be a match to watch. But hey, the games are ready. So the first match of Group A is going to be Ireland versus Denmark. I'm gonna let you guys get into it. Johnny and Dustin, have fun. Take it away.
Thanks, Danny. Well, obviously, yeah, myself and Johnny will be covering some of these matches for you, and obviously, this is our first time working together, Johnny, in the World Cup. It's going to be exciting, obviously, like you talked about with me, previously. It's just kind of a mixed bag of what could happen, right? Anything could happen, right? Obviously, there are levels to this. Denmark is very, very much so a skilled team. But, at the same time, we got a lot of potential with the other teams in the lineup. Obviously, with Portugal and Ireland coming through, could still put up a good fight versus Denmark.
Yeah, and I will say, especially in these World Cup scenarios, these teams, generally speaking, have had limited time to practice. For example, on Team Denmark,
Yeah.
right? You have Shockwave. He's busy playing with New York Excelsior and scrimming for the Overwatch League, right? So it's all about finding practice time together. And that usually leads to you haven't really nailed down your chemistry, your synergy. And if you can find some momentum with a composition that throws your opponent off guard, that can make all the difference. So let's see what Team Ireland is cooking. Maybe they surprise Denmark here a bit.
Yeah, it seems like they're actually going to lock out with that Ramatra composition. And same for the side of Denmark, obviously both running that. However, Shockwave going to be on the Sojourn in Castle Area, blocking that Hanzo to try to get those pickoffs. Maybe that's going to be a difference maker on this fight. Alisu already takes a ton of damage, and in fact goes down early before an Immortality Field could even save him. So not in a position to potentially save Alisu on that side. And now Denmark, pretty fast first fight win.
Yeah, just a solid first fight. They're utilizing the May wall to cut off the healing. So they get an early advantage there and win the first fight. And now let's just hope they don't snowball, generate these ultimates too quickly, and the fight gets away from Ireland here. They still have a chance to claw back.
Yeah, they could still come back here with potentially, some ult buildup. But it was so quick that Denmark just kind of rolled them over. Now Slay going to be up to 70% on that window towards this next fight. Ireland trying to set up on a re-engage. Coming towards that coast, you don't really see that a lot of these teams take the coastal front on the engage, but it does set up this Hanzo to have these long-range kind of pick-off potential, but at the same time, Castlereagh not able to find opening picks on the back line. Denmark just waiting, it out, kind of biding their time to build up Slay's ultimate. We'll have it in this fight, but also Nut has done a good job building up his ultimate as well. Slay does get poked, but then goes that Amplification Matrix to heal that front line. So it forces Nut's Immortality Field, and Ireland had to drop towards that point, but they're wiped immediately by Denmark, who just walked all over them.
And it's all about Slay's Amplification Matrix. Like you say, you build up that ultimate and then you utilize that extra damage to find all these picks. I mean, Sojourn's damage is more damage over time, right? You spray away a little bit, get people low, and then you capitalize on that. Whereas Ireland, as you said, they're looking for one of these Hanzo picks. They're looking for one of these arrows to land and find an opening for Team Ireland. Now, Nut has his own amplification matrix, so let's see if Team Ireland can make the most out of it.
Yeah, maybe with this Ant Matrix, Ireland could make that comeback like you mentioned. They walk towards that point already, but the consistency of Denmark with that Mei ult to zone off Ireland's backline and the wall, it just perfectly separates Nut. So even with that Ant Matrix, it cannot save Alisu, who was walled off, and now Denmark just looks for stagger picks. If they find even more here, I'm not sure Ireland can come back. Losing Castle in this fight could be detrimental, and in fact, they're going towards the spawn
they're
door,
just going.
trying to find Annihilation as well on the GCB. They run towards that Mei of Ireland as well. The Mei ultimate does connect and slow them down, but with that beat drop, nobody else is able to touch for Ireland, and that's a quick 100-0 for Denmark.
I mean, that's about as perfect of a point as you could start here with, Dustin. They used like one ultimate each, and they all got ridiculous value. Started out with Slay's Amplification Matrix, and then pushing deep with the Annihilation. Soundbarrier comes in clutch with Kellex, and Denmark just ran away with it. That just speaks to how good Denmark is, Dustin. This is going to be a tough match for Ireland.
No, it's like we talked about, other aspects of Denmark, obviously Shockwave being the Overwatch League player for them, but, Naga truly has been a standout on the Mei whenever he's been able to play that character.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking in the break, right? And there's a few individuals here on Team Denmark that aren't in the Overwatch League right now. Naga obviously used to play for an Overwatch League team, and we're sitting there thinking like, well, Naga, it's a bit odd that he's not on an Overwatch League team because he is that good. He has that versatility, and Mei is one of his best heroes.
Yeah, for sure. One of those players that's always in the conversation, just moving in between Overwatch League and contenders. Doge already goes forward to, stuff Ireland towards this choke on the right side. They're trying to set up Castle with these Hanzo picks. I mean, it's like we mentioned earlier, that consistency of the Sojourn was enabling Denmark earlier, but they actually are opting to run Shockwave on the Hanzo as well. But just with their forward pressure, they've already forced Ireland to split off towards that backside, drop towards the point. They still have the high ground, but a nice Mei wall comes through from Cynex on the low ground to zone off Doge, but now Naga with the counter Mei wall forces Immortality Field already early from Nut. In fact, Shockwave finds him off that high ground. Slay with the follow-up damage as well, and Ireland just falling apart at the seams. Denmark surely going to capture this point first.
That's a nice, solid play by Denmark there. They're waiting out the Mei wall from Team Ireland, and then when Ireland can't get any value from the Mei wall, Naga turns things around. He utilizes his own Mei wall, and Denmark just roll over them. So wait out your opponent's abilities and then capitalize with your own.
That's exactly it. I mean, just so smart play from Denmark so far. Now they move towards that point, playing the cooldowns correctly. They're going to wait for Slay to build up towards the Ant Matrix, but not doing a good job keeping pace, at least, with that Ant Matrix. But they do move forward to the point. Ireland trying to put some point pressure on. Forces that pummel out already from Alisu, but now Castle just looking for that backline with the Hanzo shots, not able to find anything, but Doge does take some damage on the low ground, but he's doing a good job just stalling out this point, making sure that cap does not switch to Ireland. Meanwhile, Castle comes to the point, can't find the kill on the Shockwave. He jumps back, but can't win the duel. Meanwhile, Dragon Strike towards the point to zone it out, so it seems like at the same time, Shockwave is aware of that point. Meanwhile, Mei ultimate connected from Naga and just absolutely melts everybody else onto the point, as well as Annihilation. And Denmark now move forward to 50%. Although Ireland did find 2 kills, it won't result in anything.
Yeah, and you lose that Annihilation as well. That is crucial. I mean, the Blizzard comes out from Naga and freezes everybody from Team Ireland, so they don't get any ultimate value. And now it's an uphill battle. You have your own Blizzard, but just look at this point. It's so hard to get value with the Blizzard. Maybe you can control the point and try to capture it and utilize Blizzard that way, but otherwise, it's going to be tough for Ireland.
They're going to have to ask Naga how he's gotten value out of that Mei ult, because already a forced ice block from Cynex looking for that Mei ult, like you mentioned, but Castle, in fact, drops the Dragon Strike to zone out that backline, forcing Doge to go aggressive, but he has the Immortality Field to stay alive, also takes that Mei ultimate, but then a counter Mei wall and Shockwave to zone out that backline. Doge does eventually fall with the assistance of everybody in Ireland, so it's taken the entire team to just find one, but Shockwave still in this fight. They want to win this. They found Castle. Castle did trade back Naga, so it is a 1-for-1, but Shockwave still wants more. Opts to jump forward, has that Dragon Strike. Now Alisu is alone on that that point as Nut takes some damage from the backline of Shockwave. Immortality Field force from him. Kelix does fall, so even though Denmark went aggressive, no way Shockwave hits that shot on the Cynex. Nice pick from him. Now Dragon Strikes toward that point. They don't have Kelix, but it might not matter. GCB is forced to use that beat drop. Slay forced to use his amplification matrix on the other side. Shockwave still aggressive, might be a bit too aggressive. Nut picks him off, goes forward onto him. Naga then zones off that backline, but Denmark still don't have this point. They have to make the decision if they want to reset now or to continue to lay this point. It looks like they're still just fighting this. Ireland not really able to find these pickoffs, in Denmark kind of not punished until now. Cynex on the Tracer does find Kelix, and maybe it's time for Denmark to reset, to back off, use Naga walls to back out, but with Shockwave still in this fight, you can't have these pickoffs, and he does it again. Reinforce him and Slay. They find two. Shockwave finds Castle, and Slay finds two on the other side. Even though Denmark were almost out of that fight, they're now coming back now, and Ireland only have two. Surely they're going to get staggered and forced out of here.
Oh, the game was running away with Denmark. Ireland had the cap, 65%, and it was looking good for them. But then 3 picks out of nowhere, Slay coming up with 2, and we turned that fight around. And I mean, that looks like it's about it, Dustin, for map 1.
Yeah. No way we start off like this, Johnny. I mean, what a fantastic map 1 from Denmark. And this is why, me and you've had conversations about this. You don't really want to, count anybody out per se, but it's just seeing two teams, even if another team is super high level, you still see some cool moments like we just saw from Denmark, just kind of shutting out Ireland's push at the very last second.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Ireland. They got some momentum there on that final round, right? And they got 65% on the control meter, and you're thinking, wow, Denmark has to back off here. But Denmark being as high skill as they are, they capitalize on every mistake. So Team Ireland pushing up a bit too far, that means Slay gets 2 picks, and suddenly it's back in Denmark's favor, and they close out the map. So that was a thrilling way to kick off map 1 here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, now we're going to wait for map number 2 to come online, and obviously for Denmark, Johnny, we've seen you've played for dominant teams previously as well. You know how players, your DPS players, even you might just play a little more aggressive versus teams how you have an advantage over, right? I think we definitely saw that out of Denmark, right? Just that constant aggression forward. Obviously going for hero plays. Right?
Kelix was going deep. I'll say that much. Kelix was going in with Shockwave. Yeah.
He was like, do you think that's warranted versus a team like Ireland? You think?
I mean, I think in that specific scenario, I wouldn't call it BM or anything like that, I think very much Shockwave got a pick, and then Kelix and Shockwave, they say, well, all right, we'll go deep. We'll see what happens, and maybe we find another pick, and maybe we can capitalize on this. But it didn't end up working out because both Kelix and Shockwave got picked, but it was definitely a high-risk play, and maybe they get away with it because it's a lesser opponent they're playing against, or an underdog in Team Ireland.
Yeah, and maybe in some situations they would be able to, win those fights. But like you said, it's that consistency factor that maybe you don't go for that all the time. Shockwave obviously some nice highlights with those picks, and really the only fight that Ireland had a great chance on was when they just used that May ult and then also used they used everything to kill Doge, right? I mean, they committed every ultimate. You saw 5 people in the assist feed. I mean, how often do we see that onto one character? It just felt like they just committed everything to take out Doge, and eventually they did.
Yeah, I feel like Team Ireland, they capitalized on some of those overly aggressive mistakes from Team Denmark, though. So if you're Team Denmark, you kind of gotta rein it in at least a little bit, because otherwise you're going to open up the opportunity for Team Ireland to really punish those mistakes from Team Denmark. And that's how they got to 65%. It could have easily snowballed into more, and maybe we even get to 99 for both teams there on that final round, right? So Team Ireland, they're down 1-0 now after losing that initial map, but they can maybe get away looking a bit closer in the map 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we move to hybrid later on, we'll potentially see some changes there for the side of Ireland to be able to take off those picks. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have that number 2 ready for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Cup qualifiers of the qualifiers, since it's the wild card. Johnny, obviously we have this matchup between Denmark and Ireland. Denmark just looked amazing on that map, number 1. Is there anything you want to maybe recollect about that map 1 or anything about this series that's on your mind?
Just that Denmark is really good at the game. Denmark's really good at the game, Dustin. It's it's a nightmare to deal with. Coming out with a Ramatra May composition. I mean, if you're Team Ireland, what do you hope that Denmark plays? Maybe if like Denmark comes out with a Winston composition, you're like, well, we can play dive. We know how to play dive, right? Like maybe we can outsmart them or outskill them with like Tracer Genji or Echo or something, right? But when Denmark comes out playing Ramatra May, you're like, this is gonna be hard. We're gonna have to outplay a May and a Ramatra. That's a lot of abilities to deal with.
I mean, like, yeah, what do you do, man? Like, you just gotta play comfort picks.
Castle Ria gotta get picks with the Hanzo.
Yeah.
Hit the logs, bro.
Just start hitting the logs. But, you know, at the same time, like, for Castle Ria, it's hard because Denmark's, I'm sure their movement's good. You know, I'm sure their positioning is pretty good. But on Numbani, maybe with the high ground, you get those picks. But, like, he's had the opportunity, too. You know, on certain sub-level maps, like, he's had the chance to do it. You know, obviously, the talent pool is potentially there from Ireland. But, I mean, Johnny, if he didn't start hitting logs in the previous map, I'm not sure he's just going to turn into a lumberjack on this one, you know?
I mean, it is Hanzo. Never count Hanzo out.
Anybody could do it, man. My 5-year-old, you know.
If you play Hanzo long enough, you're gonna find a pick. It's like the monkey typewriter thing, you know. Like give a monkey a typewriter, and eventually they'll write Shakespeare.
He'll figure it out.
Give Hanzo, pick Hanzo in quick play, and eventually you'll find a pick.
You're saying like replay this match 100 million times, and then Castle Ria will come out on top. Is what you're saying?
I don't even think you need 1 million for that. Surely, it has to be less than that.
Well, you know, maybe they don't want to live up to that because Johnny looks at them. It looks like they're mixing it up, Johnny. They're putting faith in.
Oh, they are.
Instead of on the Tracer, it looks like.
And they're playing that Winston Tracer Echo that I spoke about. So I mean, Numbani, you got some high ground to play with. First point can be an absolute nightmare on Numbani. I don't know what your ranked games are looking like, Dustin, but when I queue ranked and we get first point Numbani, it's either a full hold or it's going to overtime.
And Numbani's like slowly turning into one of those maps that I just like don't want to like play in ranked because it needs so much coordination, right? Like it's just so hard to play it. It's hard to play in ranked. It's just one of those maps, kind of like, you know, formerly Horizon Lunar Colony almost, just on first point. There's some of these hybrid maps that are kind of like that, but Ireland play back around with this dive comp. They're trying to set up their Echo in this fight, but, you know, what do you do about Doge finding faith already? And Shockwave on the low ground in the face of Alice, who finds that pick, and that's just two to get that opening. Ireland just going to try to soft reset and potentially re-engage, but that is scary when Shockwave's doing that.
I mean, that's brutal. Faith just gets sniped by Doge. The Winston just finished off from far distance, and then Shockwave 2 taps your Echo. Like, what do you do?
They don't even come back to contest the point because they're just so, I mean, not scared. Okay, listen, they're not scared, but, you know, it's just like it's a tough spot they're in at the moment. They, in fact, go for the dive at this choke point, set up the bubble at the corner. That's a decent spot, and Slay goes aggressive with an anti-unity connect onto Ireland. I mean, that's how forward he wants to be playing. Naga forced to recall back, but does get connected from some sticky grenades. Backs around the cart. Meanwhile, a jump comes through for Alisu on the cart to zone out with the bubbles again, so they get a lot of damage on the Doge, but no kill
pulse bomb
just yet. They have this pulse bomb. Naga on the flank, looking for that mana in the back, but in fact comes back for the Brig. It doesn't really know what he wants to dive on just yet, looking for something, but the nano comes through from Alisu onto the dive, but he slept while going for that dive. However, it has given Cynex that first kill onto Doge. Naga did eventually find that pulse bomb, but GCB does connect on to Naga, so far doesn't look that bad for Ireland as they do win that fight.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, but that pulse bomb did land on Nut though, so now without the Nana, you only have Brig heals for Team Ireland. You're forced to let this point go a little bit and let the payload move forward, so looking good from Team Ireland so far, but they gotta come back strong with ultimates in this next one.
They're gonna have those ultimates, but they won't have that nano like you mentioned. Doge does go for the dive towards that pillar, and then uses the primal against that Brigitte, which some people have coined it as an IMAX because of that shield, but the sleep dart comes through. In fact, on the GSP, now the pulse bomb lands on the Doge, but he's gotten out of that fight just well. He just jumps back with that primal cooldown and then also finds Cynex. Nice job from Doge to counter that, though Nut has found Slay because Slay was trying to help Doge. The Brigitte to rally now comes from Denmark because in that previous fight, GCB used his, and Cynex also not here with that copy. It's just too much value out of that rally for Ireland to really get anything here. As they then push towards the end of this point, they are delaying that payload with what looks to be Faith on the card. He's doing a great job. Recalls around, dealing with that payload. This is a one versus 4 delays for like 30 seconds. I mean, that is great work from Faith, but it really can't be done alone. You know, they still have to touch this cart.
Can they get back here?
At the time. Yeah, they do. They have Alice who comes through with that touch, but Naga does have the pulse. No ultimates there. Cynex does get the copy. They need to keep touching. 0.29 meters, but sticky from Naga. Connects on the GCB. Could not get the shield up in time. Cynex's copy is dealt with as well. Nice sleep dart into Naga, but that is just kind of not enough to give them a fight win. Another reset again for Ireland as 4 minutes and 40 seconds now for Denmark in this third phase.
I mean, excuse me for just absolutely losing it every team fight, but I feel like Denmark is just coming up with individual play after individual play. Right there, closing out that fight, but just Anonymous on point, Doge playing Winston to the absolute limits without dying, Shockwave on the Ashe. This is a scary team, and now Team Ireland, they go to the Junker Queen. They go to the Junker Queen and the Torb. Let's go.
Okay. Junker Queen and the Torb. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops here. The dive already comes through from Doge on the cart. Uses that bubble early. Nanoboost still available for Nut in this fight. Doesn't want to use it just yet because they realize Denmark is trying to force it out, but now that dive comes through. So they use the Nanoboost on the Junker Queen, but it's immediately disengaged. Nice Jagged Blade onto the Ana, but really doesn't have that spacing there. It's kind of that awkward Junker Queen angle where he doesn't really find a lot of value out of that Nano. In fact, it seems like Naga's found Cynex with a dive of Doge in the backline. So the backline of Denmark has done a good job surviving. Alisu and their Lucio of the frontline. Faith trying to survive, but Denmark still got this payload. Not a lot of meters left for them to go. In fact, they found Faith on the delay. They try to come through in touch, but cannot. 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Absolutely blazing fast time for Denmark.
Yeah, just phenomenal play to close it out. Okay, Team Ireland, you're going to adjust and play Junker Queen and Torb. Well, Brig and Ana, we're going to play together. Kellex and Slay navigating to make sure they don't die to the Junker Queen by staying far away. And while that is all going on, Doge in the backlines with Shockwave, with Naga, and they close it out on the Winston composition. So just flawless play by Denmark, really. And Team Ireland didn't really stand a chance here on the defense.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, Johnny, is it fair to say they looked even better, so far?
They kind of did, yeah.
Yeah, they looked even better than the previous map. And this is what we talked about with, like, World Cup and, you need time to scrim. And some of these teams may not even, be practicing, to be honest, just because of the fact that they're just so talented that, they got to practice with their main teams. And it's like there's a lot going on, right? Like, you got to practice contenders, you got to practice ranked, you got to practice World Cup. A lot going on for these players, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I already mentioned Shockwave on New York Excelsior, of course, but you have the likes of Naga, Slay, Kellex. These are on different teams and contenders themselves, right? Playing for Team Peps and Twisted Minds and these teams, right? So then you have to organize time. Okay, when can you scrim? Shockwaves in a different time zone, and it's all over the place. I will say that Team Denmark, they do have very experienced management when it comes to the World Cup. For example, Hugos, the general manager, I believe he's been involved since 2016, 2017, right? So he's been on all of these World Cup teams, and he knows what it takes to organize the schedule, what compositions are we going to play. Fisher, of course, used to coach for the British Hurricane as well when they were at their absolute peak, right? So this is a Team Denmark committee that is really experienced with what it takes to be a good World Cup team, and Denmark just rounding out with great individual talent.
Yeah, and in fact, it looks like Denmark wants to, lock that that Junker Queen that was previously reigned by Ireland. So they try to rotate all the way around the coastal side, then come back towards the point, and they have it under the control. In fact, they've forced Ireland all the way back through Maine, and now the jump comes through from Ireland on their attack. Slay does get anti-hit, and eventually Faith does find him. No Suzu in sight to save him, sadly. Cynex also finds Shockwave, so Naga does trade it back, but that pick is fantastic so far for Ireland, but that Torp turret's still getting a lot of value. Nobody's taking it out until Nut does, but, Naga's found Nut, so while he was looking for that turret, now Denmark opts to drop, and even though Ireland found the opening picks, they are now getting staggered out by Doge and that front line of Denmark.
It's just brutal that Nut goes down there on the on, and you lose so much healing for the side of Team Ireland, because it really started out well for them. They got 2 picks initially, right? And then you take control of the point. You're forced to deal with the Torb turret, but while Nut takes out the Torb turret with the sniper rifle, he goes down and you lose so much healing. So Team Ireland, rough start here, but they're starting to build some ultimates. If Nut can get this nano boost online, maybe they can capitalize on it.
Yeah, maybe just set up Faith to succeed on that backline. Him and Nut kind of been doing a good job being that duo that has enabled them. The nano boost comes through on Alsu after that dive came through, but Sinek's not ready to go for an engage, as that shout from Doge keeps everybody in Denmark healthy. In fact, they're backing up and just disengaging Alsu and find him. I mean, just kind of 2 different pages that it seems like Ireland's on at the moment. Denmark, did counter LSU's dive, but Ireland, you got to commit towards something there, right?
Yeah, it's also really difficult to play Winston into this composition, and we're actually going to see Ireland swap over to the Junkie Queen themselves, because when you play this Winston, right, you can't really jump the Torb, because first of all, he also has a shotgun secondary fire, right? So deals a ton of damage. You can't really dive the Junkie Queen. You got Kiriko that can leap around. Lucio's hard to jump, so it's a very difficult composition to dive if you're playing a Winston comp, right? So let's see what Ireland can do, mirroring the Junkie Queen composition.
They mirror it. Wow. And without Lucio, too. That's quite the play, considering, I guess, what GCB's got the rally soon, but maybe you swap Nut onto that Lucio to give that Lucio speed, because, without this Lucio, the Junkie Queen's going to have a hard time finding this fight. I mean, just has to run all the way back through main. Bob is out, lands on the GCB, who could not build that rally either just yet, and they're just waiting it out. Now, in fact, Alisu kind of gets dove on by Denmark, but it looks like they're just doing a soft engage here towards the main as Ireland attempts to regroup. They have to deal with the trace in the backline. Faith does get found, and also Sinex pretty much in the same spot. They both collapse on the ground in harmony. It seems like it's almost poetic for Ireland. They're still getting staggered as well from Denmark, who then run on them on the main side. The Instinct is here, so Alisu does connect onto Slay, but also even more kills. The rally here from GCB into a Rampage. Eventually it will get found, and this is looking rough now for Ireland.
Yeah, maybe GCB wants to swap it up there for one last fight. Maybe pivot away to the Lucio instead. You can use that movement speed. That's going to be it. Now you have an Echo duplicate. You still have the Nano Boost, right? You're not going to be able to combo it with the Dragon Blade, so we're not going to have any Nano Blades online. But, okay, that's a great first pick on Shockwave, actually.
Oh my, okay, they found Shockwave. Shockwave, again, going aggressive like he did on Hanzo previously, enables Ireland to find that opening pick. They have ultimates to work with, but then comes that Katsuni Rush from Slay into a Nano Boost onto Alisu, but the beat drop now connects from Kelix to enable their fight to keep going. But nice Rampage with that Nano. It connects onto 3 members of Denmark. It gives them that kill onto Naga, but not after Naga's ultimate finds both Faith and Nut. Now they're still trying to delay the comp. He comes out from Sinex, but they're split. He does find one. Now comes that Lucio of GCB towards the point, but Shockwave finds him. Now Alisu here on the point is in a 1 versus 2 with his, okay, he has his Echo here. They're winning this fight here. Kelix goes down as well. It's just Slay, but Slay is a standout player in his own right. However, you really can't do it against your Junker Queen and an Echo, and Ireland is cap point A.
There it is. When in doubt, Dustin, use Nano Boost on Junker Queen and Rampage, and then duplicate Junker Queen and Rampage again.
There was a lot there that they had to rely on. Also, Shockwave getting picked, right?
Just build two Rampages and get a pick.
2 Rampages, get a pick. I mean, that's all they need. That's so much, man. That is a ridiculous amount that Ireland needs, and now they have no ultimates in this fight either. They're against Shockwave with Bob, and, Torbjorn turret, Bob, it just seems like Denmark running all the AI on the field. Dropping that Bob into the backline. Shout does keep Ireland somewhat healthy, but they still got to deal with it. Is Bob? No, Bob's just not in. I was a little lost there. He's stuck in the wall on that left side. It zones out Ireland, so good disengage for Ireland.
Yeah, that was a great disengage. You avoid all that Bob damage, and now you can re-engage. You got a sound barrier soon, so I think for Ireland, you just want to build some ultimates here and then see you can get some momentum.
Yeah, maybe build that Katsuni Rush, like you said, or the beat drop, or that Rampage. Denmark now sitting with the Rampage of their own at the choke. They don't want to extend past this. This is always something interesting for Junker Queen. Just, if you opt to, go towards that opening where Ireland want to disengage or to just wait for the enemy team to come in. It looks like it's kind of a bait play to then force Alisu to go aggressive with that Katsuni Rush of Nut, building that Rampage. Beat drop to overlay that backside because Doge popped that Rampage. Counter Rampage from Alisu connects on the Doge. So Ireland playing the ult game perfectly, then go into the backline with the Genji. Ireland forcing out Denmark in this fight. Kelix has built Beak. Slay also with the Katsuni Rush, but they're out of there for this one.
Yeah, that was a great Katsuni Rush, and then GCB with a perfect sound barrier to negate the effects of Doge's Rampage. And now Denmark, they have a Katsuni Rush and a sound barrier of themselves, but Faith, if he waits this out, maybe he can get value from the Dragon Blade and secure point 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a good job disengaging before. If they realize that's their win condition, let's see if they can continue that. Denmark may be aware that they don't want to waste ultimates, take their time. Incoming shout dive with the blade early. That's a bit of a different play. Forces both ultimates from Slay and Kelix. Naga also drops the Torbjorn ultimate, so...
The cart?
Maybe that's not that bad. Nobody touched the cart, too? What?
No.
What was I guess they were just trying to counter dive at the choke.
The blade worked. It made space.
The blade worked.
It made space, Dustin.
That might have been the best blade that didn't get value directly that I've ever seen. That's actually crazy. And now they get this. Denmark comes to this dagger picks, but a little bit of shame on their part to drop that checkpoint off. But at the same time, Overwatch 2 C9s happen probably way more frequently. Denmark, to counter this, looks like Johnny, they're going for spawn camps. They're going for stagger picks here just to make up, save some face here.
They're angry now. They're like, okay, we C9. We're gonna hold forward in your spawn.
Hey, never anger a Dane, man. Never make the Danes angry, right?
True.
They'll go ham on you.
True.
Cynex does have the copy. Torbjorn turret taken out from Naga's side, so progressions for Ireland to slowly move forward. I believe that's a bob there from Shockwave. Connects on the GCB on that back line. Ireland then goes back towards the spawn once more. Doge says, no, sir, you are not escaping me. Alisu pulls him back with a Jagged Blade, and Bob finds that kill. Slay wants even more. Finds Nut 2, and 40 seconds left. Ireland have built some ultimates. Maybe they could do it this fight.
This is actually kind of hard to break if you're Team Ireland, because you almost have to go to the high ground and contest them, right? Because you can't go below.
Yeah.
You can't go beneath them. So you have to take these stairs up, and I guess they have a Kitsune rush, but it's just not where you want to invest ultimates.
Yeah, let's see if Ireland can do it with that Kitsune from the top. But like you said, I mean, it's a rough angle to get out with that Kitsune rush, and Cynex goes through the low ground. But really, you're not going to be able to do much through here unless this dive comes through, or this engage, rather, comes through from Ireland. In fact, Shockwave takes Faith out as they try to push through without any ultimates. So it looks like they kind of took your advice, but for the wrong reasons. Now 4 seconds left. They go for the copy. Already down 2 members. They're coming into the Kitsune rush late. The copy, though, from Cynex does find Naga. Says, I'm the better Torbjorn on this day. A rampage as well from Alisu, but it seems like it doesn't engage too well. Didn't connect onto Slay. They still have members in this fight, but with this Kitsune rush gone, the cooldowns are no longer being reset. Shockwave, in fact, gets a coach gun kill onto GCB, and they're stopped in the second phase, giving Denmark the map win and giving them that first of 3 victory over Ireland.
It's a good, clean look from Team Denmark there. Exactly what we expected from Denmark, really. Coming in clutch, winning the first match 2-0. Team Ireland, maybe they found something with the Junker Queen, though. We all did talk about going into this match that it's Ireland versus Portugal is going to be the match to watch, because those two teams are really battling it out for the second spot, right? So maybe they can build some momentum from that. Nambani going into their match against Portugal later today.
That's a good point. We haven't seen Portugal just yet, so we have to wait and see what they could do. Because like you mentioned, we have to bear in mind that Denmark is just to be honest, a powerhouse, right? They're just such a good team. They're so freaking good, man. So realistically, obviously, bad look for Ireland to take an L, but there's some takeaways here. Obviously, some cope from myself, maybe Johnny as well. But Ireland could come back versus Portugal.
I'm an expert copium specialist. Yeah, no worries.
You're right. Yeah, via Twitter, we've seen all of the cope from Reinforce.
Oh, there's been too much cope. Too much cope.
A little too cope. You're out of cope now. Are you fully deprived?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit low on the copium, but still, Team Ireland, they're worthy of some cope, because Team Ireland, they did find some momentum here on the attack, and they tried the Winston composition, the Ramatra composition didn't work, but maybe with the Junker Queen composition, Faith utilizing some Dragon Blades. Cynex on the Echo, honestly, has some really clutch duplicates, right? So, fair play.
Yeah, you usually don't see that, do you? Like, usually a lot of these Echoes kind of just go in with their with just aggressive play and then try to copy as they go low, like a D.Va player would, with D.Va Bomb, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or to, contest control points and stuff like that, right? But duplicating a Torbjorn and then finding a pick on the Torbjorn, I'll praise that any time of the week. I don't even need copium for that. That's just straight up good. That's just straight up good.
Straight up a good play, and obviously for Ireland, they're looking forward to that matchup with Portugal. Obviously we're seeing a lot of the highlights out of that match. Is there anything that we noticed from Denmark that maybe could bode well for them moving forward besides just pure dominance, or is this one of those matches, Johnny, where you're just like, okay, it was a bit one-sided, we don't really learn a lot about either team?
I mean, the thing about Denmark really is that they picked up this Junker Queen after Team Ireland showed it off, right? Now, I don't know if Junker Queen was on the the Google sheet, so to speak, right? I don't know if this was a composition they had planned out ahead of time that Denmark is going to play Junker Queen. It sort of just felt like they picked it up on the fly and were like, all right, you want to play Junker Queen? We can play Junker Queen. And that's really all you need to know about Denmark. They're incredibly talented individuals that can play a lot of different compositions, and they're not scared to adapt during the game, right? So that's a really good sign, especially in the World Cup with limited practice time. We can play lots of different compositions. So Team Denmark looking really good so far.
Yeah, and Denmark have also Molf on that bench, but Doge really trying to fill all roles. Meanwhile, guys, we'll set up that second match in just a second. We got 2 more left on the day of this wild qualifiers that we had ahead of you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a break.
Yay!
Oh, no.
It's all good.
I don't know, I keep calling it wild qualifiers, man. I'm just like... Whoa, it's actually me, Danny. Danny, you're not here right now. You're taking
Danny,
your spot.
you're not here.
It's me and Johnny in this scene, apparently. Good to see you. Good to talk to. I don't know if you guys can even hear Danny, but he's always talking or you're hearing him.
I want to see Danny. Can we see Danny? Where's Danny?
I'm back! There he is.
Woo! All right, everybody, I'm back.
Welcome back, Danny.
But yeah, thank you for having me back. I just wanted to, quickly chat with you guys because, the Denmark-Ireland match, you know, you guys predicted Denmark's win, and they did. And I feel like Denmark showed a lot more. It wasn't just about them, like, you know, their like amazing skills and like they're playing well, but other than that, they also showed something interesting, right? They had a C9. So, you know, everything for the fans, right? Amazing gameplay.
I didn't want to remember the C9, Danny. I didn't want to. You know, I didn't want to think about the C9.
What more can you ask from Denmark?
Danny's just a chat member that's just like as a host. He's just here to just make fun of teams, just roast them all down, bring them down.
Go Iceland! You know? Is Iceland playing soon?
Let's go.
Where's Iceland? Where's Iceland at?
Iceland is going to the qualifiers in June, but they're in Group B. But yeah. But, I mean, yeah, Dustin, you're right. I make jokes, but hey, honestly, Denmark looked good. I think Ireland had some moments as well, right?
Yeah, I like they had some moments at times, like obviously with the Torbjorn copy that we talk about the echo composition potentially working out for Ireland, maybe versus Portugal later on. Johnny mentioned that's something that we could look forward to. I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup as well between those two teams, but specifically with Denmark, obviously the takeaway is so far that Denmark's such a great team. Ireland have things; they have some potential in the future. Obviously, maybe later on, because the top two teams qualified, Johnny. I mean, that's a pretty big margin to work with here. So if you get knocked out in these qualifiers, obviously that's not good, but you do have some leeway to work with, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're playing Portugal later in the day if you're Ireland, and that's the match you're really looking to win. And if you do beat Portugal, you do advance into the next qualifier phase in June. And it's a bit unfair comparing these guys to Denmark, because Denmark is arguably like a top 8 World Cup team in the world. Like, they're one of the best teams in the World Cup, and they find themselves here in the Wild Card qualifier, right? So Team Ireland, this was not the match you had to win, and honestly, like, you don't even like keep it close. Team Ireland, I think they have a way better chance against Portugal, and that is the only match you really care about today. So we're looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Portugal, let's take a quick look at the schedule one more time, because Portugal is going to go up against Denmark in our next match, followed by our last match is going to be Ireland, who just unfortunately lost to Denmark, but they are going to go up against Portugal, and that is going to be our last match for Group A. Denmark-Portugal is up next. What do you guys expect from this match?
Well, I mean, Johnny, I don't know if you agree, but like it seems like for Denmark and Portugal, the biggest takeaway we're going to see is how Portugal, can stand up to Denmark. If it's still a 2-0 for Portugal, that might be a big deal, but for Denmark, that might be a big deal, but we're also looking at micro things probably in this fight, right, Johnny? We're like looking at how their individual players are doing and if they can put up a better fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the first time we'll see a lot of the players that will be competing for Portugal. Historically, as I mentioned earlier, Portugal has been a country that has had some standout individuals like Mosasa in the past, for example, who was a great European tank in the early days, 2016, 2017. But now, going into the 2023 World Cup, it is a bit of a change of the guard for Team Portugal and some new faces on the scene, right? So I don't really know what we have in store for Team Portugal, but this is their first opportunity to really make a name for themselves.
And also, but I mean, I think things are, one thing that's, I guess, a plus for Portugal is that they did get to see Denmark's play, right, against Ireland just now.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Maybe that could help out, maybe strategize what they want to do for this matchup. That is going to happen right now. Denmark versus Portugal. The match is ready. So, gentlemen, go ahead.
See you, Danny. Yeah, see you, man. Honestly, I agree with Danny kind of here. It's always been a debate, Johnny, where it's like, do you think... I'll pose you this question, Johnny. Do you think it's actually better for a team to be on the sidelines, but you get to, chill out a little bit, you get to relax, and you get to eat maybe, study your team? Or do you think it's better to have this game warm-up almost / a real match before you play yet another one?
I mean, it depends player to player, right? I always preferred having a look at what I'm going to be playing up next. So now you know that you're going to play Antarctic Peninsula again, right? So you know that Team Denmark, they're going to come out and play their Omatra May composition. Do you want to mirror that composition? Do you want to play a faster? It looks like they're actually going to mirror this composition. But even something simple as this point, right? You know that Denmark might hedge towards the outside of this point. Maybe you can find some positional advantage now going into this very first fight and snowball from the momentum, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Maybe trying to find something to maybe surprise Denmark with. But in this situation, they actually just opt to go inside, take the similar angles as they did before. Early Maywall from
There's a pick, Hanzo pick! There it
Okay,
is!
he found the pick. I mean, nice shot from Kuruma, but at the same time, Dizzle also found Shockwave. Kelix did trade back one, but that's a nice start for Portugal comparatively to earlier for Ireland.
You gotta have faith in the logs, Dustin. Faith in the logs. It always works out. I don't know who they're praying to. The wood gods, the trees, the forests. I don't know. It's worked out for Kurama.
Sadly, I don't think there's any trees on this map. It seems to be a frozen wasteland.
You're right.
But Portugal has shipped over those logs, giving them to Hanzo. Meanwhile, they rotate towards that point yet again. Another pick from Kuruma to find Kelix. Shockwave's trying to equalize it, but Dizzle connects on the Doge. And we've been talking up Denmark, but maybe we've been focusing on the wrong side. Portugal is looking amazing.
They've been waiting. They've been waiting for this matchup. They got the read. They've downloaded Denmark. They're ready to go. Now playing the Hanzo composition, and Kurama is just popping off. You're finding both entry frags in both of these fights, and now you built the amplification matrix. You got a Dragon Strike to really throw Denmark off their groove here. So Portugal, this is where you snowball away and get the first round here on this map.
Kurama waiting with that Dragon Strike ready to go. Amplification Matrix from Dizzle is also available. Kurama drops back to the rest of his team, drops the Dragon Strike onto the back line of Denmark, who is not fully in, but it does force the Ice Block from Naga, who is building towards them. The ultimate Doge goes low, so an Immortality Field from Slay is committed, and Naga snipes out. Kurama says that we don't have a Hanzo, but, you know, I'll hit those shots from across the map. Why not? Nice shot from Naga. Meanwhile, the rest of Portugal are dove upon with that May ultimate, so Naga, being that difference maker, gave Denmark the re-engage, but Portugal still has some time on the clock, 78% nearly for them.
All right, we're done playing. We're done playing, Dustin. Denmark feeling it now.
Okay.
I mean, that was a nice push there by Denmark, just like getting on top of Portugal, Doge unleashing the Nemesis form and doing tons of damage onto the backline, and Dizzle didn't really stand a chance to get the Immortality Field out, but for the most part, Denmark, they know when to capitalize, they know when to engage and really push that man advantage. So if you get picked, that's a bad sign.
If you're copiuming for Denmark, I'll be the copium for Portugal. I mean, Kurama can potentially find those Hanzo picks. He's proven it already, has been able to do it, the boy on the Hanzo, but they already rock into this point. They have to, they commit, was it a May ultimate for Flamanzu, but they don't find the kill. Unfortunately, the beat drop from Skelix into the backline as well, with the overclock, you know, overtopping the ultimates of Denmark, doing it quite well with this layer. They do find Dizzle as well with the Annihilation. Naga also connects onto Kurama, also finds Flamanzu, and now Denmark, like you said, it seems like they're online.
Yeah, it's just such a tough angle to work if you're Ego there with the Annihilation, and instead it's Doge holding down the fort with his own Annihilation and fights a pick onto Dizzle. And if you lose your Baptiste in these compositions, that is so much healing that you've just lost, and you just can't maintain yourself in these fights. So you would really want to take advantage of these May walls. Flamenzo, I think he has to come up clutch here for Portugal and find some kind of pick or isolate one of the members from Denmark.
Flamenzo looking for those ice blocks like you mentioned. They walk towards that point now, go around left side. Denmark ready to go onto Ego, who as he goes forward on towards that point, just goes on the top angle to spam at that backline, but Denmark is surrounding them at the current moment. Naga building up that May ultimate incredibly quickly. The Blizzard, nice wall though, like you said. Flamanzo does connect onto Doge as they use the Immortality Field to save him. Kurama's looking for those backline shots, but cannot find it because Denmark has disengaged it quite well and waited for Naga to pop that May ultimate. So now with the Blizzard, they find Dizzle, and nobody can touch the point either because they're too focused on fighting. Denmark will take round number one.
Oh, it's beautiful play by Denmark. I really thought that they would have picked off Doge there with a great May wall from Flamenzo there, but instead, Team Denmark, they're still alive. I did notice, you know, how beautifully Denmark were spread out. They realized that we can't just stack up against the May, right? So instead, we're going to spread out on the high ground and really make it difficult for Portugal to run someone over. And over time, Naga builds the Blizzard, and when you unleash the Blizzard under the point like that, I mean, it's game over. They all get frozen, and Portugal didn't stand a chance. But at least they got some cap time. Right. More than Ireland got from that point.
So far, we're edging towards Portugal, I guess, so far. I mean, you know, Denmark, like they relied heavily on Naga to find those picks and to build that May ultimate, like you said earlier. I mean, now they have Shockwave onto the Hanzo. Previously did well on this map as well, on this sub-level. And now Portugal tries to equalize it with their own Hanzo. They've been able to find picks previously at the beginning of the map, but, you know, maybe this time with Shockwave on the Hanzo, it's somebody that can kind of deal with that backline pressure from Portugal. They kind of stack up together in this fight. Well, Denmark was the first ones to aggress, drop the Mei wall, and Naga's Mei wall does separate the backline, but they break it incredibly quickly. However, while they were focusing that Mei wall, Shockwave has been able to find Kurama. That's a nice opening pick for Denmark. They actually lose Kelix in this fight, though, to EO and this fight, and now Denmark, you know, they're kind of in a rough spot. They do get that wall off. Portugal now have to deal with Naga with the Blizzard, and everybody is just zoned out from Doge. They take that point first, and Naga putting on a show at the moment.
They were just brawling for like a minute right there, building ultimates, and Naga, he gets a Blizzard while Denmark has like 2% cap time. That's just absolutely ridiculous. It is a bit of a rough disadvantageous for Portugal there, because you're sort of stuck into the corner, like you mentioned, Dustin. And we know, both of you, we know that if you're playing against a Mei and a Hanzo and you're stuck in a corner, it's a bad deal. So Portugal, maybe some more aggression here?
Maybe some aggression. They try to go forward, try to get some space, like you said, but now they're kind of split off. The Mei wall from Naga doing a great job zoning them out, but they've actually lived because of the Mei ultimate zone from Flum and Zone. They do actually find Naga with that, but at the same time, Kelix has traded back. So that Mei is no longer in the fight, still with Kelix. Denmark try to back up, allow Shockwave to maybe equalize it in these fights as Ego goes incredibly low, drops towards the point, need the Lucio Hills. They have a beat drop available. Do they want to commit? No! It's not in time to save the Hanzo from Portugal, and now they have to deal with Doge with the Annihilation. Ego also goes forward with his own, but they're down the Hanzo, and he went a little bit too far forward because now he split off from his team. Dizzle tried to go forward to save him, but it's Slay on that Baptiste to find those 2 kills with a damage output, and Denmark didn't even give up the point.
Oh, the sound barrier is just a second too short and couldn't save Kurama, and you lose your Hanzo damage. That is so crucial. Investing the Annihilation as well, and now Denmark really pushing the advantage. They got an early pick onto Kurama. They know that Kurama is going to spawn faster than everybody else, and they secure that pick. So just buying themselves more time, and now it's desperation time for Portugal. 10% away from Denmark from just winning this map out. They gotta get onto the point.
Yeah, they have to touch this point, but it gets a Dragon Strike from Shockwave. How do they do it? They actually drop down Ego towards that point. They touch the actual objective. He now comes back up to the stairs with the Lucio and Tracer that are going to be delaying this point, but each time they do, they have to do with Shockwave, who drops the Dragon Strike. Ant Matrix is also here. Shockwave finds Ego. Nice job from him. Beat drop from Kelix as well to sustain this fight. No support ultimates for Portugal. Shockwave yet again finds Kurama, connects as well onto the Lucio of Portugal, and that's already so many kills for Denmark to close out versus Portugal. Antarctic Peninsula goes in their favor as they take map 1.
Beautiful play yet again by Denmark. Just so solid on these compositions. And again, it's tough for Portugal. I really do feel like they held their own in some of those fights. But again, just a slight positional disadvantage. You're tucked into a corner. You know, Denmark are spread out on the point, and you can't get to Slay the Baptiste. You can't get to the Hanzo. Denmark just doing a really good positioning for those fights.
Yeah, I think that, you know, obviously round number 1, Kurama to find those opening picks really gave Portugal that opening, but you know, when that started to fall off, it was not as much in their favor. Like you said, they did positionally play well, right? That is something for Portugal. They did manage to rotate around that point pretty successfully. At times, they extended the fight longer than the likes of the previous team. Man, Ireland just kind of dominated it, really. I don't know why I keep bringing them up. This is kind of bad for Ireland. But for Portugal, you know, obviously they have a lot going in their favor, potentially onto hybrid, right?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, if I had to speculate, I think that Ireland versus Portugal later, after this match, will be a banger. Because I feel like both teams could really go head-to-head in a nice way. But yeah, in this one, I mean, it was all Denmark, really. After Kurama didn't find those picks anymore, just nice ultimate usage from Naga on the Mei, for example. Doge really playing the front lines well, timing the Annihilation, secured them one of those fights there, of course. And just look at this right here. You got control of the stairs. You technically have the high ground. What do you do if you're Portugal? Like, you're fighting uphill, right? So it's a very difficult position to be in. Naga builds a Blizzard when you have 2% on the control timer. It's ridiculous from Denmark, really.
I guess to maybe, you know, look at next map, Reinforce, you know, you won't be stuck in a lot of these spots, right? Like, it's easy to say on hybrid, potentially with the space, they could do a bit more, right? Is that fair to say that maybe on a more open map, they would gain a little bit more of an edge against Denmark? Yeah,
I mean, there's tons of options here to go, right? If you want to pick Numbani, you can, but we've also seen Gibraltar today, for example.
Oh yeah.
Circuit Royale, if you want to force like a Sigma mirror, I suppose, or something of that nature. I don't know what Portugal's strength really is. As I said earlier, this is our first opportunity to really see a lot of these Portuguese players. So I'm curious to see what they got in store.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. And obviously, we'll see after a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with that number 2. See you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Cup, and obviously, big point of emphasis here. Johnny, this is the first time we're going to have World Cup again for, what is it, 2019, right? It's been like friggin' forever.
Yeah, like 4 years.
It's been 4 years, man.
That's crazy, man. That's such a long time.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous, and that's what this is only the fourth game now that or fifth game now coming back.
What math?
Math? I can't do math. I'm not. Listen,
this is the fifth
game, Johnny.
I
I was talking to you, man. I've lost so many freaking brain cells just playing professionally for so many years. Why are you looking like this?
I thought you were gonna say you lost brain cells talking to me, and I was about to be really sad.
No.
Oh,
This was. Heck no. Sorry, no. You're like one of the smartest guys in the scene. I would never say I lost brain cells talking to you.
Oh, that's too much.
I just thought that like talking to you would make you lose brain cells. Do you not feel the same? I mean,
yeah, me talking to me. That's. I'm really paying the price for that one. Don't talk to yourself. It's not good for you. All right.
Well, anyway, we're going back into this map number 2, Johnny. And obviously map number 1 for Denmark went their way. You know, we saw at points Portugal just really were able to get up to 73% on that map, on their round number 1, you know, off of some nice picks of their Hanzo player. Now we're going, obviously, to Havana.
Ooh.
This could pose a difference maker for Portugal, as they've as well made some substitutes come through.
Yeah. Good Hanzo map, right? But yeah, we're seeing a few substitutions in here for Portugal. Got a pretty vast team if you are Team Portugal.
A vast?
No. Vast. Meaning
okay,
like
vast.
the vast sea. You know, I was role-playing a pirate, Dustin, right there. I was using the word vast. But yes,
Sorry.
I mean, you got Ego 1, who played the Ramatra on Antarctic Peninsula for Portugal. Sub him out, get HK3 in, and now we're seeing some Sigma compositions instead. Kurama over to the Genji. Whereas I would have expected a Hanzo here, because,
yeah,
well, logs. But if you want to play the Sigma with a Genji, try to finish off some of these enemy targets, right? Utilizing the dash, for example. Maybe, maybe this is Portugal been cooking with. Maybe they've been cooking.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll see if we should have let them cook or if we should have, you know, removed them from the kitchen in their entirety. Portugal on the defense with that Genji, like you said. Denmark blocking something
Winston?
quite different. Yeah, Winston, it looks like.
Interesting.
Okay. Why do you think they're running this? I mean, there's just like 2 different kind of composition styles and mixed comps even, with Kurama obviously being on the Genji.
I mean, it's curious to begin with, because Doge is quote-unquote the main tank for this team, right? And they're just going to go ahead and swap. So Doge actually flexes over to that Sigma. But, I mean, we mentioned earlier, right, that if you're Denmark, you have Doge, you can play a lot of the Winston, Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball stuff, right? But you have Molfig on the team as well, and Molfig is a fantastic off-tank player. So I think they rolled out with Winston because they expected you know, some kind of Winston composition, but they go over to the Sigma in spite of that, and now we'll see who can battle it out.
Huh, okay, yes, we'll see if Denmark comes out on top. Maybe they're just locking with Doge to continue this frontline pressure. Shockwave to find that backline of the Genji, or sorry, frontline DPS player of the Genji, who had to back up, and now the aggression is on them. I mean, what do they do? What do you do when Shockwave is hitting? What do you do when he's hitting these shocks, Johnny? I'm not sure there's much Portugal could do, because now Denmark, I mean, they put 3 on the cart now. Portugal can't even recontest.
I mean, he's just headshotting people with the logs. It's unfair, honestly. If you're a Shockwave, you're an Overwatch League player going up against Portugal, like, don't play the Hanzo. Play anything else. Really.
Maybe that's why I was going to play the Sombra originally. It was just to give him a chance.
Yeah. A lip impression, maybe.
The lip impression, maybe swap things over. And obviously, you know, meta, obviously, is the Sombra, as everybody likes to say. The Sombra is one of the best characters in the game at the moment. But what is HK3 doing? He was trying to go for a bit of aggressive angle, drop down from the low ground. Was not expecting Denmark maybe to be as aggressive as they were with this blade. So at least that's Naga's ultimate out of it. But it's a Genji blade. So that's probably the worst ultimate on the side of Denmark, now gone.
Yeah, they actually got value from a Dragon Blade. It's crazy. 2023, would have thought.
Who would have seen it?
Yeah, would have seen it. But yeah, I mean, now you got Denmark. They're really happy that they won that fight, because now they got high ground, and this is perfect for the amplification matrix. You got a Dragon Strike and a Greater Flux as well. Ultimates are really lining up for Denmark here.
Yeah, they are. They are building up to another... Well, actually, yeah, 4 ultimates, like you said. Now Portugal now walk out. They're still trying to set up Kuhin on the Genji, or the Hanzo. Meanwhile, Immortality Field tried to save the Baptiste, who went forward, but it's just into Doge, who has an Immortality Field of his own. Rally was trying to get there for Portugal as they went for that engage, but Denmark was too ready to collapse with the Dragon Strike, and Denmark just seems like they're putting on a show right now. It's just one ult at a time. You know, they're playing some classic ethical Overwatch reinforced.
Yeah, they only used the Dragon Strike right there, so didn't commit the Goetic Flux, and...
Dude.
Okay.
You were saying, Johnny,
No,
you were saying...
I wasn't saying
like,
anything. I wasn't talking.
Dude, you were definitely saying something that immediately got cut off.
No. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter. What does it matter? It's just...
It doesn't.
Brutal.
Dude, they're just committing ultimates now. Portugal popped Gravitic Flux, also with the Ant Matrix, to try to come back into Shockwave. I mean, they're now out of ultimates. They're going to be building up towards that Genji blade for Kurama. But, you know, now they're being walked on. The Immortality Field was used earlier. Kellex is walking forward with the IMAX, with the Brigitte ultimate with the Rally. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. This might be one of the fastest Havanas I might have ever seen.
And they still haven't used the Flux either. They still haven't used the Flux. Sure, Portugal got an Immortality Field to work with, but besides that, how do you survive this one? It's gonna be tough. This might be really fast.
We're just watching like a jester in court be executed by the king, honestly. Portugal now walks forward. They're going to have that Genji Blade. You know, maybe that could get some value because Denmark don't have any support ultimates, but it will be against that Gravitic Flux, which Doge, I'm sure, is aware this Genji Blade is available. By the way, Rod did swap over to that Zenyatta. Now that Gravitic Flux, oh, nice disengage from him. Pop the blade. Maybe force that Gravitic Flux into the backline. Also finds Slay, and Naga goes down. That was expertly played by the Genji player of Portugal, but they do get picked off in the open. If they could find the follow-up kills, that could be good for them. But Shockwave did drop the Dragon Strike, tried to find the Zenyatta, but could not, though Doge does trade back HK3. They still have to wait again for Kelix and Shockwave.
Yeah, just stabilize here. Immortality Field was used by Slay there as well, so that's a defensive tool that Denmark don't have. Yeah, you don't have your tank right now, that is a problem, but just poke with the Discord Orb, with the Hanzo, try to hold Denmark off, and maybe you can secure some value here with the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they are pressing the right buttons at the moment from a micro level. They actually send Naga towards that right flank, the side of Denmark. Pop the blade of the backline, forces that Immortality Field, and nice kick to finish off Naga. The disengage was too strong. Nobody was there with the follow-up of Naga to help that blade out. Meanwhile, avoiding the shots from Kuhin, but Shockwave does eventually find him with a Storm Arrow, just given so many opportunities with that shot with the left side. Push from him eventually finds him. Doge also connects on a Kurama with the Ant Matrix, so it's Ant Matrix versus Ant Matrix, but they're still pushing the cart. Nobody could touch either, just a Transcendence to try to touch last second. I believe HK3 was going to be there in time as well, but now they push forward. No. Gravitic Flux of the Rock from Doge connects to cancel the Gravitic Flux. Now they push forward. Doge is building up of his own Gravitic Flux. Knocked away onto the backline, deflected onto Rod. Also dash reset onto Dizzle, so that's a nice 1v3 from him. Slay also connects onto HK3 after the resets of Naga. Denmark will close out on Havana with 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Give them an inch, they take a mile, Dustin. Just when you thought they turned it around with the Transcendence, holding the cart, Gravitic Flux comes out, and you get hit by an accretion, and Denmark snowballs from there.
Wait, Johnny, you're a European man.
I am European, indeed. Shouldn't
you say give them a millimeter, then they'll take a kilometer, or is that just, am I just dumb for that? Like, what's going on? Like, is that? why are you not talking to me, Johnny? Where'd you go? What happened, dude? Come on, give me something here, Johnny. Is that not accurate? Johnny. Okay, I've lost my co-caster. He's off.
It kind of makes sense. I've never heard it. All right, hold me up. I'm at my computer. I'm at Google. Give them a millimeter.
No, he's Googling. Okay.
Take a meter? No.
Give a millimeter, they'll take a
I don't think this is a European saying, my man.
Why is there so many American sayings that are just goated, but then like European sayings just aren't? You know, like I'm just saying as an American, like I think we have better sayings than Europeans. Is that fair or no? I mean, like,
sorry,
listen,
I'm Googling this phrase right now. I didn't hear you. I don't think we have that. Hold up.
Kelix is moonwalking.
Yes?
What is going on? Kelix is moonwalking on the page. I didn't even know there was an emote. What is that? Dude, he was just emoting. Okay, they're going to spawn camp, by the way.
Yeah, they got these walk emotes and stuff now. In the battle pass, I just got some walk emotes.
Sick.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh my god. I'm not even sure if we can call it moonwalking. Just walking backwards, like you said. But Portugal now walk out of spawn. Nice shot.
There we go.
Moving on to Naga. That's exactly what you want on the side of Portugal. They attempt to get out of the spawn doors, but HK3 still has to deal with Doge. And Doge on the Ramantra can just keep running into your face of the Sigma, right? It's not much the Sigma can do, but, you know, they have to back up. Denmark still have the sustain in this situation. In fact, they want to go forward again with the backline, just walk past that Sigma shield. Kurama, by the way, swapped to the Pharah to find Shockwave. I thought that was a good swap for them, honestly. They have that Mercy. They have the Pharah out on the field. This might be something that Portugal can work with here. Obviously, in Europe, Pharah play is incredibly prominent in general for the side of, you know, an EMEA contenders with Twisted Minds. They eventually will win this first fight to stop the spawn camp.
Pharah Mercy is also really prevalent in my ranked games. But yes, indeed, for Portugal, good way to start off there, because if you get trapped in your spawn with them playing Ramatra May, you can be in deep trouble. But early picks from Kuhan and Kurama gets the job done for Portugal. That's such a relieving way to just get out of your spawn and onto this point A here on Havana. Oh, another one!
The high ground. Nice shot again. In Kurama as well onto that Pharah to find Shockwave. Eventually, Rod does get found from Kelix, but, you know, they're playing this perfectly. Denmark's opting to run this sort of I don't want to say
Annihilation?
cheesy, but Brawl Comp, Annihilation pop from Doge, has to back up around the corner to save himself because he doesn't have enough heals. Naga does trade back Dizzle, but, you know, Portugal are coming out on top continuously. Naga does find yet another one, but Kurama has that payload and the Mercy now here. Portugal are playing it well so far.
Yeah, Shockwave is really the only one who could deal with this, you know, try to use the hit scan powers to take the Pharah out of the sky, but Kurama is playing these angles pretty well, avoiding the Widowmaker.
Yeah, doing a good job just avoiding those shots like you said. Now they have to push forward into this fight. Shockwave looks for the angles on the Pharah, but as long as Kurama plays it well, he should not let himself be seen. Rod comes through on the back line into a Dragon Strike. Connects onto both Kelwicks onto Naga. Doge does trade it back, but it might be too little too late. Barrage comes out now from Kurama, who finds both Shockwave and Slay. Amazing work from Portugal to capture out this first point.
Yo, this is looking good for Portugal. Koan and Kurama, I mean, that was a phenomenal accretion by AK3 into the Dragon Strike. You don't see that combo every day. So Portugal with some momentum, and they got a Gravitic Flux and an Amplification Matrix of their own.
Denmark seems a little bit lost. It looks like now they swap Slay over to the Ana, and Doge now over to the Winston. Portugal, meanwhile, doing some swaps of their own. Kurama going over to that Tracer, and Rod onto the Zenyatta. Gravitic Flux still here for HK3. They have the Ant Matrix as well. Shockwave with wall hacks is online, so now they know the dive is coming through. Shockwave came through on that flank angle to connect onto Rod. Immortality field gone. HK is trying to come back and peel, but you know, sometimes it's not destined to be. Eventually, he will be found by both Doge and Slay, as now Denmark will set up for a potential spawn camp.
So it's a fantastic swap coming out from Denmark because they recognize, okay, we're not going to take this Sigma duel. And if we're not going to play Sigma, we're going to out-tempo you. We're going to play faster than you. We're going to play aggressive. The swap over to the Winston, and now Denmark looking to dive.
Looking to dive on the back line. Shockwave finds Kuhin, but they do lose Kelix. Doge does trade it back. Naga also onto Dizzle has been amazing, by the way. Naga on the Genji. I mean, obviously, two stand out. Obviously, somebody coming to touch the payload. I think it's Kurama, but eventually, surely this Tracer will be found. But, you know, obviously, reinforced Naga, one of the best Genjis and Hanzos in all of Europe.
Yeah, so good. But now, this is going to be a ponderous moment for Team Portugal, because if I'm HK3...
Wait, where are they going?
They're hunting for someone. They're on a hunting trip. Hunting field trip in Havana. Nice pick.
Kelix in the... They're using the Nano now onto Naga. They have that blade up soon. Doge should have the Primal Shockwave, hits the shot on Kurama. They set up somebody in the back line. Now HK3 gets slept. It's Naga with the Nano, who doesn't even want to pop the blade to find those two kills, saving it for next fight. Now they're coming back for HK3. And although first point looked well, second point, not as much for Portugal. And it seems.
Yeah, it's such a brutal moment in time for Portugal because you got this gravitic flux, but like, oh
no.
my.
That can't happen.
Oh my.
You were saying, Johnny? You were saying.
Can I speak? Can I finish my thought? No.
yeah, you can.
So HK3 is actually going to move away from the Sigma, sacrificing the gravitic flux because he recognizes that he won't get any value with the flux. Who is he supposed to flux here? They need the Diva with the Matrix to get out, but that's not even going to suffice.
I mean, now they don't have that shield to save the backline from Shockwave, so it's kind of like a pick your poison type of situation. Kuhin trying to find these shots onto the Genji, but gets the anti-grenade and delayed. Now 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Bit of a snowball now for Denmark on the defensive hold.
How do you get to Shockwave? It's a shooting gallery.
Dude, he's a
Look at him go. I bet you that he will just dink this Tracer. I bet you that Kurama won't find value with this split one.
Oh, I'll take that bet. $10 on it if he hits this shot, or if he doesn't, or if Kurama finds the kill. I'll bet on Kurama finding the kill potential on the back line. Finds Naga, came back actually to zone out Shockwave, so maybe it was a bit of an intimidation tactic to force Shockwave. He's just kind of dealing with this Trace or this Ana and the Widowmaker on their own, but now they're kind of split. You know, for Denmark, this is a weird situation. Shockwave is now on the high ground flank, but the card has been rotated on. Portugal's fine with Shockwave being here because he's literally getting no value besides, what, looking for this Hanzo and Tracer. Eventually, the climb comes through from Kuhin to jump up to the high ground, kind of like a spider. Venom Mine on him, a 1v1 happening here while 4v4 is happening on the payload. So now we have this 1v1 happening while Naga pops the blade. That 1v1 is still towards the spawn doors. Naga does get the answer onto him. Rod does eventually find him. Out the spawn doors comes Slay, but Shockwave again gets a kill.
No.
What is going on? No, this is like the equivalent. They're finding kills, but the objective, guys, this is a rank game. What is going on?
The
You guys
payload
are
is
trying
moving.
to fight. The payload is moving. Go to the freaking payload, Shockwave And Kelix, dude, they don't care. They literally don't care, bro. At the same time, Doge comes through, now touches that payload to stop the payload from pushing. Kuin does take incredibly low. Now Shockwave just waltzes back to his team. Bro doesn't care. He's being escorted by Kelix. Mr. President, get down. Doge is here as well to find Dizzle and Rod like the security guard in the doorway. Finds both of that backline of Portugal to enable Shockwave to come back to his team in safe hands.
This is a nightmare for Portugal. Overtime ticking out. Can't get to the payload. And that's going to be it.
Bro, no. Dude, what did we just watch, Johnny?
Don't play like Shockwave in my ranked games. Don't play Widowmaker like that. That was unruly. That's the best word to describe it.
I got up out of my seat for that one. I'm not even kidding. Like, that was ridiculous from Shockwave in the side of Denmark. You know, obviously, Portugal had their moments. I think this bodes well for them. You know, it's funny to say, in a loss, it bodes well for these guys moving forward. But, obviously, they just need top 2. You're probably not going to beat Denmark, as is proven right now by Denmark. But maybe forward, they've built some stuff, built some things, synergy potentially coming into that map. Or that game number 3 with the enemy team. That's going to be Ireland. In that game 6.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I honestly think Portugal versus Ireland, it's going to be a banger, and that is going to be the match to qualify for the June qualifier, right? To get out of this wild card group you got going here. So this next match, it's going to be good, Dustin.
Oh, yeah. And we both agree, Johnny, that like it's always a lot of fun watching these. Even at times, like Overwatch is fun watching like a dominant team just absolutely demolish the other team, right? Like, it's kind of fun because, you know, at times we saw Shockwave do some ridiculous stuff. Obviously, like you said, that's not a good look for Widow players. Now they watch this game, people are watching the World Cup, and they're like, okay, Shockwave could do this, maybe I can. No, dude, Shockwave's like one of the best hit scans in the world. Please do not throw Johnny's rank games. You can throw mine, though, but not Johnny's, because I want him to rank up and be higher ranked than me.
I'm trying to get top 500, man. People have been making fun of me. I'm trying to restore my dignity.
They sleeping on you?
They sleeping on
me.
me.
Are they sleeping on you?
But, you know, they're not sleeping on Denmark anymore. Not after that performance.
No way, man. Denmark looks super good. I think everybody expected Denmark to be a good team, but, like, is it too... It's probably too early to say a tier list because we literally haven't seen any of these teams in, like, freaking 4 years.
Dude, I'm on Clash Chat. It's never too early for tier lists.
Dude, no. Yeah, but this is why you guys get roasted every time you make a stupid prediction. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's... Are you going to... Okay, do it right now then, Johnny. Drop your early predictions. Are Denmark going to make it to top 8 for World Cup? Is that what you're saying right now?
Are Denmark going to make it to top 8? Well, it's an interesting question because Denmark, you know, with this win, it deserves saying, to clarify, that Denmark did actually qualify for the June qualifier with this win, right? They make it out of the wild card with this win. And they will be playing a very difficult teams like United Kingdom, France, for example, with Ben Best, FD God, players like that on the lineup. Netherlands as well has been a team that has qualified for the World Cup playoffs in the past, right? And so there are 3 spots to make it to the World Cup playoffs in the group that now Denmark find themselves in. But you have to get past the likes of United Kingdom and France, right? That's going to be a difficult task. So no matter how good Denmark looked today, still not really taking them for granted to make it to the playoffs.
That's a good point. I think everything you said, I mean, that just encapsulates what could potentially happen. But you didn't give me a tier list, Johnny. I'm disappointed for you. PR speech coming through. Should have been like that the other day on Twitter for you, buddy. But, guys, obviously, what a fantastic series we have today. I love you, Johnny. You're awesome. I love you too, Dustin. So far, we got this game number 6 coming up in just a second between Portugal and Ireland. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll be right back with Danny and myself and Johnny.
Welcome back, friends, to EMEC Qualifiers Wild Card Challenge. All right, I got it right.
Wow,
you did great,
Danny Lim here with
Better than me.
Johnny
Good
and
job,
Dustin. No, what do you mean? You were trying it, right?
Don't
You
call.
said-
No. Don't bring it back up. Anyway, Danny, what were you saying? You were moving on. We were going.
Wild
Go ahead.
qualifiers. I mean, it is right. I mean, hey, it was Denmark taking the win against Ireland, right? Oh, Portugal, sorry. And yeah, they seem to be very strong. I'm gonna say, I think putting Shockwave on Widow is sort of cheating. I think I said this for Finland when we saw Sauna on Tracer. It's kind of like the same vibe.
It kind of is. You're right. You're definitely right. But also, check him PC, I guess, for both Sauna and Shockwave at times, right? They look kind of on the level. They do a little bit trolling, though. I think myself and Johnny kind of noticed, going for that spawn camp and stuff. That's definitely a little out of the box. A little out of the box from them. A little out of pocket.
I like it. I like it. It's showing how confident you are, right? Like, you're like,
Yeah,
we're
but
gonna
flanking like that, and you're like, yo, hey, Kiriko, come with me. Let's go for the flank.
Yo, we got
I think
this.
we're
We got this. Yo, trust. Come
Trust.
with me.
No, but that's actually the comms, though. You guys are trolling, but that's actually the
really?
comms when you do that stuff, right?
Oh, yeah,
John-
100%, 100%.
Oh, that's actually the comms. Yeah, you're right. You're on the mark.
All right. Before we move on, let's take a quick look back at the schedule because we have one more match for the Group A. Of course, for Group A, we started Ireland versus Denmark. Denmark taking the win, and also second match Denmark-Portugal. Denmark got the win, and with this win, they are up 2, which means they are going to be qualified for the qualifiers in June. So congrats to Denmark. We'll definitely see more from them. Now, moving on to our final match of the day. It is going to be Ireland versus Portugal. And this is a very important match because, quite honestly, guys, the loser is out, right? It's Ireland, either Ireland or Portugal. They're going to be out of the World Cup. And also, I sort of want to ask you guys, because both Johnny and Dustin, you guys are both former players yourselves. I think for Portugal, it'll be a lot harder because, sure, Ireland and Portugal both lost to Denmark, but Portugal is just coming out from a very difficult fight against Denmark, and now they have to jump back into the game and play Ireland, right? So, like, how do you mental reset? Because Ireland, they got some rest, right? They didn't have to play a match like right before, so I'm pretty sure they spent some time to like recollect themselves to get back into the game. But Portugal, on the other hand, they just got out of a match. They lost 0-2 against Denmark, and so like, what do they have to do in order to, I guess, finally get a win?
I want to see aggression. I don't know about you, Dustin. I want to see some aggression coming out from these teams. If you take initiative in this matchup, especially if we're going back to Antarctic Peninsula and we're going to see more Ramatra May, just like, you got a May, speed in there, get a nice ice wall, try to get a pick, right? Don't rely too much on the Hanzo and the Sojourn to find picks. I want to see Portugal. You just got knocked around a bit by Denmark. Who cares? Shrug it off. Get in there. Brawl a little bit with the May and Ramatra.
I'm 100% with you, Johnny, and I think honestly, you're right. Just get some passion in there, get excited, maybe come back, get some aggression.
Get a roar in the comms. I know you were the hype man for Atlanta, Dustin. You were the hype man.
Dude, no, I know the game's ready, by the way, but I was gonna tell a story real quick because
story time.
In the playoffs for the Overwatch League, we were down 0-2 versus the Hangzhou Spark. I was sick. My team was sick on the Atlanta Rain. At the halftime, when halftimes exist, we go outside for a smoke break because everybody, Korean culture, smoke cigarettes and stuff. We're all chatting. I was screaming. I was yelling all over the place, getting mad. We were down 0-2 the Hangzhou Spark in the playoffs. These guys are bad. And then
bye, Danny.
Bye, Danny. Sorry. And then we come back from the half, and we still lose 3-0. So I don't really know if I was the one to talk about that.
Hey,
sorry, Johnny. And sorry,
good
Danny,
on you. Good on you for inspiring your team and trying to motivate them. Hangzhou Spark, they got fourth. They got fourth in that playoffs. They were a hard opponent. You can't blame yourself.
No, dude. First of all, we got cheesed by NYXL in the upper bracket. That was stupid after we beat Shock because they ran Bastion.
Oh, the match is live.
We're into the game already. Oh my god, that was so fast. We don't even have time to talk about all this stuff because the game's going.
Only going.
Good, honestly, though.
We go.
We love to watch some Overwatch, so this is honestly some great times so far. Ireland now running into the backline with pure Irish does have the immortality field down. Kurama trying to take the Hanzo duel on the low ground. They're towards the point. Storm, no reflection off the wall, but no geometry. Maybe Kurama did not take that back in elementary school. He's trying to find that front line. Does do the Sonic Arrow. Throws the Sonic Arrow onto that Ramatra, who goes aggressive, but now out of that pummel form, drops back. Nobody has controlled this point just yet. Dizzle building up towards the immortality, or sorry, window, amplification window. Lamanzo does get picked off by Faith on that Hanzo, doing a great job now re-engaging is Ireland. And after a decent showing for Portugal, Ireland now come out and punch Portugal in the mouth.
Yeah, and the adjustment as well. Now, Ireland is playing Hanzo here on the very first round here of Antarctic Peninsula. So, recognizing that the Sojourn didn't work out, you flex over to the Hanzo and Faith finds the opening pick to really get Ireland going here. And you're already building ultimates. You already have the amplification matrix. You have an annihilation. So now, it's on Ireland. Maintain this momentum. Don't get picked by Kurama. This is the opportunity.
Okay, let's see if they can come back in. Faith now looking for those shots the entire time as Portugal now walk through with that Amp Matrix. Like I said, Nut also ready with his as both Amp, or one Amp Matrix from Nut is popped. No pickoffs until now. Ireland gets maximum value out of the defensive hold with that Amp Matrix. Dizzle and the rest of Portugal try to back up and not use any ultimates. Just gonna take a fast wipe. Lucio even wants to die too to get back to spawn.
That's what you love to see if you support Team Ireland here. Portugal, they do have 5 ultimates coming online, but still Ireland only invested the sole amplification matrix. Portugal, you want to find some stability here. You want to come to grips in this matchup because you just were defeated by Denmark 2-0. You got to find some momentum and get some good plays going your side and then use that for your advantage. And there it is! Ooh! That's exactly what you want to see from Kurama.
You talked about this before. Kurama finds that opening pick. Dragon Strike does pop on the side. He gets 2 at the end. Was that the end of the Dragon Strike 2, Johnny? What an insane ultimate. Usually you don't see people die to Dragon Strike that late, but oh my god.
You rarely see value like that from a Dragon Strike. That's impressive. I don't know where Ireland found themselves, but that's a good Dragon Strike from Kurama. You still have 4 ultimates on your side, so Ireland 68% in percentage, but Portugal, they can maybe utilize this to their advantage.
Yeah, they're trying to come, or trying to hold rather, you know, with those ultimates, like you said. They did deal with, or they did force out Nut and Faith to use both of their ultimates, so they will be up in this fight. Amp Matrix committed from Dizzle. The disengage now from Ireland to the low ground. Do they actually want to re-engage here? Looks like they do, but that Amp Matrix is still going to be in the fight. And same with that May ultimate. So Portugal is ready. We'll see if they opt to commit any more ultimates. A beat drop from GCB. They want to win this fight, and they opt to commit ultimates. So now Portugal re-engage with Ego's ultimate too, but they've kept on to the beat drop, which is crucial.
Yeah,
the next fight.
It's a tough sound barrier for GCB, and it's going to die later in this fight as well. So Ireland investing ultimates. The Blizzard as well, but just not finding any value. I love this aggressive play coming out from Portugal as well. Dropping the Blizzard, finding these picks early in these fights. Yes, you only have a sound barrier to work with now, but this is totally doable for Portugal.
Yeah, this is 100% winnable. They do, you know, supports. They do say, you know, I know a lot of tank players, Johnny, say that, you know, supports are the ones that dictate the meta because of, you know, how strong a lot of these support ultimates are. Obviously, Rod sitting, or yeah, with that ultimate in the back line, ready to go with the beat drop as forward goes pick. Ireland into Kurama, hitting that ultimate, then dropping the dragon, or sorry, hitting the shot and then dropping the Dragon Strike. Now that Immortality Field comes back to save him too, and Rod is there with the peel, perfectly disengaged from Portugal to stop Ireland. But one more fight still. They can come back.
Kurama's Hanzo is looking good for a player that is making his debut here on the broadcast, a name we're not totally familiar with in the competitive scene. Kurama has really showed up and finding these picks early for his team. This is the World Cup, Dustin. This is the World Cup, and Kurama is showing up for it.
It's all on the line, and he is putting on his anime protagonist form right now, looking for the shots. Doesn't find the kill, but does at least put some pressure down. You know, GCB doing a good job avoiding these shots. Now, Ireland goes forward with the Amp Matrix of Nut, but it's a bit too far back, so Portugal have done a good job disengaging, still having that beat drop and aggressive dive. They want to use it early, and now that gives Kurama the opportunity to go forward, double jumps, but actually gets pummeled into the dirt. No Immortality Field to save him. It was there, but a little bit too late, and now Lamanzu's been the one to try to take up the mantle, to try to push back Ireland on their push as they almost captured that point. They're still in this fight. They got 3 here. GCB gets healed up by Nut, who commits that regenerative burst, but eventually it's Ego and his ultimate with the annihilation to clean up towards this point to give Portugal map or round number 1.
What a turnaround from Portugal, finding themselves down 68% in our opening round here on Antarctic Peninsula. Some picks from Kurama, the crucial Dragon Strikes, the early picks in these fights, helping his team secure round 1 here. And I mean, this is looking really good for Portugal. You find yourself comfortable in this Ramatra matchup. And now, moving over here, this round we haven't seen yet, so we don't know what both of these teams have in store. We have seen some Far Mercy here in the past, Dustin, and it's looking like Ireland are going to bring it out.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen Ireland pull it up before, like you said. Maybe they get some value. Cynex has been kind of the difference maker. We talk about in sports traditionally, you always want that star player, right? Reinforce, you always want that, pop-off player that can carry you at moments. For Portugal, it's Kurama. For Cynex, we'll see if he could do that on the Pharah.
Yeah, and nothing to really deal with this far as well. Kurama might be good on the Hanzo, but can you log a Pharah out of the sky? This is going to be an uphill task for Portugal, in my opinion.
Yeah, might be.
Great
but they are. Nice nade from Nut onto that back line. Forces Portugal to rotate towards the point. Still having that immortality field, though, is Dizzle doing a good job holding on to it. I believe he has it. There we go. Drop another anti-grenade connects from Nut. Faith and Cynex connect for 2 off of that nade, but Portugal's not out of it yet. They still got Kurama in this fight. They still have the mate on the coastal side, but against this Pharah, what does he do? Unfortunately, it's nothing. That Pharah shuts him down, and Ireland now come back with some form of consistency.
Not with some huge plays for his team there. Not only the first nade to start building some ultimate generation and putting pressure on Team Portugal, the second one with a 4-man biotic grenade. That is going to just help your Pharah and Tracer out so much in finding these picks. So maybe something Ireland can lean on here. You're starting to build some ultimates. Pulse Bomb not quite up yet for Faith, but if you get the immortality field out, you're really starting to open the door here for Cynex to get another pick onto Dizzle.
I mean, they're just not able to deal with this Pharah at the moment. Just spamming through.
Yeah, they can't.
As they just can't deal with it.
Who's going to kill the
try to walk
Pharah?
the choke. Nobody. Yeah, I mean, they make some swaps. Kurama's now on the Tracer. Is that the pick, Johnny? Like, I don't even know if that's the correct play against this comp.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so difficult because now Cynex has a barrage as well. You can't really negate that damage if you're the Ramatra, right? You can't really deal with that, and you got Diva in your face. I do feel like this composition is looking rough for Portugal here.
Yeah, they're a bit flustered. Oh my god, I didn't even know Lucio could get up this high. Skates to the top. Kind of like a, he was skating at the top. That was literally insane. But now the nano comes through from Cynex. Has that barrage ready to go. Nothing to appeal for except the sleep dart, but he cannot connect. And Cynex finds 2 as Kurama trades back Faith, but that's only 1 kill. And unfortunately, in this situation, Johnny, we talked about math earlier. 2 is greater than 1. Now Kurama has to back up and regroup, but 70% now on the board for Ireland.
Yeah, so they swap over to the Sombra here. This is definitely uncomfortable for Portugal. They're not quite sure what to play. Ego is going to stick to the Ramatra because he has that Annihilation. Flamenzo has to be crucial here, finding a hack target that they can dive upon.
Flamenzo looking for that hack, like you mentioned, looking for Nut. That's a very important target to shut down. They instead the Lucio to come after him, but Nut gets the into his sleep. I mean, maximum value on the end. If he got a kill there, that would be insane, but unfortunately, he does get traded out. However, that's so many cooldowns committed just to take out Nut. That might have done it for Ireland on this round to bring us to that round number 3. Nut got maximum value, and as did Ireland to shut out Flamenzo here. We're going to that round number... Well, they're still touching. Okay, I'm calling it a bit too early, but with this overtime ticking down, they're going to come through, try to stagger. Kurama comes through with a touch, has to recall out, though. Lucio will be here. We're going through progressions, but eventually the overtime ticks down. And Johnny, we have that round number 3.
We have a game on our hands, Dustin. We have a game on our hands. What a turnaround from Ireland. They're playing the Pharah composition and some great biotic grenades from Nut. I arguably want to stick on the Ana here. If I'm Nut, I'm feeling it. No, I'm swapping over to the Baptiste. I get it. It's the right choice. I get it, Dustin.
Yeah. This is rough because we're like kind of fans now of the game, and it's like, you know how fans will be like, "Why did they do this, bro? Why did they do this?" Like, we're kind of like that in the situation, but I'm sure, Johnny, they've practiced this comp, and also it's probably best on this map.
Yeah, it's so hard to get value here if you're Ana. You guys have a high ground to work a bit, but like you have to work around the May wall, you have to work around the Ramatra. It's way harder to land those biotic grenades, so you're going to go with the Lucio and the Baptiste composition instead, but it looked even on our initial round, so don't count Ireland up in the mirror.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Ireland tries to shut out this choke of Portugal, but, they're walking out. Portugal, indeed, with Flamenzo finding that opening pick on the Faith, has started to come online on the May, maybe starting to hit those icicles that he needed to hit earlier. And now Portugal forcing out that immortality field, just have to find the follow-up kills, in which they do so. Flamenzo also finds Cynex, so nice work from that May player as Portugal win the first fight.
Yeah, Flamenzo's May is looking clean, giving Portugal an advantage in these Ramatra battles, right? And if you wonder about the win condition for these teams. I mean, you want a great angle for your Hanzo to deal all this damage, right? Because you have to deal with the Ramator Shields. You have to poke the Ramator Shields down. But Flamenco with these Mei walls has been a huge issue for Ireland. Ireland needs to find something to get into equal positioning, equal footing in these team fights.
He's already looking for that backline. They're trying to get, like you mentioned, that equal footing, but it's tough when they're all grouped together. They try to explode out of the choke, but against this Mei wall, they have to slow down. Now, they're surrounded. Off angle of the Hanzo of Portugal, looking for those shots. Constantly on that backline with Lucio, but in Ireland decides to press the go key. They want to dive onto this backline, or rather play aggressive onto that backline, but they haven't been able to find a kill. But until now, Pure Irish does find Flamenco. However, with the Mei ultimate, Kurama is able to get Pure Irish. Eagle also connects onto Cynex, and again, Ireland is split off. They leave their team in the dust as Portugal did commit some ultimates.
Yeah, that was a great look from Ireland, though. They push aggressively, and they actually find the high ground that they need to win that fight. But because Portugal won that initial fight, Flamenco is going to get this Blizzard a little bit earlier, and that makes all the difference in that fight, being able to find a couple of picks for Team Portugal. But Ireland, they can come back here. They got an Amplification Matrix, they got Annihilation.
They try to go for a different look. They rotate towards that point to set up their Hanzo on the high ground, and in
Point
fact,
pressure.
it's actually kind of working for them. Almost there, 80%, but now Portugal has realized the situation they're in. They opt to drop Mei ultimate from Cynex. Beat drop now built for GCB, holding on to it in this current fight as the backline Nut is pressured, but uses the immortality field as Ego commits his own ultimate to try to win this fight still, and they're doing so quite well. Ireland was too split for the beat drop of GCB to get any value, and they're already shot out. They did capture the point, but it's a little rough now for Ireland.
Yeah, but if they hadn't captured that point, I mean, the map would have been over at this point.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a good job by Ireland controlling the point there and putting some point pressure onto Portugal. Now they have one more fight in them. The swap over to the Sombra, perhaps getting the hack off onto Rod's sound barrier.
Yeah, he's looking for that backline pressure. We'll see where he's towards the point, so maybe he wants to wait for them to drop, and he's doing so quite well. Mei wall used for Flamenco, and also counter Mei wall. Hack comes through onto the Baptiste, so that's already used. The beat drop is now here for Dizzle as well. Ant Matrix for Ireland to continue this pressure, as well as the Annihilation from Pure Irish gives them the kill onto Ego and to Rod. So you called it, Johnny. They had that recontest pressure. They had the ultimates to recontest with, and they do so quite well.
Yeah, they found something that works for them. They're not interested in contesting that high ground any longer. They want to play on the point instead, and it works beautifully here. You had the Amplification Matrix and you had the Annihilation. This is going to be the most difficult fight, though. Crucial that Faith builds up this EMP going into this fight. I'd love to see him just get some damage out, because they're gonna need this ultimate for this upcoming one, especially with Flamenco having that Blizzard ready to go.
He's looking for the hack now on a crumb up, but the Lucio Peel is there. Don't know if Rod meant to do that, but it works out in his favor. But he's not getting maximum value, like I said. He's disengaged on, so he's now out of the fight. As the rotation came through into Portugal, they've already forced Ireland to drop to the point, and it might be too little too late for them now. Immortality field to keep them alive, but the Mei ultimate was connected from Flamenco, and unfortunately the Sombra pick is not working out in this fight. They have built the EMP, but it's a 3 versus 5 EMP late. They can't even find a kill. Nope, shut out. GCB goes down, Faith falls too, and unfortunately that light is being blown out. Portugal are going to take map number 1.
Yeah, really impressive play there from Portugal in this Ramatra Mei composition. A strength that they could rely on here on the Antarctic Peninsula, and obviously something that they had over Team Ireland, who only really found success with that Farah Mercy composition. But still, some good things from both teams, though. We got a 3-map series on our hands, so Ireland, they could claw themselves back and win this match, of course. They're not quite out of it yet, and there are a lot of different maps you could go to maybe make things a bit more comfortable for yourself. I do think that they want to avoid Portugal's Ramatra Mei composition moving forward.
Yeah, or the Hanzo. I mean, it's kind of
brutal.
like
yeah.
They got to go back to you can't go back to the drawing boards too, because they're like mid-tournament, right? It's like, what do they do in this game? It seems like they want to play the Hanzo comp, but really just to be that guy. I mean, it seems like they're kind of getting diffed on at points from Kuruma. They did win round number 1, so there is some hope there, but at points, you know more than anyone, Johnny, you kind of need your Hanzo to do, what Kurama was doing on the other side.
Kurama, was so impressive, especially on this first round here. I mean, just look at these first picks. This is the kind of mechanical skill you love seeing in the World Cup, and throughout all of these World Cups, all these years, 2016, 2017, there have been so many impressive players who have made their way through the World Cup and made a name for themselves, and then gone into contenders, the path to pro, and then getting repeatedly promoted, right? So it's a great first showing for Team Portugal and especially Kurama here, right? So a name to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I think for the side to change things up, maybe reinforce here. I think that obviously for the Irish, it seems like you kind of did well with that. They played the Farrah Comp, right? I mean, they played the Farrah Comp, but did well. Maybe on these next maps they could run that. I don't know what they have planned, but that had a massive amount of success on the previous round.
Yeah, they picked Numbani against Denmark, right? They played the Junker Queen composition, and if you speed things up a little bit, maybe that is something you feel more comfortable with. Pure Irish was, of course, playing the tank for Team Ireland on this specific map, so we'll see if they make a substitute, what they're going to lean towards here, but there are a few maps they could go to: Gibraltar, Numbani, Circuit Real, Havana, so we'll see where they end up.
Yeah, the map pick is really going to matter for what composition they attempt to run, but obviously we'll see that next map after a bit of a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for that map number 2. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the Wild Card Qualifiers with myself, Dustin, and Reinforce. Danny on the desk, but obviously not with us right now. Or Danny, the host,
He's
no
desk
actually with
we
us.
think about Danny all the time while we're
We think about Danny 24/7. He's in our heads, literally. Oh,
I don't know if we can hear him, but he's talking to us.
He's literally talking. He's ruining our cast as we speak,
Yeah.
but we love Danny. That's why I'm here too, because we're basically two Danny limbs. But, for Johnny, obviously the last game was, in this favor of Portugal for the Irish, for Team Ireland. What do you think, from what we have so far, obviously limited sample size, Johnny, what do you think they do on the next map, which is New Bonnie, to potentially mix things up versus Portugal, who looks on fire at the moment?
Yeah, we'll see. We saw some Winston composition coming out from them earlier in the day, so maybe they'll like to lean on that. That would make sense as well. Maybe you can put Nut on Diana, for example, and that can be a go-to strength for you. We saw the biotic grenades were super clutch from him on Antarctic Peninsula. Maybe move over to the Junker Queen. So you got a few options here. You do want to really avoid the Ramatra composition, and I don't think we'll see any Ramatra on the Bonnie here, Dustin.
I think you're right. I think that, at the end of the day, that composition is a little rough for them at the moment. But, obviously, you do what you do in practice. And if you've practiced something else, then obviously you don't want to maybe mix things up to that degree. But versus this team, you might have to, right? Obviously, previously that Farah has worked well for them with the overall, in general, in Europe right now, Reinforced. It seems like Farah is like always, I guess, a cheese pick, but has kind of worked its way around in the meta to become a little bit more prevalent, I mean, I don't know how much you kind of think about the Farah comp in particular, but why do you think that is? Why do you think the Farah comp has kind of made its way around from once being a cheese comp to actually being a viable, thing to just run perpetually?
I mean, first of all, Farah players these days are just a lot better than they were in 2016, 2017, right? So if you hit, some extra couple of rockets, that damage is going to be hard to deal with. I also think that playing against Farah is a special kind of skill set because it changes the entire dynamic of the game. We all know when we play against Farahs in ranked, for example, it's not a normal Reinhardt head-to-head where you stack up as a team and then you play against each other. No, I mean, you have to swap over to a hit scan, you have to play like Cassidy, Widowmaker, and you have to take these angles. It's a skill to be able to deal with the Farah. I was going to say maybe we see some Farah come out on Umbani point A here, but Science is going to head over to the Echo instead, like we saw earlier.
I mean, this is another thing too, though, right? On that note, Farah or Echo, it's kind of like the same sort of play style, right? When you play the Echo, it's kind of like the twin sister, I suppose, for the side.
They can both fly.
Farah. Meanwhile, yeah, they both can fly. I mean, they're both played similarly in that regard, but obviously, the cooldown... Actually, is the cooldown shorter for Echo? I'm not sure if I quite remember that. But, the Sombra of Flaminzo trying to find that back line. He has to give up the space. By the way, since Portugal is playing a completely different comp that they played previously, Ireland is well aware of that. They try to go for the hack onto the Echo or onto the Diva, so no Peel can come through into Sinex, but the pocket is too strong. The supports of Ireland are doing a great job keeping that Echo alive, and they eventually find GCB with Ego on that Diva. They found their space towards the point. They've already gotten a tick, though, on the attack, but Ireland are still trying to lay on this point. Eventually, Pure Irish loses his mech, but so does Ego. However, Portugal have worked their way back in, and they built some ultimates as well to boast.
Unbelievable patience from Portugal there, as Ego's going to jump off the map, perhaps resetting to get the mech back before Ireland can re-engage, but I mean, just surviving with this Ana healing coming from afar. You got the Brig heals as well. The Diva securing the point so Ireland doesn't get too much cap. It's just really good discipline from Portugal. And now, Flamenco's going to build the CMP. The Tracer duel taking place in front of our eyes. And thank you, that was good. No, we're heading out.
They back up. They don't want to do that. But that's what Pulse Bomb has built for Faith. Now we're back into 5 versus 5. Nano Tracer onto Kurama. Has the Pulse Bomb ready to go, but Diva Bomb zones him, so he has to play safe, but he doesn't! The Diva Bomb from Ego connects on the Faith, who was nanoed to the back line. Or, sorry, he actually wasn't Nano in that fight, but he does get taken out by that Diva Bomb and by Ego. The Nano was used somebody else, but now Nano onto the Echo on that front line. So Ireland's still trying to win this fight, but Portugal has lost Rod in that fight. Ego eventually connects onto Nut. Faith now back into the fight after dying to that Diva Bomb previously. The copy Diva Bomb comes through. Sinex eventually gats him down to the copy. Faith is there as well. So both DPSs are here on the point as well as the Diva. So they've come back into this fight after picks from Sinex and Faith. They've worked their way in. Can anybody touch for Portugal? It doesn't look like it. Ireland will cap point A.
This match is just an all-out brawl. Just both teams back and forth. Just when you thought Portugal find an advantage, finding some picks there with Ego's self-destruct, Ireland, they claw themselves back with Faith Tracer and Pure Irish on the Diva as well. Just spectacular play by Ireland, securing point A here. And now you want to build some momentum with the point B here, trying to push aggressively with the Tracer and the Echo composition. Can Portugal stop them in their place?
Yeah, this is absolutely an insane, brawl on both sides. I'm getting lost in some of these damn fights. Tracer got Nano on the other side. I'm just confused on who was Nano in that fight, but Ireland did get hacked. Pure Irish has to back up. Now does have that Diva Bomb ready to go. Kurama with the EMP does have this Pulse Bomb ready to go on the flank with the rally. They can play aggressive, but they haven't been able to find any kills. The supports are doing a great job on the side of Ireland, keeping everybody healthy. Nano Boost comes through, so now they are on the aggression. Portugal goes incredibly low, have to back up, but Cynex is there with the grenades. GCP as well connects onto Flamenzo, and eventually Portugal are going to reset, even though it seemed like the fight was going in their favor originally.
Yeah, Cynex cleans up with this Echo, and this is looking like a real strength for Ireland. No surprise, they picked Numbani. This is what they feel most comfortable with, and now Dissel has to be careful on this high ground. Not going to get picked off, but it did look worrisome there for just a second. Faith with this Pulse Bomb could come in clutch here for Team Ireland.
Faith waiting over the top. Dizzle, though, on the other side is kind of his team's catalyst to a win. Drops the Nano Boost, but the Pulse Bomb onto the shield, though. Nice work from Rod to disengage that Nano Boost. Again, onto Tracer of Kurama. Is he able to find any kills? The copy, Diva Bomb was there. Actually, sorry, Cynex eventually got
the Echo,
but also gets the slam on the remech as well from Cynex. The Diva Bomb did find a kill for Ego's side, but that was not enough to stop them. And eventually Ireland are now in this third phase and are looking for the stagger kill of Kurama.
3 minutes 30 seconds left on the timer, heading into point C here. You used a lot of ultimates to secure point B there, but of course it's going to be worth it. Portugal swapping over to their Ramatra now, realizing that they just can't go head-to-head in this duel. But it's going to be hard to play Ramatra against this composition. Cynex and Faith, they're going to try to out-navigate him and get to this backline.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I will say maybe in their favor is the geometry, right? I guess it's like a little bit more of a linear point, so not a lot of, hard dives can come through. He eventually, oh my god, that beam almost took Ego up, but he does a good balance between his shield. Now the D-Bomb comes out, though, because no shield was here, and he's booped into it. A 2K Diva Bomb from Pure Irish in the nice flail from Rod, or from the backline of GCP to enable that.
They're gonna close this one out. Not test the Nano Boost. Flamenzo has to hit a huge EMP here.
Yeah, he has to hit this EMP coming back into the fight. It does connect onto one, but it's immediately nanoed from Nut, so damage reduction comes through on a Cynex as well as a lot of damage on his side, but the rally as well from Portugal was committed. So with that, they back up, but they disengage it and take out Kurama, whose movement wasn't good enough to deal with Cynex, who is now melting the front line. An anti-grenade comes through and a Pulse Bomb as well. Pure Irish connects on a Dizzle, who was taken low because of it, and now Ireland, they've been able to come back through with some compositional changes. They've made some great adjustments now on Dubon.
Oh, they're looking good playing this Tracer and Echo composition. Just a fantastic disengage off the EMP, and then the re-engage, the Biotic Grenade from Nut, just coming in clutch, hitting 2 people as well, and then you clean those folks up. This is looking really good for Ireland. And Portugal find themselves a little bit lost here on map 2.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny, what do you think about that kind of was sure, in Tree's phase and then first point, obviously they eventually lost those, but they couldn't find the solution, right? I mean, Portugal had to swap over to Ramatra, like you said, and then once they used that shield cooldown, they immediately got wiped by Pure Irish's Diva Bomb.
Yeah, it's tough for Portugal here. I mean, what do? Now you find yourself on attack, so you probably have to play this Diva or a Winston of some kind. We have seen some, back in very early days, saw some Reinhardt coming out and stuff. I don't think we're gonna see that. But I mean, they have to figure this Diva composition out and figure out this Sombra composition. Flamenzo, he's been leaning towards this Sombra on this map, and honestly, there were some decent engages from Portugal there. I just think Ireland outplayed them when it came to the disengages and such. So Portugal look to find some momentum here, and maybe Kurama and Flamenzo need to work together to find some picks on the backlines here on high ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, because it seems like, for Portugal's side, they don't have Kurama on the one-shot characters, and now he's on to the Tracer, who, relies on a bit of coordination. So Ireland playing this Chet's match incredibly well. Like you said, their disengages, and overall with the Echo now, I mean, this looks a lot like when they played Farah previously onto the map, and now Portugal on their attacking side still opting to run towards that Diva, like you mentioned, and also Flamenzo on the Sombra to help Kurama in this dive. Eventually gets him in this back line, but Faith now has the supports. However, they have set up Kurama on this backline flank towards that back halls. Ireland is aware of that, so they kind of have a decision to make to either go for a lot of this peel or go for the dive. An anti-grenade comes through from Dizzle, connects onto the back line, but Ireland are playing around their supports until Kurama finds space. So off of the anti-grenade from Dizzle, it gives them that opening for Kurama to then come through. Now that Brigitte goes incredibly low, they could lose GCB, but a sleep dart onto Kurama. What a sleep. Can they find the kill? But no, they can't. The recall comes through. Flamenzo does find Sinex on that front line as well. Portugal now working their way back through this with some nice plays individually from Ireland. They now have that point pressure. They're looking for a bit more here towards the mini. Unfortunately, they can't find a kill, but they've at least pressured them off. Does Ireland now go for the re-engage last second? They do not. They want to now hold this court.
Kurama doing what it does best, finding these first picks, throws away the pulse bomb, doesn't find a pick just there, but Ireland doing the decision to hold strong here. They don't want to go in and recontest. They'd rather hold this corner, not with the nano boost. It's going to unleash it, perhaps onto Sinex. Can they get any value?
I don't. Yeah, the nano into Sinex, or it probably won't happen. But a nano brig is actually not a bad play.
Hey, why not? There it is.
So close. They go for the nano on the Echo. They go aggressive, but unfortunately, they do get hacked on that front line. Sinex gets hacked. The nade comes through on that front. It looks like Pure Irish wants to go aggressive with his Diva Bomb again. I mean, he's done it previously. In fact, they take down Rod's shield and find that kill. Nice work from them to set up that Diva Bomb Pulse Bomb play, but Dizzle does eventually find Sinex, who was a bit too aggressive on that front line. They have to back up. EMP now is available for Portugal. Ireland trying to make this scrappy. They want to surround while they stop this cart. It looks like Pure Irish is just delaying the entire time, but
Huge
EMP Pulse Bomb connects from Portugal on the inside as Ireland attempted to come up with some sort of play here, but now 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. Portugal are on a tear.
Yeah, great EMP by Flamenzo there. But if you're Team Ireland, this point B on Umbani, it's a difficult point to defend. So you want to take as many fights as possible, and it's a pretty decent stall there in the spawn for Ireland. So Portugal, they got 4 minutes on the timer here, but you just want to work this one down, right? You got the high ground coming out here. Let's see if Ireland can maybe stall them off there a bit.
Yeah, they're stalling on the top. Kurama does have to drop, though. Ireland aware of that cart space they have to worry about. The rally now comes out from Raw to keep Dizzle alive, but he gets Ange Grenaded, eventually comes back to his team, but he might have gone too low. Sleep Dart keeps him alive for just a second, but he does get traded out by Ego. So nice work from Portugal to send the disengage on the inside. Now a copy. Diva Bomb lands onto the cart, but unfortunately finds nothing, and now it's just Sinex, Faith, and GCB, or actually GCB's not here, it's just Sinex and Faith on the cart. Sinex gets hacked, and Portugal looks like it's another team fight win for them as they capture in Streets Fang.
And this is looking even faster than Ireland. You got 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the timer. Kurama with a pulse bomb, and he's been playing fantastically so far this series. Flamenzo can utilize this hack to maybe isolate a target that Kurama can maybe bring down with him. This is tough for Ireland because you need some stability yourself. Not is the closest one you got to a pulse bomb, or a nano boost, excuse me.
Yeah, unfortunately the pulse bomb does land only onto the shield of Ireland, so they found maybe a bit of stabilization, like you mentioned there, or playing towards the main now. Still setting up Portugal is Kurama on that flank. Ireland now waits towards the cart. They got that nano boost still readily available. Not opting to use it. Dizzle's building up to his as well. EMP from Flamenzo is in a perfect spot, but no kill is found from it. It's disengaged eventually. Kurama, though, does find Faith. A sleep dart as well. Connects onto Sinex to give them these kills. Portugal do a great job individually and mechanically on the front line, too. Now they're pushing forward. They're looking for the delay. Nut does have to keep alive with the Brigitte. They find Pure Irish. He does. They do have this re-engage reinforcement.
One more fight here, and Pure Irish is going to be the last one to spawn. You maybe need Sinex to touch here on the Tracer. It's going to be Faith.
Going to be Faith to touch back in just a second. He's there to touch. Sleep Dart does come through. Nano Boost now onto Kurama yet again to try to find the Ana in the spawn, but they've disengaged it well. It's just this Tracer to come touch. 2.86 meters left. Faith goes down. Ireland really doesn't have a lot to send towards this payload except Pure Irish with the Diva Bomb. He does use it, but they have the cart to play around. Pulse Bomb from Sinex does equalize it. So now we're in a 4 versus 4. Also, the Diva Bomb found Ego's mech. Eventually gets found by Sinex too. So last second, Ireland come back to stop the push of Portugal.
A great hold there, and the self-destruct from Pure Irish gets the value. Kurama looking for a little bit of C9 here. I don't think you step off the cart, like, ever, if you're Ireland here.
Ireland's playing better than a lot of Overwatch teams, understanding that there could be C9.
Don't.
Wait!
No, there's no way. There's ain't no way. Ain't no way.
A little too early from him. comes back to his team. It did go for it, though. Got to respect the effort from him. Now comes for that right side flank.
They have EMP
Has that
here,
pulse
Dustin.
bomb. They've got EMP. Faith doesn't have it on the front line. So does Flamenzo on the other side. But the rally is now here from GCB to keep his team nice and healthy. Meanwhile, Rod does not have his. No support ultimates for Portugal. So Ireland kind of using the ultimates to their advantage. Faith does get hacked while he was about to EMP. No way. But decides to chop the translator in the front line and then EMP. But he was so low that he actually doesn't. He's not able to help his team find the value. Kurama also finds GCB. Cynex does trade back Ego. But now Portugal's still in this fight. Kurama was, I believe, slept dart, but he does find Nut as well after coming out of it. Suzu towards the cart to keep them healthy. No tank on either side just yet. But another sleep dart onto Cynex. Eventually, they have the nade here too. In Portugal, they're finding the kills. They have everybody else here. In 1 minute and 49 seconds left, we have a match on our hands.
Oh, both teams have plenty of time on the body. This is going to be an all-out brawl. And Ireland, they're on the ropes here, Dustin. They need to win this map if they want to keep their World Cup hopes alive. Portugal with an opportunity to close things out. Portugal, they have less time on the time bank, so they're going to be the first team to attack here. But I mean, I thought that Ireland was looking comfortable on their attack, but instead it's both teams now with some momentum, utilizing the Sombra compositions, going head-to-head.
I mean, it's a difference of play style, right? Like, obviously on defense, or on offense, you can play as aggressive as you want. On defense, could you say the same? Like, it seemed like, I mean, you probably could play aggressive, but like, I don't know if you agree, Johnny, but it seems like Ireland was like maybe on the defense a little bit more reserved than they were on their attack.
Yeah, they were a bit more reserved, and they tried to hold back and hold down the fort, stall off the payload as much they could. I do want to say, in that last fight, though, I mean, it just came down to the EMPs, right? And I think Faith wanted to go for his own EMP and go aggressive, but just when he was about to, Flamenzo's EMP canceled out his positioning, and Faith is forced to relocate using the translocator. And gets him out of position. So really, it's a game of millimeters here, and Flamenzo was the first one to initiate with his.
Yeah, that was great work from Flamenzo, like I said, and now they get to go to attack yet again. So they're coming back now onto Ireland, who was literally just on the defense. Now Portugal, playing a similar composition as they did previously, will opt to go through the main potentially, as Cynex looking to lock down that point, as the tracer of Kurama does come through to try to touch it and actually set up on that back flank to maybe get a dive onto Nut and GCB like they did previously. Now Ego comes through to take some space on the top, but he does get poked down. Nice pressure onto Ego. Forces him to drop, come back for the health pack, and also that's no ult charge for him too, because he's grabbing that health pack. Meanwhile, Cynex had no help. He was under the bridge. The supports could not heal him. It was such an awkward angle for Ireland as Cynex dropped down. Unfortunately, floated down to the wrong angle. GCB, though, does find two Dizzle and Rod, but Kurama comes back to find GCB, who went aggressive, and now Ireland has made this scrappy. Portugal still sends some people towards the point. Kurama's here to then pressure Ireland back after the lost GCB, but guess who is here at Cynex in this fight? Kurama does have that pulse bomb, but he doesn't have recall. Faith finds Flamenzo. Portugal's not going to back up and wait for him to get back in this fight.
That's really good play by Ireland there. They're a man down, and they recognize they have to go for a play. Nut goes into the backline, finds a Bionade, and GCB on the brig capitalizes, gets 2 picks themselves. Now, comes down to the last fight. Kurama has a pulse bomb. He's a bit low. He needs to find a pick.
Yeah, Kurama setting up on that flank with Flamenzo. So maybe that could be the difference maker, as 20 seconds now tick down, but he has to deal with the Tracer battle. Faith looking for it, decides to not take the Tracer duel because he has the pulse bomb. Can he find the kill where GCB block it again? There's another Diva bomb potentially available for Irish, but it's Cynex to find the kill. Kurama's pulse bomb cannot find value. Cynex comes back for him too, and they do have some tick percentage, 54%. Ego drops out the Hail Mary of a Diva bomb, but cannot find the kill, and eventually they will be stopped, but they do have some point percentage that Ireland will have to deal with on their attack.
Yeah, 54.5% is the percentage to beat for Team Ireland. Very doable for both teams here. I mean, you got 2 minutes on Numbani point A. This is a hard point to attack here, Dustin. And, you know, often teams find themselves in a bit of a hiccup trying to secure point A. As well, knowing that you have 45, or 54 rather, percent to work with. If you're Portugal, you know kind of when you have to touch the point. You know when you can have some time to go aggressively into the backline, etc., right? So both teams here with an opportunity to win this map.
And, you know, we also have to mention, too, like, this is their qualification on the line, Johnny. It just seems like, you know, even though they have such a a decent time bank compared to Portugal, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these players right now. And you know better than anybody, Nubani, like you just said, is one of the hardest points to cap out on, especially when there's so much damn pressure on the line.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2, max 3 fights to really use here if you're Island on the attack, and perhaps you want to spend some of that time building a nano boost. Okay, well, if you don't get value from your nano boost, then what? It really comes down to a couple of fights here, and this is Team Ireland fighting for their tournament life. They need to win this map in order to be able to advance in the World Cup.
Yeah, Ireland trying to take over, come through. 2 minutes left. Also, look at this. I believe it's Flamenzo in that backline, or was in the backline, now recalls. Or no, he might still be back there, actually waiting to set up that hack or just poke out some pressure, while Cynex on the front line is looking for a dive target with his Diva, potentially just biding their time. But in fact, it's Portugal that want to go first because Flamenzo's going for the hack, but Ego just kind of bait and switches, comes back to the high ground, just wants to get some peel for Flamenzo. But now that he's out of this fight, you're in a 4 versus 5. Flamenzo's trying to get healthy, come back into it, but Ireland has their unit the entire time. Rotating towards the point. Now they have everybody here. They're all healthy as well. Portugal are going to need to find 1 kill. That's already 1 tick. They come through now. Ego does touch the point, but now he's melted down. Comes down to the high ground. Doesn't have the heals. Dizzle, though, does find face, so that could equalize it. Flamenzo also takes down Cynex, so Ego did lose his mech and eventually die, but the rest of Portugal rallied around this point to stop Ireland from capping
What a
out.
huge save there by Portugal. You're thinking they're almost all the way out of it, right? Wow, Ego can't contest the point anymore, but they find the picks in the back line that's able to bring it back. 1 minute remaining for Ireland to capture this point and keep their World Cup hopes alive.
Whew, I mean, that was scary. Now Ireland, get hacked too.
That's bad.
That's another snagger. They got Cynex. They go for a little bit more, but a sleep dart as well from Nut.
Oh, that's
this
huge.
guy has been on fire since map number 1 to give them that kill, but do they want to wait for Cynex? Because that was a lot of their damage. They're going to wait here in the main. They will build this nano boost in this fight. But Portugal, same thing. EMP from Flamenzo on the front line. They lose Pure Irish so damn fast. So now he's out of mech. Does he want to die fast, or does he get staggered from the other side? No, Portugal just opts to not stagger, get that kill. Now we're last fight territory, Johnny.
You gotta reset. 20 seconds here, and you need to wait for Pure Irish. Faith probably has to circumvent around here and touch the point. You can't die here. Portugal already putting pressure on them, and they have a nano boost and a pulse bomb to work with.
Faith does have that pulse bomb, like you said. Kurama does.
They're
have
looking for the tracer.
They're stopping the flank. They're looking for this flank to touch the point. They want to stop it before it potentially can happen. Maybe they're going to put an end to them early. Tries to pulse bomb the recall. That was greedy. Flamenzo got the kill though, so it didn't even matter. Maybe that was just to secure the kill there towards the end. Try to go for something cheeky. That's already 1 kill. Now Nut tries to go to the point. They're down 1 member. The rally comes through on the front to keep him healthy. The sleep dart though lands onto that Brigitte. The Diva bomb of Ego connects on the GCB. Rod also connects on the Pure Irish.
That's it.
Ego onto 1 more. Portugal are shutting down Irish last second. There's no more Ireland in the World Cup. They will be eliminated. And Portugal get that 2-0 victory to move forward.
Portugal advance to our June qualifier here with the 2023 World Cup. What a performance by them, and getting familiar with some of these names. Kurama, of course, having a standout performance for this team, but Flamenzo as well. Really spectacular work by Portugal there, and holding the fort down on the Bondi to close things out. Congratulations to Team Portugal.
Yeah, like you said, very much so. Congratulations to Portugal to get that win. Obviously have been a good team in previous World Cups, and now to take on Ireland to really secure their spot, that's a big deal. Obviously, out of this group, Johnny, we have Portugal, we have Denmark in this group, and then on the other group, what was it, Iceland and
Finland.
Who was the first team that played?
LH
Finland.
Cloudy. And the
LH
gang,
Cloudy
yeah.
moving forward. They look good. I don't know who's better, honestly, between Denmark and them. But for Portugal to get that win in such fashion, it was so close, Johnny. Fantastic game. We're going to go back to the replays. I mean, my heart's beating after that one.
Yeah, a crazy close Numbani. And I mean, it's a shame for Ireland. I think they really showed some good, promising things, especially in this map. The Farah composition on Antarctic Peninsula, and here finding some advantage or momentum early on their attack as well, playing this dive composition. So some good things from Ireland, and we thank them for their performance here in the World Cup. But Flamenzo on the Sombra opening up some of these dives, it felt like Portugal were really clutch, because in many of these fights, Portugal, they were down a member of their team. The dives come in from Kurama, from Flamenzo, Dizzle with the biotic grenades, find themselves an ability to close out these series.
That's a very good point. I think that, if Karama's the star player in this situation, Flamenzo's that steady, rock solid role player that you kind of need. And even he had his moments on May and on Sombra.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like quintessential Overwatch at the moment is exactly the type of player that Flamenzo was. He played it so well in Portugal to get that to a victory as well as a statement win for them moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So Portugal advanced into Group A of our June qualifier. Now, it's going to be tough, I'll say that, because you're playing the United Kingdom, you're playing France, the Netherlands, you have to play Denmark again. So it's going to be tough for Portugal, but today is all about celebrating advancing here in the World Cup.
Yeah, they got a gauntlet to run through. I mean, that's what's so exciting is that all of these teams that just qualified are going to have even more to go through, even more tournaments ahead of the World Cup. Guys, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're at the very beginning, and we'll actually run it down in a second after we talk to Danny after this short little break, so we'll be right back.
Welcome back, friends. Danny here, joined by Dustin and Johnny. What a match! Portugal getting the win against Ireland. They played it so close. Ireland was just so close to getting the win, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. It was Portugal taking the win and advancing to the June qualifiers. I mean,
Oh, man.
I mean, I think that Numbani fight was probably my favorite out of all the matches that we saw.
It was just chaos, Danny.
I
It was
love
all
you
over-
know me.
It
You
was
know
chaos.
me. I love chaos. Even in the Overwatch League, I love anything. Either it has to be either chaos or just a beatdown, utter domination or chaos is what
You love
I
a
like.
beatdown as well? I mean, you
I
must
love
have
a
enjoyed
beatdown.
Denmark today. Yeah.
No in between with Danny.
I'm
man. Danny's brutal.
I'm a big 3-0 fan or a chaos.
Oh, we got it. I mean, we talked about it before, right? Like Johnny mentioned how this match was going to be insane.
Yeah.
Like it was definitely going to be the banger match of the day, and it really ended up delivering.
Right.
Yeah, it was so close. I mean, back and forth, and both teams really showed some good things in their favor. So I'll remember Ireland playing Far Mercy and having huge
Yeah.
success with it. Not on Diana, really good performance by him as well. And overtime on Numbani can be brutal. It can be so tough, just as a player when
Yeah.
you got 2 minutes to work with on Numbani. It's difficult. But props to Portugal for getting the 2-0 and advancing.
And also, I mean, Ireland is unfortunately dropped from the Overwatch World Cup now. But I mean, I think they made smart switches throughout the whole match, and I think that's props to them. They really tried hard, and it was a great match. I think overall for Portugal versus Ireland.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cynics as well playing the Echo. Good swaps.
Yeah. I mean, with that being said, guys, let's take a quick look at today's results. We had 6 great matches. So for those of you that missed a couple of them, here are the results. I'm gonna go down very quick. Iceland getting the win for the first match. Second one, Finland getting the win, and also the third match was Finland also getting the win as well. So Finland moving on to the June qualifiers along with Iceland. And for the later half of for today's match, it was Denmark getting the win. Second one, Denmark as well, and third one, Portugal getting the win against Ireland. So it will be Portugal and Denmark moving forward to the June qualifiers. 6 amazing matches. I mean, now I'm kind of curious to see how, I don't know, like teams like Denmark or even Finland, how they are gonna, how far they could go up in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, they could go far. And I mean, it's worth saying that Group A, that Denmark and Portugal qualified to, they will have 3 spots for the playoffs actually. But there are some tough teams there. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, you have to go through France with Benbest, Poco, FD God. You have to go through United Kingdom with Backbone, Smex, Kai, for example, right? So there's some tough teams there. But for Finland, for example, you're playing in Group B. There are only 2 spots available. But you have to play Sweden and Saudi Arabia, Poland, Germany. So both of these groups are just stacked to the brim with international talent.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like you said, Saudi Arabia is a very scary team at the moment. Obviously, with a lot of EMEA talent, like in Twisted Minds, really have been a good team. It's scary. Very intimidating groups on both sides, but like you said, both can come out.
Yeah, I mean, I think both. Like whatever it is, it is going to be a tough fight as you progress further into the Overwatch World Cup, right? But for now, it is on Group A side. It's going to be Portugal. They snagged the last spot, so they are going up. So with that being said, I think it's a good time to have a special interview with a player from Portugal. We got Ego, their tank player, standing by for a post-match interview with me. Ego, hello, can you hear me? Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I think I got it.
You got me? All right, cool. Hey, man, I just want to say congratulations on getting the win. You guys are moving forward into the June qualifier. So I just want to ask you about that. Like, how do you feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. You can see my voice is dying. We were shouting a lot on those voice comps. My voice is dying, but we pulled it off. We're feeling great. I think we practiced a lot. We have a rather inexperienced roster. A lot of the players that came into us, we have 2 or 3 players who have a lot of experience who guided us to our wins. They essentially became like our mentors. It was Cohen, it was Kurama, HK3 is a player with a lot of experience. You're going to see him soon on APAC Contenders. That's a leak for everybody on the stream right now.
Yes, sir.
You're going to see our off-tank on APAC Contenders. He's really good. And our players are very young, and they had basically almost 0 experience, or backline especially, a very low-tier experience, yet they lived up to the expectation. They came in, they did their best. And of course, we have Kurama. If you didn't watch Kurama during the whole game, that man is our Ronaldo. Every time we needed him, he was there and he was shining. There were no moments where I did not trust that man.
Preach, brother. No, you guys absolutely killed it. I do sort of want to follow up on that, Ego, because I mean, you were mentioning, you know, some of the players that was playing for Portugal aren't that experienced, right? So for those players that haven't had the experience yet, like, were they coming into this match? I'm guessing that they were a little bit more nervous. So like, what sort of, I guess, like, were there any tips from the experienced players on Portugal that like helped them get over those nerves?
I think it wasn't just our experienced players, but some of the people that were most important on keeping our mindset together were our coaches, definitely. We brought in a different coach, not a Portuguese coach. His name is Papa C. He has helped us a lot with mindset, in-game, out-of-game. We have a tremendously amazing staff. Our manager is amazing. Donek, I've been with him for a long time. I trust him fully. Our coaches, we have Alpha. He's inexperienced, but young and ready to put in the work. He has helped us a lot. We have Gizmo. Right now, the man who's coaching the top team on NA Contenders, you know he's good. He has brought us so much forward to this spot, you can see. And we have Papa C, our assistant coach, just doing his best to keep this team not as a group of 5 or 7 players together, but as a unit. Because of him, I think we became more than the sum of our players, you know? Like, I think we definitely were nervous at the start. But the moment we got on that lobby, the moment we saw Overwatch League names coming into Denmark, and even though we lost every single map, we could feel that there was an hunch where if we got better, we could match them. They were so much better than us, yet we could feel that we had the potential. I think every nervousness got left. We knew there was our moment to shine by the time we got to Ireland. We knew how good we were. We were confident. We were cautious, but we knew. I think that's the best way I could put it.
Yeah, Ego, I mean, I think you said it. You said it best. Like, I think I could definitely, even now talking to you, I could feel the Portugal, like your team's passion and how much you guys wanted it. I think that really was the difference maker in this match and making you guys, you know, qualify into the June qualifiers. Now, I also want to talk about this match because you guys were playing against Ireland. You and Ireland both lost to Denmark. So, was there anything that you learned from watching Ireland's match against Denmark that sort of helped you guys get the win today against them?
Actually, coming into our match against Ireland, our coaches made it very important. Do not watch the Ireland match. We did not.
Oh, really?
None of us. Because there was no late game adaptations we were gonna do. It's done. We have our plan. We have how we're gonna play. Our mind is structured. If we come and watch the Ireland game, we're gonna start getting ideas. We're gonna start like thinking about issues and things that we shouldn't care about. Even though Denmark is such a good team, they will expose mistakes from Ireland. I think mindset-wise and coming into this situation, it was more important that we kept a level-headed mind, focused on what we had to do, than to engineer an idea how to win against Ireland. You know, I think that was more important.
Yeah, and one final question for you, Ego. I actually have a question for you specifically because I mean, every team in Overwatch World Cup, their goal, I'm guessing, is to take it all the way and win it all, right? But for you, Ego, like, what is your personal goal in the Overwatch World Cup 2023?
I just want to get better. I want to take in every single experience I'm going to get from this, playing against players who are so much better than me, and use it to become a way better and more complete player. I personally, I was a DPS player 3 months ago. I role swapped and started learning a completely new role. So every single match I have against a person who's much better than me has been like an amazing learning experience from either rewatching it from the moment, seeing how they punish me. Like, I think my personal goal is to improve. Just take this experience and use it all fully to the max so I can become the best player I can be.
Damn, all right, Ego. Thank you so much for your amazing answers, and again, big congratulations on getting the win also, and also moving on to the June qualifiers. Thank you. Wow. What a guy. Just so much passion.
That was awesome.
Like, I love it. I love it when players are like, when you can see they're like eager and they're like hungry for more. And I'm very thankful for that.
And he's so humble too. Yeah. I mean, just what a guy. Like, I was mind blown by that interview, Danny. I mean, that was sick.
Yeah. Ego, what an awesome guy, and just like the mindset, the coaching, and
that's funny because his name is Ego, but there's no.
Well, you know what, Johnny?
He's so humble.
Johnny Johnny mentioned that the coaching, like one of their coaches is Finnish, so he's literally working against his own team now because he's working with Ireland.
They're in
So-
different
or not
groups. They're in
Ireland,
different
Portugal.
groups. Yeah, but he also mentioned Gizmo, and Gizmo for people who watch Contenders. I mean, he coaches for Wisp in North American Contenders, so. Gizmo has lots of experience coaching in the past as well, so it's awesome that they're able to invest this many resources into their national team, and it obviously helps them, as you can tell by the interview. So Ego just seemed like an awesome guy. Like I want to hang out and play with Ego.
Same, me too.
For sure.
All right, well, I mean, that wraps up the whole day, guys. Before we head out and say goodbye, Johnny and Dustin, any final words?
I miss you, Danny, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Anyways, how about you, Dustin?
Yeah, I miss you, and I hope to see you at the. Actually, I can't even say what it is. I hope to see you at Anime Expo, man.
Hey, maybe.
It's a plan. It's a plan, boys.
Yeah,
Let's go.
All right, let's go. We're meeting
Yeah,
up.
sure.
We unite.
All right, well, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. That is it for the wild card, I guess, tournament. And you guys could join us on this channel again in June when we will be back for the semifinals. With that, we are all good to go. Thank you so much for tuning in. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.